You're watching the 420 Pace, found at 420pace.ca. Stay tuned. We'll be right back after this toke.
Circle date on the calendar, April haze in the afternoon. Backpacks, rolling papers, markers, plans laid out in the group chat. Boom, surround a crowd on the front lawn, posters inked on the kitchen floor. Legal doesn't mean it's over, still some locked for what we're here for. April 420, we all rise from coast to coast, east to west, north to south. Let the whole world know, hands up high, clouds roll low. From Canada to the USA, see the green hearts glow. April 420, yeah, we all show where the love grows, where the love grows. From the prairies out to the coast, let the whole world know. Downtown Vancouver smell drifting over the bay. Niagara mist drifting over cardboard signs. Old heads, young parents, from Canada to the USA. Peterborough Park gets louder, homemade signs, busking on a case, passing hats for the bill, chanting until the cops just roll their eyes. See the green hearts glow. April 420, we all rise from coast to coast, east to west, north to south. Let the whole world know, hands up high, clouds roll low. From Canada to the USA, see the green hearts glow. April 420, yeah, we all show where the love grows, where the love grows. Is it party? Is it protest? It's a little bit of both, I guess. Old lies, new dreams in the same fresh air. We cough, we joke, but we still care. April 420, we all rise. From coast to coast.
You're watching the 420 Pace, found at 420pace.ca. Stay tuned. We'll be right back after this toke.
You're listening to 420radio.ca, Canadian Cannabis Radio.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
You like music, you like weed, well, we gonna be good friends indeed. This is not much I like more than smoking trees. They'll make you dance the do-si-do and teach you how the cheese will grow. Smoke a bowl on the 420 radio show. On Lifestyle Radio.
Hold on, Michigan. Yay.
Okay, MJ's going up here.
Yeah, I like it on top.
We don't have room for Darcy.
Okay, what? Wait now, what's the noise? We've got a hockey game on.
I have been on mute. Like there's no sound.
You're like, it's not me.
Well, no, I have a hockey game on, but it's on mute.
Now it is.
It wasn't on mute because I was listening to the hockey game.
I can't hear it.
I can't hear it now.
You got the headphones on. You silly?
Unless it was coming through my headphones, which it shouldn't have been.
Yeah, I think it probably is. Yeah, that's it. Hello, and welcome to the show. Hello, Leonard. It's been a while.
Yes, it has.
Welcome back.
Okay. I need to add one more camera slot for the Darcy when he decides to mosey on in.
The digital background's cool.
Isn't it?
Yeah, I like it.
But I'll show you the other one that I did too. Okay.
The only thing I don't like the circle. Because if you have a cell phone, you don't get a circle. I'm not special.
Aw.
I'm not a.
You are. You're oblong.
I know.
Oblong.
And watch what happens if I turn it.
Then you get a
There you
circle.
go. That's
I'm a
why it's doing it.
Marcel's in the
It's
balloon
the
anyway.
little thing.
Yeah, I should make
hey.
Marcel a square because he doesn't have video.
I thought you were going to say because he's a square.
I'm gonna make
He
Marcel
looks like
square.
the balloon or something from the Canadian Mint.
Exactly. Thank
That's
you,
what
Leonard.
That's what I meant to.
And I'm not saying it's negative. I'm just saying that's what he looks like.
Yeah.
There.
All right. How the fuck's my battery dead already? Fuck's sakes.
Darcy can be a white person, a round person, a white round person.
Maybe.
I don't like the square.
Darcy might be a sweaty person.
Is he a sweaty person? I don't know.
He might be by the time he gets here.
That's okay. I can't smell it.
I'm gonna message him in a minute. Find out where he
We
is.
don't have smell-o-vision yet, but what we do have is Marcel is going to go into widgets, and I'm going to start. Oh, start and show. Okay, so I'm going to start this. Okay, Marcel, and we'll leave it in the corner.
Go ahead. I just don't even know where it's gonna go. Oh, there it goes.
Right there over top of Lenny.
Well, Lenny's not there.
No, Lenny.
Poor Lenny.
Did you lose me? All right.
No, we'll put you there.
You're just aimed up.
We're going to put you up here.
No, I'm trying to get my laptop plugged in. Apparently, I had 5%.
You know, how long you been doing this, Len?
Doing
Not,
what?
not long recently.
No,
You're also starting to look like Kilroy there, buddy.
Yeah. Yeah, it's got to be a good 5 minutes.
Yeah. I just
There
got
we
home.
go.
I'll be right there.
And I'm going to
Wow.
say, give
So
a shout out.
I don't know how these surveys work. Okay.
Yeah. How do you
Oh,
vote?
I see. It says type 1 or 2 in chat. So I'm going to let Marcel deal with that. Hi, Dee. I'm going to put this up there so that we can see what's going on. And now, so
Hello,
there's
Dee.
our survey is, should we bring back medicinal dispensaries and compassion clubs for patients? I think we should bring them back for everybody, not just patients.
Well,
But then it wouldn't be a medicinal spot.
and it's not. There's already recreational dispensaries.
You know
Right.
what? Okay, but here's the argument. Pretty
Not
much
really.
everyone I know that has been doing this a while will tell you flat out, it's all medicinal.
It was all.
Oh, it's not anymore.
Fuck no.
Okay, never mind.
Well, I'm
No.
technically on your side, Al. Technically, but
I don't look at distillates, isolates, those things directed for the recreational market being anything medicinal.
I call
My-
myself a medicinal pothead, so you know I'm kind of catching both.
but here's my argument, Al. On your side,
Okay.
anyone taking anything, I don't care if it's a glass of wine, a joint, a bottle. They're looking for some effect of some
An
reason.
escape. Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
That's my point. Some of it may not be for the traditional medicinal relief, but if it's to just, you know what, I just got to get it in my fucking head for 40 minutes, whatever.
I would rather somebody smoke a joint than drink a shot.
Mary
Oh,
Jane.
100%.
Does it also pertain to doing golf?
Mary Jane. If you look in your settings, you can see you can put a hand up in your video.
Yeah, I know, but I have one right here that works just as good.
I'm just excited because I saw somebody do it. We've
Oh.
never had.
How do I do that? How do I put a hand up?
Well, my
No,
thought,
you
my
have to
thought
figure
was,
it out.
the
How do I
point of
put a
putting your
finger
hand
up?
is so that way you could say something. So what's the point of putting your hand up if they don't get the? Can I say it?
You can
What do you
say
wanna
something
say?
now. We all stopped talking so you could talk, and you keep talking.
Lenny said it doesn't matter what it is as long as it's used for, like, you know, some people use alcohol or whatever to relax, take 40 minutes break.
I'm
But does
not-
that then also apply to activities like golf or yoga? Would that then be considered medicinal?
I consider them medicinal.
Like
Yoga?
health related, yeah,
You're
but not
supposed to.
medicinal.
You're supposed to put the 1 or the 2 in the chat, not the private chat in the show chat.
I don't know. There's so many chats and windows and stuff. But I listen. I don't get to golf enough, but I find it extremely healthy. Not just the exercise, but mind.
That's different, though. That's not medicinal. That's healthy.
I think, I think anything you do that's healthy is medicinal. But at the same time, as much as I said, people injecting heroin, I would not call healthy, and I wouldn't call it necessarily medicinal, but they are searching for something. I'm not saying it's appropriate. Same as Marcel mentioned, distillates and isolates and diamonds, things like
Are
that.
those considered medicinal?
No.
Why not?
People
Because
use them.
if you're using it for a medicinal property yourself personally, what does it matter whether or not it's classified medicinal or not? Medicinal is medicinal.
If
Doesn't
it works, if it works for you,
Section 56 allow you to medicate with anything you want?
no.
No.
Because if that was the case, people would go and get fucking heroin and like black tar heroin and
I think it does. I remember having that conversation years and years ago with somebody with a Section 56 that said, this allows me to medicate with anything my doctor says I can medicate with. And if my doctor says I can use crack, then I can use crack.
as long as the Minister of Health signs off on it.
Yeah.
Hi, buddy. Try our survey. Okay.
Yeah, is it not an
Right.
exemption that you have to get?
Yeah, that's exactly what it is. Section 56 was the exemption that they used for cannabis before the MMAR was
They
implemented.
don't
All right,
use
that's not really a 2. That was me testing it.
Okay. You can't erase it.
Okay, we got
Counts now.
so Al, you voted once?
Yes.
Okay.
1, 2, 3,
Let me see if it happens
4,
again.
5,
See if it says
6,
2.
7, 8. Don't do it again.
Oh, come
8
on.
times. Yeah.
We're in the testing
testing
phase.
testing the parameters of this device.
There you go.
If
Thank
somebody,
you, Ed.
if somebody is, for example, using it for PTSD, stress, something mental where they want to smoke it, and they find that getting really high is the answer, then yeah, that's the way to do it. But to me, that's not a medicinal approach. That's a masking approach, right? Because you're basically hiding the underlying cause with an exorbitant amount to get high. High is not relief, right? High is a side effect of too much THC.
Mhm.
So there's where I have my issue with the recreational market is a lot of their dosages are meant to get you high.
She's
not
even
better.
loud outside. You can hear you rolling.
Is that what she's doing?
Yeah.
Rolling? Okay, so when you answer, it goes up on there. That's kind of cool.
Yeah,
That is
but
cool.
now you see.
That's why I did the 2.
Len tried to do it twice and it didn't work.
It would only let me do it once.
Yeah. So
Oh, really?
you try it, Marcel. Try it.
Okay,
you
but here comes 8 more posts.
Okay.
It won't go up any further, or it is going up any further.
Well, it's just because it goes through every page. It posts it to every page, right?
8 times.
Well, there's 8 places we're going.
I didn't really put your percent up that much, did it?
No.
I do like that. It's cool.
That is kind of cool.
Yeah, we're going to do one every week. So if you think about something you want to do when you're here, Len, Marcel is learning how to use it, and we can change them. We can do them anytime.
But your next one should be: do you drink coffee black or with cream and sugar?
You can do another one, Marcel, but it'll cover up Mary Jane. I
Well,
don't drink coffee.
we'll leave this one for an hour and then we'll switch them. I mean,
We'll do
they're
half a
easy to
show.
do.
Half a show.
That's what I said.
Yeah. It's not
We'll
a
leave
half
this
an
one
hour.
for an
show.
hour.
Oh, it's already 7:13.
Darcy says he's back and he'll be right here.
Yeah, I saw that 15 minutes ago.
Yeah.
I guess it takes him a while to walk into the room.
Oh, he's got to brag. He's got to brag to everybody there first how awesome he was.
Okay, well, we're waiting for Darcy. I'm putting on a song called The Great Googly Moogly.
Calendar of pickles yelling.
Never stop.
Didn't start at the beginning. Are you ready?
Waiting for you.
No, it's not working at all.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, come on.
What? Googly.
Googly.
Wait, what? Here we go. Fast stuff.
Googly.
Moogly. Wait, what? Here we go. Faster. I woke up in a waffle wearing one flip flop. Got a calendar of pickles yelling.
Never stop.
My cereal did a backflip, landed on my face. Now my spoon doing zooms like it's running a race. Toothbrush talking smack like you late, my dude. My mirror said upgrade that attitude. My socks ran off, now my toes on strike. And my bike just texted,
I'm a motorbike. Vroom.
the great googly moogly. What is happening today? Every single normal thing just packed its bags and ran away. The great googly moogly. Bring spaghetti on a plate. If nonsense had a holiday, we'd be showing up late. So late, I sneezed so hard I invented the dance. My laptop asked me out, said, give me a chance. My pencil wrote novels by the grumpy kazoo, and my left shoe's jealous of my right tattoo. My fridge started gossip like a daytime show. My goldfish posting selfies with the striker pose glow. My hoodie learned yoga, now it's super zen. But my laundry just screamed,
We're alive again.
is my life a cartoon?
Is your head made of balloons?
Are we stuck inside a spoon?
Nah,
Actually,
it's only
isn't it?
barely noon.
The great googly moogly. What is happening today? Every single normal thing just packed its bags and ran away. to the glide. I drop my fries and they learn to fly. GMOO to the GLY. I married a mango.
Don't ask me why.
Don't ask.
Tongue twisting, brain glitching, wrist twitching, quick rubber chicken in the kitchen doing break dance tricks. If you blink one time, you'll miss 3 plots like a soap opera starring tiny teapots.
The great googling googly.
What is happening today?
Every single normal thing just packed its bags and ran away. The great googling googly.
Bring spaghetti on a plate.
If nonsense had a holiday, we'd be showing up late.
Too late.
Googly.
Moogly.
Googly.
Okay, I'm done. Wait, what?
Wait, what?
Tune in Fridays at 7 p.m. Eastern Time on 420radio.ca.
What are you smoking?
What you smoking? What you smoking?
Passion oil.
Weed.
Yeah, weed. Not tobacco. What are you smoking these days, Len?
I got a cold right now.
Oh,
I haven't smoked much the last little bit.
that's the only reason he's here tonight, folks, because he's got a cold. He can't go to the hockey game.
No, I have no hockey. There's no hockey game in town.
They won't let him out in public anymore when he's got a cold.
Honestly, I haven't smoked a lot. I've taken gummies and things like that, and soft gel. What I've been using mostly, though, ironically, is not really THC. It's 50 milligrams CBD and 10 milligrams of CBG soft gels.
I like CBD.
But the CBG, I'm really digging CBG lately.
Cool.
Almost gives me like a. Not that I would say I have ADHD or anything like that, but it definitely makes me more focused.
Yeah, you see, and I'm so scrambled 99% of the time that I don't like being focused. I like to be fuzzy. Then I'm not as scrambled.
No, but I mean, like going to work or going to read a book or something like that. Like if I have CBG with it, I'm like I was never the type of guy that anyone said you smoked a joint. I zone in and can do shit and get stuff done. Never could, never still can.
There are some strains that help me with that.
Oh, and people say that, but I've never experienced that. But when I take some high CBG products,
it happens.
I'm noticing that for me.
You know, when I made that last batch of olive oil and Fico, and I was taking it 4 times a day, just a microdose, and I noticed then that I was more focused and more energetic and stuff like that. When I got into the whole cycle, right? So I want to do that again. $35 you can get Fico, they call it RSO, on OCS through one of the providers. Seems a little high, but for what you get a gram. But hash through OCS is it depends on the brand, but you can get some 2 grams, right? You can get 1.5 pens on the legal market. You can get them on the dark market too. The dark market, the black market. My dog's coming back.
Sorry, you mean the legacy market?
The legacy market. Thank you. That's the word that was missing from my vocabulary today. Legacy market.
I think there's 3, right? There's
I just
the
want to say
legacy,
to the
the
3
legal, and indigenous.
The 3 people that have left, fuck you. What, Mary Jane?
That might have been me. Hurt my feeling, man. Angie had a question for our listeners.
I just asked her what she was trying to say.
Oh, I thought you were talking about something else. No, I was just wondering if question for the listeners and you guys too is, do you guys still celebrate 420 now that it's legal and it's been legal for a while? And if you are planning on celebrating, how so?
I'm just going to sit here probably without any.
Without any weed? That's a terrible way to celebrate.
Yes. This is
That's
life
awful.
this is life with somebody on ODSP though. So not life of the rich and famous, it's life of the disabled and poor.
Being that I work 7 days a week, I figure I'll be working.
It's Monday,
So
isn't
same
it?
old like you every other day for you.
Monday, yes. And then the following weekend on the Saturday is the GMM. Mary Jane is going, but I don't know if Al will be there or not. I haven't talked to him yet about it.
Oh, I just naturally assumed that Al would be there because it's the GMM. I mean,
And Allison and Neve and Amy and yes.
Yeah, there's a lot of people that just come because that's what you do on the first Saturday of May.
What did they used to say?
I got my sign ready.
The usual suspects will be there. But you know what? Some of the people that I don't see there anymore, and it's been a few years, Matt Myrna and those types, they're not there anymore. So yes, a lot of people have just the philosophy that, hey, it's legal now, whatever.
Which is sad because it's still a fight that needs to be had.
It's a part of history. I mean, we had Steve Bloom on last year. Was it last year?
The year before, wasn't it?
Maybe. And because he was part of the whole 420 story.
Mm-hmm.
And as far as Toronto goes, I don't know. It'll be interesting to see who shows up. It'll be interesting. I don't think there's an event like a 420 Toronto event going. I have not seen anything posted. Have you?
Yeah, there's nothing actually at Yonge and Dundas being done anymore. There's all individual events that are going on. Like the comedy club, the Boardroom Cafe is doing a comedy show. There's also, they're doing comedy. Then they're doing another night of like glow in the dark painting, all cannabis. Yeah, a couple different markets. Both legacy.
The crawl is on Saturday, right?
Yeah, Canna Crawl. I made some pins there the other week, so I'm gonna bring them, sell those.
Cool.
Yeah, bunch of weed pins. So it's gonna be fun. This is like my stoner Christmas. So
I enjoyed going to Canna Crawl. I just didn't enjoy some of the people that I saw when I was there, so I stopped going.
That's every fucking event. There's at least 2, maybe 3 people that you really don't want to talk to or see. But I mean, that happens in every industry, isn't it?
Yes, but it ruined the event for me. So unfortunately, that's just the way it is. And I'm nowhere near Hamilton anymore. So.
Well, yeah, we're at a hotel tonight just so we don't have to drive so far tomorrow.
Cool. Enjoy the streets of Hamilton.
Thank you.
I don't miss that drive between Toronto and Hamilton. When I was going to the lounge, I was there on Tuesday, Thursdays, and Fridays. And I specifically chose my timing so that I didn't get caught in that rush hour traffic.
Yeah, it's brutal.
Oh, it's affrightening. Affrightening? It's affrightening. It's frightening.
You were afeared, were you?
I was feared. I was afeared. Hello, Darcy. Did you win?
I don't know yet.
Okay.
I won't know until the email gets posted.
You're very loud today. Everybody's very loud today. Maybe it's just me. I'll turn this down first. Darcy has started playing wheelchair tennis.
Yeah, well, I
Do
can
you
tell
play,
everybody.
do you
I can-
play against other disabled people, or are there
Yes.
standing people as well?
No, mostly disabled people, but we do play a mix where there's one standing person and one person sitting.
When I was in my 18s, I guess I was maybe a little bit young, maybe 16. Oh no, it would have been younger than that. No, somewhere in there. Anyways, I went out with a girl who I miss dearly. She's passed away a long time ago. Who had muscular atrophy, and she went to the Sunnyview in Toronto, which is a school for disabled kids, and we would play basketball in wheelchairs, and they would beat the shit out of us because we didn't know how to play. Like there's a certain talent. You have to wheel a wheelchair around and hit a ball, or catch a ball, or throw a ball.
Well, you got to wheel a wheelchair around with a racket in your hand.
Right. Do you play baseball as well?
No.
Why?
Because this is my first sport I started playing is tennis.
He's also eating his dinner. You hear it.
I am.
He just got home. He just worked out. He needs
But yeah,
I'm waiting for security to come up behind Mary Jane. That's the only thing I'm doing today.
Wouldn't be
Was
the
this your
first
first night, Darcy?
No, I've been playing since last year.
Okay, cool.
So,
Marcel.
Al,
Please change that.
I'm waiting for Darcy.
no, that's awesome. That shirt, I'm buying Marcel that shirt.
Oh, is that a shirt?
Yeah.
Because he's busier. Because he is busier than a cucumber in a women's prison.
Anyways, come on now.
Marcel's got the best shirts. I'm just gonna say.
He does
The one
have
he
some
was
good
wearing-
shirts.
The one he was
Darcy
wearing
buys me
yesterday?
some of them.
Does he
Darcy
you
buys
buy-
me some of them.
I still have that shirt, the shirt that you bought me at the thrift store, Mary Jane.
You do?
Yes, I do.
Do you ever wear it?
I wear it all the time. It's got holes all over it.
No, good. It's
Oh,
well loved.
you should see my Harvest Fest shirt, Marcel.
Why, did you ruin it?
Oh God, no! It's ripped. It's torn. There's holes all over it. It's well worn. If anybody's wondering what Marcel really looks like, look quick before he changes the picture.
Yeah, but that's an old picture. He got
Oh,
way older.
Here. Hold on.
Yeah, he's older and grayer.
Is that not the director of the Titanic?
Yeah, get on the fucking boat and shut up. Director
What's
of
his
the
name?
Titanic.
Jim. What's his name? Cameron.
Yeah,
James
James
Cameron. Marcel is a splitting image for James Cameron.
Yeah, right.
It's fun.
I wish
You
I
are,
had his
dude.
fucking. I wish I had his money.
Yeah. Okay, I'm moving people around here.
I see that.
Darcy's gonna go up here.
Hey, Lenny, you going to see Weezer?
I got tickets.
I knew
Did
you
you?
would. I fucking knew you would.
I had tickets in September for Toronto.
I
For
like
fuck's sakes.
Weezer. I interviewed them way back. I believe it was their first album, and then I saw them. They opened for. No, they were the opener, and it was Dred Zeppelin that opened for them, and they were bouncing around. Oh no!
Did you just say Dred Zeppelin?
Yeah, Dred Zeppelin. It wasn't Weezer. It was another one. Anyways, never mind. Let's. Yes, Dred Zeppelin is a Led Zeppelin
Cover band.
cover band that the lead singer dresses like Elvis and performs as Elvis. His name is Tort Elvis. Tort Elvis is his name.
That's just weird.
No, but the songs
Very.
are awesome. They're fucking great band. They play really well. He's got an amazing fucking voice.
What songs do they do?
I don't remember
Like
the names of the songs.
Led Zeppelin songs or Elvis songs?
They both. What they do is it's Led Zeppelin songs infused with reggae, sung as Elvis.
Okay.
Look them up. Dread Zeppelin.
Okay.
Interesting. That's a mind fuck.
And there's a new one I found the other day. It was like Dread Zeppelin, but it was a different band, and I can't remember what band it is. I can't remember. All right, I'm removing this.
Okay, so they do weird.
And I'm gonna play this.
An American reggae rock band.
Dread Zeppelin? Yeah.
Yep, formed in 1989 in Sierra Madre, California.
Oh yeah, they've been around a long, long time.
They combined hard rock and reggae styles with humor, best known for performing the songs of Led Zeppelin in a reggae style as sung by a Las Vegas Elvis impersonator.
Right. Tort Elvis. But they've been doing it for like it's not like it's Spinal Tap or anything. They are a real band. I wish I could play something, but then this episode would be
flagged, gone,
flagged and removed. Although, I just want to mention that if you are a regular listener or a new listener, please check out our YouTube channel because Facebook now deletes past video. A month you have on there now. So if you want to see shows that you missed or whatever.
They're not really deleting them. They're just moving them to a private NSA server.
Right. I think that there would still be a lawsuit by now if they did something like that, Marcel, because they are actively telling people you have 28 days until this video is deleted. So, they're keeping them. That would be a lawsuit, I would think. Right.
Only if you get caught. So everything's legal till you get caught.
Right. Correct.
Yeah, and if they do get caught and they get charged, they go through some settlement and they'll pay you $23.
25 for bread.
Well, if your information is only worth $25 if they get caught, why wouldn't you do it?
Well, would you rat out your mother for $23.50?
It wasn't $23.50 though. That's not what they had to pay. They had to pay billions of dollars. We only get $23.50.
This guy, he comes in late and then he thinks he can just take his video away.
And mute himself.
You sounded like a Marxia guy.
For your information, Al. Oh, you can't see my fucking face. Where'd it go? Jesus Christ Almighty.
Maybe he was eating or pooping.
Jose is not going to help you.
No, it's because he's got a virtual background on.
Oh no, there's what? My tape was in front of my camera.
And he has a virtual background on. That's why you can still see parts behind him.
Oh, that's fine. Not that sick.
Hilarious.
So, I made another one of those songs. Did you like that song that I made there? The
dance one? I loved it.
No. The last week, I made
about the eating his friend.
I made a song that was more of a monologue and then a singing song.
It.
What?
But he gets it.
All right, never mind.
I like the song this week that you played on the show. I did not like the song you played last week about eating what you thought was a fish.
I didn't hear any of that because somebody was coughing in your ear.
I said sorry.
Let me just find this thing that I want to play. I thought I had downloaded it.
I'm watching a nice sunset, so we'll see if we can hear them.
There is what is it? It's the 17th tonight. Yep. So there is meteor showers tonight.
Marcel, it's
What?
still
All right,
sunny at your place?
clouds.
What?
The sun's still up at your place?
No, it's just going down now. I've
Yeah, it's
got
going
nice,
down here.
Oh, say
Nice.
it's completely completely dark here.
It's
no,
not.
no, I got nice,
still,
nice red horizon and still a chunk of blue sky.
it's orange here. But yeah.
What's that?
He's halfway to Quebec. No.
Yeah, I suppose he is halfway to Quebec.
No, he isn't. He's an hour away from you. I just don't have a big bunch of hills in between me.
I have a big bunch of hills. Yeah.
Yeah, I get to overlook a swamp.
Yeah, that is true.
You looking towards me, get to see hills that are really good at blocking out the sun. They call them mountains, but if you ever seen mountains, you go back to calling them hills. Well, to me, mountains don't have trees on top.
I live on a mountain.
You have trees on top of it?
Are you
That's
thinking
a hill.
On a
Rocky
hill.
Mountain?
You're on a hill.
I'm thinking I'm with Marcel.
Yeah.
Well,
a
I'm
mountain,
on
thinking about, like-
I'm on an escarpment.
a mountain is tall enough that it doesn't support growth of trees.
But what about islands or the mountains of Venezuela? Those all have trees.
And call them whatever they
Just
want,
saying.
but
A really
to me,
big
it's not a
hill.
fucking mountain. Unless if it's got trees, it's a hill.
So
It's a
you're
big
just
hill.
saying a mountain is a Rocky Mountain, period.
Yeah,
Like you just believe
Himalayan.
Rocky Mountains. Yeah, that's
I'm with Marcel. I like
Hawaii.
A Rocky Mountain's a mountain.
Rocky Mountains got all kinds of mountains that are actually mountains, but they got a bunch that are being called mountains that are hills.
Cape
Are
Breton.
those the same?
Cape Breton's got a bunch of hills.
Right.
What about
Now,
Vegas?
Coast or
What kind
Newfoundland,
of
it's got mountains.
Newfoundland's got a couple mountains, yeah.
Yep.
What about Vegas?
Vegas.
I think
they
it's
got
mountains around it. I think it's mountains
Sierra.
around it.
Yeah, it's for Sierra Nevada.
Yeah.
Right.
Do you know that Canada has its own version of a desert out west?
Yeah, I've been there.
I
I've
didn't.
been
I
there.
didn't know that. A video came up about interesting places in 15 interesting places in Canada.
Yeah, well, the
Okay.
funny thing with that
So-
desert is, Al, is that desert is constantly moving.
Yeah.
What?
It's constantly moving.
That
I've been
desert
to
is
that desert.
constantly moving.
How?
Moving where?
The winds keep moving it.
Well, that's how
Moving-
that desert started, was because of the winds off the beach.
Yeah,
right?
no, but all of the desert started because it used to be the bottom of a fucking ocean, right? So I've been there. I get what you mean about moving, constantly moving, but that's normal. We have the same thing in the Shubi River, where the river is different every day.
Yeah, David Suzuki. I watched it. Actually, that's kind of ironic you said that, Al, because I watched the David Suzuki special about that desert.
Is he still alive?
Yep.
Yeah.
But
Yeah,
he's
he
giving
does
up on
not
the.
support
He's giving up
cannabis,
on
though.
he wants to give up on the planet because people aren't listening.
He doesn't support cannabis in any way.
No.
But here's the cool things that I learned about the desert that I didn't know growing up in Nova Scotia. When I went to the desert, is they have cactuses everywhere. They fucking
Cacti.
hurt. Whatever. They have antelope that you can damn near walk up to because they're so dumb. And they've got a shit ton of rattlesnakes.
How do
And
you
it was
know they're
all
dumb?
like, they're all, what, the antelope? Because you can walk up to them about 10 feet away. You can hit them with a rock. They don't run away from you.
Oh, all right.
These are all out in the middle of a training area. And it's for desert warfare.
Huh.
And it sucked. Because it was
There's
hot.
nothing that sucks.
And it's hot, and they give you a map, and the map shows you a lake, and you're driving around, and you're trying to find this lake, and then you realize after you figure out the map that you're sitting in the middle of this, what's supposed to be a lake, and it's just a depression in the fucking ground. So Yeah, you get mad quick. Search for an hour for the same lake that you've been driving around for an hour.
There's a show called Drain the Water or something, or Drain the Earth or something like that.
Oh no, yeah, I know.
Yeah,
I've seen that. That's a cool show.
They go to different lakes and oceans and they literally digitally drain it and look for wrecks and other, things like that.
But they also do similar show like that with cities,
Yes.
where they'll go in and they'll start dismantling a city all the way down to what it was previously.
Right.
Yeah,
And
New York
artifacts.
City is sitting on top of a garbage pile.
New York City's on a swamp. That's floating city.
In a garbage pile.
That's Staten Island.
Yeah, with
I
a
don't
fault line
remember
running
New
through
York
it, a tectonic fault line running through it. Yeah, it's a great place.
But Florida's sitting on a limestone bed that looks like a piece of Swiss cheese.
A lot of Florida is been helped. Yes.
Well, Florida
Disneyland-
has a lot of sinkholes because of
Yeah.
the structure underneath of Florida.
Because Disneyland
But
sits on one of the biggest fault line, one of the biggest sinkholes down there.
All of those offshoots of those streams that go through Florida and the rivers, those are all man-made. Florida is basically man-made, for what I understand.
Yeah, it's a swamp.
Well, I'm pretty sure the Seminoles would tell you different. They've been there for a long time.
Well, yes, there's some parts of Florida that are not man-made, but I mean along the coastline and in residential areas, they've moved some of the coastline into the water in that, right? So.
Oh, New York.
Yeah,
they've done
and
that.
Toronto,
They've done that all over the world.
Doing that in Toronto now, right?
They're even doing it in parts of the Halifax Harbor now.
Yeah,
they want to do Dartmouth Cove.
Yeah.
Are you? Hold on one sec, Mrs. Rose. No kitty treats for you. Sorry, love. Would you lay down, please? Lay down.
No. I don't want to.
Isn't like the Toronto waterfront mostly all built up, like it wasn't there?
The docks, yes. The docks, yeah.
Yeah.
And
there's
what I was getting at is
stuff down there.
they're dismantling and recreating Ontario Place area, and it's all going to be condos and stuff like that. So they're putting in piers to accommodate for that stuff.
Water frontage is premium dollars. So the more water frontage you can make, the more dollars you can get.
Exactly.
Just got to remember when the sea level is rising, so you got to be careful for that one.
Yeah, except the sea level hasn't risen. Some places have sunk because they built them on a swamp.
Yeah.
But if you look, there's pictures that are taken 100 years ago that the water levels never changed.
A lot of the airports in Europe are built over water now, and they're basically landfill. They use landfill to.
Yeah.
In Japan, there's a few as well. Right.
But it's there's more than enough land that they didn't have to take land to go and build more land and take up water space.
Probably.
But more water or more land on water means more money. So why not do it?
True.
Right. Exactly.
Wouldn't that make water
It's all
levels
about
rise, though?
what?
Wouldn't that make water level rise?
No, because water
It
level,
just
water table's
displace-
it's just gonna displace.
That's what I mean. It'll displace it elsewhere. So it's good. Like the water's got to go somewhere.
Yeah, but for them to make a change, they would have to put an awful pile of dirt into the water.
And rocks.
But that's what they did in Toronto.
That's a lake.
Same difference. It's a body of water.
It's flowing in and out the same flow rate all the time.
Yeah, but where does the water go in the end?
To the Bay of Fundy, or sorry, to the Northumberland Strait in the Atlantic Ocean.
They had
Maybe
to
that's
close,
why sea levels are rising.
they had to close
Why?
the Sioux Canal.
No, they
Somebody-
claim the sea levels are rising because glaciers are melting.
Correct. Yes.
And they also say that the ozone layer is depleting because of pollution from cars, but doesn't mean it's true.
They
Doesn't
told
mean
us
it's
that
not.
that CFCs and your deodorant was causing holes to happen in the ozone.
Hairspray was a big culprit.
With a major one over Antarctica that has somehow repaired itself since then. So I mean, we've been listening to this shit since the 70s, right? It's always the same catastrophe, but when you get right down to it, nothing ever happens. It's just a way for somebody to make money.
But the world has started getting warmer.
Has it really?
In some places.
Well,
Could
look,
that be because of the magnetic north shifting?
Well, we're spinning a little bit faster now. For some reason, I don't know why, but we are spinning a little bit faster than we were, and it's creating other problems as well as the lunar stuff. The
If
meteors.
who says we're spinning faster?
Some scientist.
Wouldn't our days be shorter then?
I don't know that question. We'd have to have a scientist on to ask.
and is it its own revolution that is going faster, or the revolution around the sun that is going faster?
I don't know. You'd have to ask a scientist that question.
Right. Well, this planet has gone through so many changes over the last 3 or 4 billion years.
Why don't you Google it and get it right from the Googler?
I don't have to Google it. I already know the planet's gone through changes. It's gone through ice stages. It's gone through melting stages. It's gone through life on more than one occasion. What?
Are you drinking an ice cap tonight?
You know what, Darcy? He's in the middle of a thought-out question answer period, and you ask him he's got a fucking ice cap.
Well, because I'm drinking one.
That's because Darcy's got ADHD too.
I was gonna say that's the ADHD brain right there.
Yeah, squirrel.
Squirrel.
You gotta ask right then.
Okay, wait now. Now we're going to get into an ice cap discussion. My question is, did you make it or did you buy it?
Well, I bought one and threw my ice cream in it.
Yeah, close enough. It works.
Mm-hmm.
Been there, done that. How many ice cream did you throw in it?
Well, I only had one.
Oh,
I ate
okay.
the other one the other night. But if I knew it wasn't just wasting tincture, I'd throw tincture in it, but it's just gonna stick all to my cup.
Yeah.
So
Throw the tincture in your mouth, then take a sip.
I'm gonna just eat tincture.
Mm-hmm.
You get more in your mouth that way.
Yeah, sure would.
So the info song that I found that I did also last week that we didn't listen to because it was, I don't know, it was just different. You tell me what you think about this one, Marcel. You like the one I did last week, right?
Yep.
So let's see. This one's called Green Monologue.
Let's just say I didn't like the last one that you played tonight.
Well, you don't
like
like
you played tonight.
of stuff.
I loved it.
I like
Yeah,
it.
you would.
The dance.
Anything about the plan. For years,
You should send it to me.
people only whispered about it. Hushed tones, back rooms, all smoke, no science. But then the questions got louder. What if this leaf could ease a shaking hand, let a locked up back finally breathe? I've watched folks gray at the temples, eyes tired, take a measured dose. And for the first night in months, they actually sleep. This is cannabis, not a miracle, not a monster. Just a tool we're still learning to hold. In careful hands, it can soften pain, quiet storms. But the same thing that helps you can also hurt you if you don't respect it. There's the person with endless aches, joints grinding like gravel, oil under the tongue. And suddenly a walk around the block doesn't feel like climbing a mountain. The one battling waves of nausea, food turning into an enemy, a puff, a drop, a capsule. And for the first time in weeks, dinner smells like hope. Then there's anxiety, that tight band across the chest for some people. A little lifts the weight, slows the racing thoughts, lets them breathe between worries. This is cannabis, not a miracle, not a monster. Just a tool we're still learning to hold. In careful hands, it can soften pain, quiet storms. But the same thing that helps you can also hurt you if you don't respect it. Because here's the other side, too much, too often, and the mind can fog. Short-term memories slip, motivation melts into the couch. Young brains still wiring themselves can get tangled up. Heavy daily use can bend focus, blunt drive, stretch anxiety instead of shrinking it. And smoke in the lungs is still smoke in the lungs. Your body keeps the score. So the truth sits in the middle between propaganda and praise, real medical benefits for pain, for spasm, for sleep, for certain forms of epilepsy. For some people's suffering, there is real relief. But it asks for honesty, for talking to a doctor, for starting low, going slow, for watching your mind, your mood, your daily life. This is cannabis, not a miracle, not a monster. Just a tool we're still learning to hold. In careful hands, it can soften pain, quiet storms. But the same thing that helps you can also hurt you if you don't respect it. So if you use it like you're driving at night. Headlights on, seatbelt clicked, eyes on the road. Grateful for what it makes easier. Wide awake to what it can change. In your body. In your mind.
Yeah, pretty much.
Who did that?
I did.
I liked it.
I liked it too, but it was a little slower than I remembered when I did it.
The first chorus, I know you said I was making all those faces. The first chorus, I was having trouble because it sounded like he was the voice was singing, but also speaking.
That's exactly what it was doing. It's exactly
no,
what it
but it spoke and then it sang, but it sang, spoke. It was like two voices on top of each other in my head.
Yeah.
But the second and the third time it did the chorus was perfect, like the tone. It was very melodic. It was.
It's too slow.
Yeah,
It
but
put
I still
everybody
found
to
myself
sleep.
at the last chorus. I was like in it. This is cannabis. Na 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 na. You know, I was
wake
like
everybody up.
But Dee and Buddy probably fell asleep.
Marcel,
yeah.
You too.
Tell people what you posted earlier
Where?
What did you post?
about the black
question?
market versus
Oh,
license.
Al just looked at my post.
No, it just came up.
Oh, did it?
Yeah, don't get
Hey,
all
hey,
emotional and everything. It just came up
Hey.
on my feed, buddy.
Hey,
Before you start, Marcel,
what?
Can I do my grocery before you start? Because I think once we get talking about that, we'll talk about that for hours.
All right. Well, you go ahead and we'll talk about that after.
Okay. Well,
You're talking about my post that we're going to talk about that for hours?
I think you could, yes.
No, it's not
Especially you when you get, especially if when you get going, you will. Yeah. So.
Just go ahead.
Lights on. 10 sipped. Timers click. That's it. Lab coat. Cutoffs. Boots. He yells. It's grow time.
Oh, I could have put the fucking. Never mind. I'll do it next time.
Darcy should have turned his camera on then.
Well, you just give me 2 seconds here, and I am going to do this. You just give me a second here. I go like this. I go into here, and I go into here, and I go none. And if I do this
is how we grow the weed.
And lift this, like this, and then click that. Holy fuck! Look at that. I want to get this.
You could have just clicked that and it would have worked instead of going through all this and that.
There we go.
You ready now?
Yes. So tonight I want to talk to you a little bit about lighting.
And how bright that is behind you?
Yes, Marcel. There. Now you like how dark it is?
Hey, at least we're not being blinded by the light.
I'm blinded by the light, Marcel.
Okay,
thought it
we
was
got
perfect.
there. Got the hat on. We got a lot less glare.
Well, yeah, I just cut my head. Look,
Yeah.
look a nice V I got.
I see that.
Shut up, Rose.
Yeah, so anyways, I want to talk about lighting, because well, by now you should have your clones going or your seedlings going. Well, if not now, you want to have them started by at least May 1st. But if you don't have them going yet, or if you do have them going yet, you're wondering what kind of a light you need.
Make up your mind. Either you got them going or you don't got them going.
Well, do you have them going now?
This weekend.
This weekend. Okay, so see, but now you got to think, what am I going to hang for a light? Well, you got to remember, it's a little seed. First off, it's a little seedling, so you don't need nothing too strong for the first 30 days. So that's where people go wrong. Is they'll
Even the way I find my southerly facing window is really good.
Yeah, well, I got mine kind of in my window too right now. Well, I also got a greenhouse, and I had my thermometer in it tonight to see how cold it actually gets in there at nighttime. Air temperature is air temperature. Yes, it's sheltered. It's not totally airtight, so cold air is going to get in there. Just how much cold air is getting in there, and then would it affect them? So I'm trying to find that out here in the next couple of days.
Well, that's another conversation.
It really is, because actually when I start doing it, I'm gonna keep a log, so we'll talk about it. But back to my original thing, you want to go with at first. People are like, oh, I'll go get an LED, and they'll look online and they'll buy one off Amazon and it'll say 1,000 watts.
Yeah.
Well, technically, you don't need that 1,000-watt light to start them plants
Until they start going into flower. Yeah.
Well, no, you can use that 1,000-watt light when they're in veg, but you want to let them plants build a good ball of root underneath the soil first before you go crazy with light, because you're just wasting money. What's that?
Won't you burn them?
Well, you can't, but too close.
What's your opinion on a T5 light?
Love them.
That's
for this stage, I mean.
Yeah. Hey, NJ, guess what?
Yeah.
There's
nice. Okay. Would you suggest a
I
dome
need to get a new
well?
bulb for mine. I can't get one here.
What's that, Mary Jane?
would you suggest a dome as well?
Well, you can buy them little
your
kits.
favorite?
Now I find
I
them
have a
over-
kit. I have a dome and a
I
light.
have a sunblaster kit, yeah.
Yeah.
But I find them kits. Correct me if I'm wrong. Yes, it's a marketing thing, and yes, people got to make money. But I find them kits for what they are really overpriced.
They are. They're like
They
85
want like
bucks.
$80. They want like 80, $100 for a
Yep.
dome, a tray, and a little light. The little light you can buy yourself for like $20.
And the dome and tray you can buy for $10
Yeah,
Yeah.
a bottom
Or
is
less
$5 and
than
a dome
$1.
is 10.
or
But
less.
depending
Yeah.
on
Where
depending on
where
what
do you
dome,
get them? Do you get them from the hardware store, like Home
you
Depot,
can get them
Canadian
T5, but
Tire?
you got to remember, you got to look at the light spectrum with that T5.
If you're going to order a sun blaster specifically,
That's right.
I would order it directly from them. There is a website for them here in Canada. And the reason I'm saying that is because every store in my area that I've tried to get a replacement bulb, they've been discontinued. They don't sell them anymore.
Nope. So
Yeah.
here I'm gonna give you a little tip here. And I'm gonna turn my big kitchen light on for a second. I'm gonna read you. I'm gonna
It's getting cold. Sun's going down.
I'm gonna read you a number off of this bulb.
Mary Jane's our new weather girl.
Yeah. This is the light spectrum. I remember this. There's 5,400, I think. Is that right? Or
You got
54?
2,000. You got 2,000, 3,000, 4,000,
And these are in
Yeah.
the T5s.
and then you got 6,400.
Yeah.
Right? But you got to remember, when it comes to these bulbs, they'll tell you. I don't know if you'll be able to see it or not. Now, first rule of thumb. See how I got my hands all over this?
Don't do
Yeah,
that.
you're doing what you shouldn't do.
I'm doing what I
Unless
shouldn't
you
do
have
is right.
gloves.
So I'll have to clean that bulb before I put it back in.
And why would you not want to do that, Jesse?
These fingerprints.
We're not going to be
Yeah, the
able to read that.
oils. The oils in your skin.
On your bulb,
If you
it'll
touch
tell
the
you
bulb.
right there. It'll tell you whether it's 6,400K, 2,000K, 4,000K, or 3,000K.
Okay.
For veg, 3,000, 4,000 are good for veg. 2,000, well, technically they're all good for veg, but your best ones are 3,000 and 4,000. What I like.
But for T5,
Can I get that in the same size of my sun blaster, and will it work in the sun blaster?
Yes, it will work in your sun blaster because that's what mine's in right now, Al.
Okay.
And when would you use the 6,400?
6,400s are good. They're really good, but I use them more for a mother plant.
or starting seedlings.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I use mine for starting seedlings, and then but I keep them in the window so they're getting, a nice dose. Mine's only 5
But
watts.
don't seeds need to be somewhere warm in order to take root?
Well, they do. I preferably above 70 degrees Fahrenheit.
Because like people at the grow store used to come in and say, I put mine on top of my fridge.
Yeah,
Because
I
on top of
do
the
that.
fridge
put
gets a little
my
warm.
seeds on top of my satellite receiver or my Bell fucking TV receiver.
Yeah, my concern is if Al's putting it by the window, sometimes if a window is drafty, it can be cooler by the window.
Right.
So just if
can
you
be, yeah.
do put them by the window, just be
living room.
mindful.
My living room after about 11 o'clock in the morning becomes a hot box.
But preferably,
It's basically like a heated greenhouse. My living.
yeah, but preferably a heat mat, and they're not
I have-
expensive. You can get one. Put your seeds
What
on a
about,
heat mat.
what about a heating pad? Can you use an electric heating pad like that you'd use for
Yes,
your
put it on-
muscles?
Put it on low.
Okay.
Don't put it on high because when it's on high, it heats up past 75 degrees.
Even
Okay,
on
so
low,
as long as
you
it's
should
not
check
higher.
it. Yeah, but you should check it with a thermometer, even
Yeah.
if it's on low.
Oh,
After it's
one of
been on
those
for an
digital
hour.
ones that you can aim the digital thermometer at it so you can get like precise.
Little rule of thumb, Mary Jane, if you want to be a little safer about it, put a towel, take like a cup towel or something, and put between the heating pad and your seeds.
Wrap it in
Yeah.
a towel and then put it on top.
And then
That's
it's like a buffer too to kind of help
Yeah.
buffer the temperature.
Yeah.
But yeah, so that's the biggest thing when it comes to now starting your seeds, because you don't need to put your seeds underneath your 315. You don't need to put your seeds underneath your 400 or your 600 or your 1000 metal halide. Or
Yeah.
as far as that goes, I have Illumatex F6 Spectrum LEDs. They're awesome for fucking. They're awesome for clones and veg plants, but your little seedlings, they're kind of a little overkill because it's a lot of light for all big the plant is, and too much light will hurt them. So, especially when they're small, because you'll wonder why you're getting all these.
They are a very resilient plant to begin.
Oh no, they call it weed for a reason.
Yeah,
because it will grow. I mean, I've ripped nails out and threw them in the woods and get 1 or 2 days of rain, and that fucking root will just get if it gets down into the ground, you're fucked. You may think that plant's dead, but it's still alive, and next thing you know, boom, there's a whole
You
bunch
want to know how resilient that plant is? I can go out, take a bucket of mud from a ditch, throw a plant in it, and grow out bud.
Yep.
Right? Anybody can do it.
But I really like
that hard of a plant to grow.
But back to what MJ was saying, I do really like the T5s. I want to try induction lighting because it's really cheap to run, but I've never tried it yet. I've been reading up on it. Me and Marcel have been chatting about it for years, but I would like to try it.
But induction lighting is only really good for veg.
For veg, yes.
Right.
This time of the year be perfect because you got to run that light for at least 18 hours, right?
Yeah, that's true.
And that's another reason why plugging your 315 in or your big 4x2 fucking water. Look at amperage. Look on your lights too. Another thing to do when it comes to your lights, look at how much amperage it's pulling off when it first initially starts up, and then once it levels out. Because you'll have two different amperages with two different volts. Because you got your 110, which is what most people, or 110, 120 is what most people have in their house, which is like your wall sockets. And then you have your 220, which is like your big socket that your kitchen stove plugs into. Well, with lights, they come 110, or you can get them 240 to 277 and 347 volt, which is three phase. Once you get past 277 to 347, you're getting into three-phase power, which most people don't have to their house, because it's more for commercial, because you're drawing a lot more power. But look at that amperage on that light. Don't pay attention to the wattage. Look at that amperage. If your light's kicking up when it's kicking up, so my 1000 water, when it kicks up, it uses 9.4 amps at 110 volt. That's a lot of amperage on a 15 amp socket. So, you may have that plugged in and then plug your fan in, and all of a sudden you blow that breaker. And you wonder why you're blowing that breaker. You only got two things plugged in. Well, that's drawing a lot of amperage when it's kicking up.
Those old lights draw a lot of amperage.
Oh, they sure do. But so do a lot of your double endeds right now, right? Like I just
they draw more amperage on startup, the same as
they
your
do.
fan.
They will level out
more amperage on the startup. So a good way to look at it is if you have a generator, all right, a gas powered generator, it'll give you two ratings.
You can hear it kick in when it needs more power.
Right, but it has two ratings, and one is for starting,
and then the other one is for running.
Right. So a 3,500 watt generator that runs at 3,500 can probably do about 4,200 for extra wattage for the extra amps required to start a fan or to start a light or to start whatever. Right. So that's why generators have it set up that way, so that they can have enough amperage if something turns on.
Did somebody just growl?
No, that was the car.
I think somebody just drove by.
Yeah, it was a motorcycle or something.
Security.
But yeah, so that's what. So when it comes to lighting, there's not, it's not just as simple as going online and buying a light. There's things you got to look at when it comes to that, especially in your room. Like, you got to look at how many amps, for example, that your wall sockets in there can handle. You can't run more amps than what you have. That's how fires get started. You burn stuff down. So you got to look at that. Them T5s. Like,
that's why in your household you're limited to how many plugs you can have on one circuit breaker.
Mm-hmm. But them T5 lights, they burn about anywhere between $7 and $11 a year.
Yeah, they're very.
That's why I like them, right?
My T5 Sun Blaster is the kit, and it's only 5 watts.
1 second.
My LED lights that I got for downstairs are 24. It's a 6 foot, 4 foot LED, and each one is 24 watts. And then my 1,000 watt is 1,000 watts.
Yeah, I know.
It's also LED, but it's a full spectrum. It's got all the pink and the blue and all that stuff.
Where'd Darcy go?
I don't know. He just up and walked away. That whole ADHD thing. Doing a show here. Is this thing on?
He up and walked away.
Must have seen us.
Fucking tennis is doing awesome if he's getting up walking away.
He was chasing the ball.
Yeah.
Go get it.
Yeah.
So, for example, I'm going to show you a couple different lights.
Okay, here's a question from Buddy Weeds. Listen up, Darcy.
Yeah.
Do you switch lights from veg to bloom to a 12-12, or do you ramp it down in increment to switch for the flower cycle? I like to ramp it down slowly so I can find the plant's trigger time.
Well, to be honest with you,
I'm going to put that up.
I usually ramp down, yes, but this crop here kind of didn't get ramped down the way I wanted it to, because I was kind of in a hurry to get my mother plants out of there before I could push them into flower, and I only had a limited amount of time to do that. So they didn't kind of get ramped down as likely as much as I wanted to. But these lights, you get them on Amazon. That was given to me. It's a Willis Grow light. It has a veg and a flower stage on it. The veg stage is blue and the flower stage is purple. It runs there's 10 watts per LED light for a total of 1,200 watts. But your input voltage is only 85 to 110 volt, but it burns at 4 amps. So that's why they tell you on the back of it, never connect more than 4 of these lights together, because you can daisy chain these kind.
And what's 4 times 4, Darcy? Quick.
16.
What's a normal breaker?
Most of them are 15s, but nowadays they're 20s and 25s and 30s in most houses now.
Yeah, it just depends on who does it.
Yeah, but most of all your new commercial construction and stuff.
Yeah.
A lot of it's 20 and 30 amp fucking breakers.
And the reason being is more and more people are getting into more and more electronics.
Yes. And some of them electronics, got to be careful with them, because if they blow on your breaker, you might blow your electronic.
Yep.
And then you have one of these. which is a big CFL. And
You have one of those. I don't.
yeah, and it's 3.3 amps. And MJ, you'll like this one. Oh, she takes off.
Keep going.
Oh, and you'll like this one because it's 6400K.
Okay.
Right?
Oh, that's cool.
And if you read them,
Oh, I've seen those. Yeah, yeah.
Does that go in a regular socket?
it goes in a bigger socket, but yes.
Oh shit.
So you know your regular bulbs that you would get for your 1,000-watt lights?
Yeah.
That's
That one.
That's
Yeah.
the end.
Hmm.
But the good thing with
Yeah,
this is
Is that a
I
push
think
lock
I've heard
one or a
this sound.
threaded one?
it's a pushy.
Threaded.
It threads in, Marcel, but if you look on oh, wait a second.
It pushes the tab in.
Yep. See how it's
Okay.
split?
Yep.
So it locks in place.
Yep.
So
Neat. What are those worth, Darcy?
that they can run you up to $200. That one was given to me because someone shut down their grow and said, take whatever you want, and the rest is going to the dumpster. But grow gear nowadays, I hate to say it, you go look on Facebook Marketplace, it's fucking flooded with grow gear and grow tent.
Yeah.
And I'm sorry to say, but people think their tents, they buy a tent for $200, they'll use it for 2 or 3 years, and they'll still sell it for $200, thinking that they're going to get $200 for it.
Well, it might be worth $200 for somebody.
Or you'll get
The kit
them
that I
buy
got-
buy
that
a
I
kit.
got- The kit that I got was almost $1,200.
Oh,
Yeah,
I know the
which
kit
is-
that I bought was a lot, and then God love somebody here, they gave me 2 tents, so, and I used them faithfully. So
But some people have gone out and bought those kits and never been able to grow and just turn around and get rid of the kit.
Yeah.
mhm. But although Lenny,
I'm almost there.
that's actually kind of crazy. I just used that ballast and light to finish my crop.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, and actually, I'll go grab a bud and show you.
We need some I'm gonna go get something and show you music.
Yeah. Yeah. Do, 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 do.
Come on in, Darth.
I'm coming. Right here.
We're playing rolling
What the
music.
hell happened here? Oh, okay. There we are. Okay, let me make you
Nice.
big.
Darcy? Wow.
Look at all the leaf.
Oh, there you go.
There's a lot of leaf on there, man.
There's not a lot of leaf on there, Marcel. One,
There's a
two.
whole bunch of leaves on there that wouldn't be on mine if it was drying.
Watch. There you go. There's what you got for leaf.
Yeah, they'd be going. They'd be on their own little drying rack, drying away.
I wish you could smell this. It's fucking so intoxicating.
What is it? What strain?
Blueberry octane, which is blueberry cookies crossed with jet fuel gelato. I really like on them jet fuel gelato crosses, man. That jet fuel gelato puts that fucking funk into them. That gassy funk, Lenny. I just
Yeah.
love that gassy. It's almost like smelling the can of spray paint.
Diesel.
It's just, I don't know. I know I didn't have spray paint as a kid, Marcel.
Uh-oh.
Well, I
It's
don't
getting
know.
hot. Getting cold.
So,
You ready for WrestleMania, Darcy?
oh, I sure am. Actually,
SmackDown's on now.
I know. I got it in front of me.
So
I
are
don't
you
know.
done, Darth?
What's that?
Are you done?
Yeah, Marcel, you can gab now.
No, I'm going to put on a song. When we come back, we're going to listen to what Marcel has to say.
Cool. Well, I'm going to.
I'm worried.
Why?
Little yard by the zinc fence for you. Steam rising from the Sunday pot. You're laughing with your head thrown back. Bare feet dancing when the stew get hot. Rain drip through the whole tin roof, but we still share the same dry spot. You say life rough like the riverbed. I say hold me, that's all we got now. No worries, my empress, dry your eyes. Don't stress, storms come, they pass by. Hold my hand, we get high. No worries, my empress, heart strong. We stay blessed when the night feels too long. You're still my morning song, yeah. You're still my morning song. Bus late and the rent come due. Shop book full and the work runs slow, but you still plan time in a painted car. Say watch this little garden grow. Neighbors talk about big, big plans. We just sharing one plate, one bed, but you kiss my brow in the black house. Say richness living in we head. I said no worries, my empress, dry your eyes. Don't stress, storms come, they pass by. Hold my hand, we get high. No worries, my empress, heart strong. We stay blessed when the night feels too long. You're still my morning song, oh. If the roof fall down, we build again. Palm to palm, we find a way. If the lights cut out, we hum till the dark feel like new day. If your tears drop deep like drum, let them beat on my bare chest. Every child that a man overcome is a jewel on his queen's neck. Black.
Oh, where'd everybody go?
I'm here.
Lenny.
Lenny
So
went
I
to
did
check on
hear
his
a dog. Lenny posted. I'm pretty. Where are we here? Maybe be slow getting back. Got to take the dog out. He's acting up. So I did hear a dog.
I didn't hear a dog.
I heard a dog. I will review the tape. It's documented.
MJ took off on us.
Speaking of reviewing the tape.
Rerolled Saturdays. Check it out. Nothing but non-stop cannabis and psychedelic programming. Find it at 420pace.ca.
Bum, 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 bum. Where's Darcy at?
I don't know. And Mary Jane left as well.
Yeah, she got cold.
Yeah.
Aw.
And then somebody turned the lights off.
Her lights out?
I don't know if you can hear it, but the wind is really whipping. Right now.
Really?
Oh yeah. When I had to take the dog out and almost blew her over.
Oh. I can't hear it.
It's hilarious going out with the dog right now because she wants to go either in the front or the back, and there's still 3 feet of snow back there. And so when she gets down on the stairs, she finds herself literally chest high in snow.
Yeah.
And she has a hard time walking around. It's actually quite funny to watch. But anyways, you have your I hear shit's blowing around in the back. Something just bounced off the greenhouse.
Oh, your house.
Yeah.
All right.
Like it's really whipping. So tell people what the difference between black market and licensed producer is.
So my post was that I put out the difference between black market and licensed producer.
Should we wait for Lenny?
If you want, I don't care.
Well, just because he's in the
You
legal
can wait
side.
for Darcy. Darcy's the one that's afraid of this. I don't know what anybody's afraid of. It's true.
It is, well, no, it is true. I do agree with my thoughts on it is black market kind of went a little fucking stupid about it
Well, yeah.
and copied boxes of Twix cereal boxes and Captain Crunch and Reese's
I'm just talking about Bud in this.
Oh, well, even some of them brands are still the same. Like you have a Lucky Charms brand like of weed, so like even some of the names went a little crazy. So,
Yeah, but that's not what the post was about.
No, I understand that.
Well, but we're talking about the post. Come on, Darcy. You just get up and walk away, and then you come back, and you have no idea where we are in the show.
You're trying to confuse me. Why are you trying to confuse me? What did I do to you? What did I do to you? Nothing. You're sitting there trying to confuse me.
Yes, continue.
Thought I wanted to wait for Lenny. I wonder if Lenny's peeing outside with his dog.
Well, his dog was acting up, so mine is as well. Either come here and lay down or fuck off. Those are your two choices, Don. Okay. She's gonna fuck off. I don't know where Mary Jane has gone.
She went to the hot tub.
Left.
She lied to me because she said she heard the hot tub calling her name. And I'm pretty sure a hot tub couldn't call a name. And I'm pretty sure if it could, she wouldn't understand it because she doesn't speak hot.
I seriously think you guys forget that we're trying to do a show here, not just hanging out.
I'm not forgetting anything. I'm waiting for Lenny to come back so we can talk about this. But since Darcy brought up that whole tirade about packaging of cannabis and products and things like that, I fully fucking agree that they shouldn't be trying to mimic what's already out there in the existing
just lost
market.
Another window. Sorry. Yep. No, it's really like it's gusting. Right. Yep. Another window just blew out, and another one's about to.
You're having a rough old go, Al.
What's that?
You're having a rough old go with that greenhouse.
Oh, I know it.
I bought a greenhouse, but mine ain't got panels. Mine's got plastic on it, thick plastic.
Dean's daughter bought the house next to them, and they had they have a greenhouse in the back behind the garage, and it's lost 5 panels this winter.
Oh wow!
I lost 3 during the windy times before the winter, and now another 2 have just popped out. But anyways, Marcel, please continue.
Continue what? What were we talking about?
We were waiting for. We're still waiting for.
We started to talk about packaging until you got on a rant about windows.
We'll talk about packaging then. Lenny's not here. That's his issue.
Darcy advertising.
There. And actually, yeah, we need to talk here offline too.
Well, you could do that anytime after a show if you fucking stayed.
Well, I just might hear for him.
Well, I think you should once in a while.
I think you should once in a while.
Yeah. Anyways, let's get back to the packaging. And the problem that I have with packaging in the black market is the ones that try to mimic what's already out on the market,
Mm-hmm.
right?
Well, because they're
Or
trying to make it look like it's legit.
or the ones that are going out and buying a whole bunch of ready-made commercial product and infusing it and selling it as their own under whatever they want.
Hmm.
Right? That's the ones that I have the problems with. If you're going to make a cannabis edible product, then you make it all and you do packaging of your own, not to mimic somebody else's.
Well, you know, when the black market started playing with edibles, they started going into the market that was already there and recreating or reusing things that are already on the market. You know, Smarties, things like that, making their own gummies, calling them the same name as a gummy bear. You know, things like that.
Right. And that's the problem that I've
Yeah.
always had with this whole industry is that.
Both sides?
What do you mean both sides?
Well, because the legal industry does it too.
Yeah. Anybody that does it. I mean, no, the legal industry, I don't know if any legal producers, manufacturers of edibles are going out and buying gummies at the bulk barn and bringing them in and infusing them with a few drops of distillate, sending them out.
Yeah, well, that the black market does do that. Yes.
No, right. What the legal market's doing is they're going out and spending
hiding shit in their ceilings.
Well, they're spending big money and going out and buying all the equipment to make that exact same.
Well, yeah, they get a break. They reverse. What do they call it? Reverse manufacture, and end up with the recipe or close to it. You know, reverse engineering, right?
Yes. Well, see, to get into edibles, Marcel will tell you it's not a cheap industry. People think it's cheaper than getting into growing flower, and I don't know if it would be. Not at startup, I don't think would it be, Marcel?
Nope. Startup growing flower way cheaper than startup for growing edible or for manufacturing edibles.
Because all that equipment and the license that you have to go through. Because aren't you regulated by CFIA too?
I think you've got to have a few different licenses. So yeah,
I know
would be involved.
There's a food. I know you got to have that food license. I thought.
Yep. Yeah. Well, you've got to have a federally inspected kitchen.
Yes, that's what I was trying to get at.
Yeah. So it has to pass federal regulations.
Which, guess what? Isn't as easy as it sounds.
Actually, for what we did at Truro,
mm-hmm.
and what we learned and how to do it at Truro, because some of us were paying attention. I'm pretty sure I could surpass any requirement from Health Canada for a kitchen.
Oh yeah. Oh yes, Marcel. Yes, definitely you could.
Only because I've been into a lot of commercial kitchens, and let's just say some are pretty disgusting. And I'm talking big manufacturers too. Remember, I used to work in that industry.
Yes.
So I've been to all the big factories that make your egg rolls and your pies and your chicken processing and shit like that. So federal inspections for a kitchen, yeah, I'm pretty sure I could surpass anything they could come up with. I'm also a firm believer if you're going to build a kitchen like that, for doing that, then you should be able to turn a fire hose on and wash the entire room out.
Yeah.
All right.
I mean, we basically could do that in our lab.
Yeah, soak it down with Dawn detergent, turn the hose on.
Yep. No.
That just clean all the oil out. All right, Lenny's not coming back. Let's talk about what I posted that Al is in a big panic about. I gotta go back and find it. I just had it. All right. The difference between the black market and licensed producers in the packaging room. In the black market, the worker would say, "This bag has mold in it." And the boss would say, "Okay, don't use that. We'll have a chat with the grower." Done. In the licensed producer world, the worker says, "This bag has mold in it." The boss says, "So use it anyway." The worker says, "I can see mold in it." The boss says, "Yes, but it's been irradiated, so it's dead mold." The worker will say, "But it's still mold." And the boss will say, "It doesn't matter. It's deemed safe by Health Canada, so package it." Now, the part that I did leave out is when in the black market, when you have a chat with the grower, it usually fixes the problem that never happens again. In the licensed producer world, every batch you could get could have mold in it, but it's safe because it was irradiated. It's still mold, and it still tastes like mold, still smells like mold, but it's safe. As Health Canada said it is. You really trust licensed producer weed? Al muted himself, so we don't know what he's saying.
I was yelling at the dog. She was clicking.
I'm gonna say no comment on that just because I have knowledge on both sides of the industry and seen things. So, but I agree with Marcel's statement. It's still mold.
But
he radiated, yes.
But before all this legal stuff, you were buying your weed for your whole lifetime from a guy down the road that you hardly knew named Jim. And you don't know what he put in it, where he got it, how he grew it, but you liked it, so you bought it anyways. Nobody gave a shit until they started talking about this irradiation stuff.
Right. But at that time, if you went down the road and you bought from Jim down the road and you brought home the bag and there was mold in it, you go back and visit Jim.
Right.
And you would fix the problem that Jim doesn't sell moldy weed again.
Right.
Right? One way or another. Well, licensed producers, you can't do that. You can open up the can and see that it's got mold in it. Oh, well, here, we'll just send you another can. All right?
Give you a gift
bag or whatever. But it still doesn't fix the issue.
Every time I've had an issue with product, and that's usually been cartridges, okay, either leaking or being a quarter light, like a quarter was missing in it, that kind of thing. And I've got nothing from the legal provider, and the store will usually say contact the person who made it.
Yeah.
Right. They won't say, "Oh, okay, I'll take it," because they can return them. But it's a heavy process for a small store to be returning stuff that customers don't like. So they just automatically solicit them right to the company that's provided it. I don't like that.
But they're provided it through OCS. So wouldn't you have to go after OCS?
That's what I'm getting at. Yeah. So,
right?
But
or
if you go to
Walmart,
if you go to Walmart and buy a product that Walmart brings into their store, but it's not their product, they'll give you a refund.
Right.
Automatically.
Yeah.
But not the legal store. I don't like this product. I'd like a refund, please. You have to contact.
Will the liquor store do that?
Yes. Pretty sure.
Really?
Yep. bottle of wine, a bad bottle of wine, take it back to the liquor store and they'll replace it.
I bought an ounce of cannabis from the liquor store. It wasn't heat sealed like it should have been. The whole batch wasn't heat sealed. And I took it back and we went through the batch and found out that none of them were heat sealed. And she asked me if I still wanted to buy a bag. Because technically, by law, he wasn't allowed to sell me that. Because it's not heat sealed, it's supposed to be sealed, right? It wasn't a sealed package. When I took it back, she did give me my money back.
That's wild.
Yeah,
Big
the whole batch, the whole 50 ounces that they had of that strain of that particular product from that particular company was not sealed.
I've had a few bags where they were sealed, but they had no zip thingy, right? Like that, the whole strip had been removed, but it was sealed.
Yeah, no, these ones just had excise stamps over them. They weren't sealed.
Mm.
And technically, you could open the other side of the bag, opposite of the excise stamp. You could take product out of it, and people would not know the difference.
Woo!
And I can already picture it. Somebody sitting in a little room with all these bags and pressing down the sealer and waiting for it to go off and not know that the band on the sealer burned out a week ago. But the
Yeah.
light's still going on and off.
That's right, buddy. It's the players. It's not the market itself. It's the players in it.
That's right.
Yeah, well, when you get bankers into an industry that they don't understand, this is what you end up with. I've said it since day one. I said it since day one. Yes, there's people in this industry that grow solid flower. There really is.
There's people that are not in the industry that do the same.
Oh,
that have been growing for years and years and selling for years.
I would say that there's a lot more outside the industry than there is inside the industry of people that know how to grow.
Well, considering most of the best growers in the world are not in the industry.
Yeah, exactly. Because a few really good growers went to the legal side. A lot of them have left. A few of them stayed. I don't know how many of them stayed. Kind of lost track of them.
I know a few of them that are still there, and I know a few of them that have left.
There are some that were in the indigenous industry that went into the legal market that are now back in the industry. So,
See, why do you get that?
Um,
In all honesty, it shouldn't even be on the controlled drug schedule to begin with. There shouldn't be a big licensed producer legal market. There should be medical pharmaceutical research into using the plant in a whole plant extract formula. And free to grow and use as you want. And the novelty will wear off. Like I said, it would. It's already wearing off in the cannabis industry. So they just keep pumping higher THC volumes.
Which is stupid because all you're doing is getting a headache.
Yeah, but then it's not putting much of a decrease into the opioid market.
It's not, no. Unfortunately, Marcel, it's not. But I think that's designed that way, though.
Yeah.
Gotta keep.
Yeah, hide that so Lenny doesn't see it.
What's that?
Oh, hi, Lenny.
What, that post?
That post.
This post.
I'm making him paranoid, that's all.
Buddy thinks that farm to table market is the program that the market should support.
But it's true.
Yeah.
What do you think about that?
Well, what do you mean about support? I don't understand what you're asking him what he wants.
That that anybody should be able to grow it and sell it at their leisure and not have to go through licensed producers.
I think there should be a way for you should be able to sell it, yeah. But I think
Yep.
you have to be registered and pass all the testing, yeah.
Why? Testing for what?
It's Health Canada as a government. There's a horrible lawsuit. You just can't put everything untested.
Why not?
But-
We've been untesting weed since we were fucking teenagers,
Yeah, and it was also technically illegal at the time.
but we were still doing it.
Didn't say it was not just saying it, but when you're starting to do it in a public, legally regulated world, you have to have at least some sort of proof that's been tested. But I'm just telling that's just reality of government, right?
The reason we're
I
having
could
this
drive a
con-
car, but I need a license to drive the car.
The reason we're talking about this is because
I know,
we're
but I'm
talking
just
about
telling
the
that-
black market versus the legal market.
No, but you are in a regulated society. I can drive a car physically, but I need to do the test and pay that fucking fee every whatever to do it.
I suppose, Lenny, it's kind of the same idea as like a big brewery compared to a craft brewery. The craft brewery still has to pass the same, go
It
through
has
the
to be
same-
licensed.
Yeah, he still doesn't-
that's all I mean, but
Yeah, doesn't he have to still go through the same?
I'm assuming
like,
I don't know much
steps?
about the alcohol industry, but
Right.
No, I understand, but
But-
like,
Okay. So carrots
but at the
are a
same
good
at the same
example.
time,
No.
at the same time, no, but everyone can grow 4 plants, and you can get your own grow license.
But wait, let's use carrots as an example. If I want to have a little garden in my backyard, I can grow as many carrots as I want. If I have excess carrots, I can take them down to the local farmer's market and sell them from a table in the farmer's market.
I actually have no idea
If-
how that world works.
If I want to grow a large crop of carrots to sell, then I have to be licensed as a commercial farm to do that.
Is that how it works? I have no world.
That's exactly how it works. Any small home gardener can take their product down to the local food market or farmers market or whatever, flea markets, and sell their own products.
Well, yeah, you can put
That's-
out baskets on your lawn of stuff you've grown in your own garden to sell.
the
Well, I
only
never
difference,
Exactly.
the only
You don't
difference
need licenses. You don't have inspections.
No, but the
Yeah,
only
but these-
difference is
these,
you can
these
do
are
that.
technically regulated products. In the
You
end.
can do that with produce, but you can't do that with meat and like poultry, meat, beef, pork.
Because
them
it's processed. You
all
have
of-
anything non-processed you can sell on your property.
Yeah, well, all the ones at the market, they all have their little fucking sticker there that says
Yeah.
they've been inspected for the year by CFIA, and now you can sell your
That's-
beef at the market.
That's your meat. Yes. Meat kind of falls under a little different category because it's got to go through a lot of processing before it's made for sale. So it ends
No,
up
that's what
going
they
through
all.
a few
That's what
different
they all
hands.
are. So
Yeah.
but I
But
do
if
think
somebody
people-
grows an extra pound of pot that they don't need, then they should be able to set up a little farm stand at the end of their driveway and make it for sale.
they can't do it
Correct.
to back. I'm just saying it's a regulated product. They'll never do it.
Right. That's the problem is that it shouldn't be regulated.
I
It's
think it
never
should be.
killed. It's never killed a single person in the entire history of existence. Yet it's the most dangerous substance in the world. Only to
It's not the
somebody's
most dangerous
pocket.
substance in the world.
That's the way
But-
they treat it. And it is really because for some of them, it is the most dangerous substance in the world because it affects their bottom line. Remember, everything always comes back to the dollar.
Oh,
here.
it's always about money. As I say,
Right.
the hypocrisy in alcohol drives me nuts.
Exactly.
But at the same
Yeah.
time, you can't do your own home brew at home and go down to the the farmer's market and sell the alcohol either.
No, you can't.
Like that's all I'm saying. It's just there is some.
Well, you kind of
But
could.
you can invite
But-
friends over and
But again,
allow them
alcohol is
try it.
regulated. If alcohol wasn't regulated,
Yeah,
then that would easily be done. But I'm saying alcohol kills people.
no, it does.
Cannabis has never killed anybody. Fucking cannabis keeps people alive. It keeps people from killing people.
Yeah, but cannabis may not kill you, but it can also make some people. There's a lot of people I see that don't do so well in cannabis. It can worsen anxiety. Like I'm not saying it's going to
Yeah,
kill you.
no, I agree. Yep.
Like
Yeah.
it's just nice.
But it's a matter of
That's-
choice. If
that's
it
about
if
the
it gives
strain,
you
though. That's
anxiety,
not about the
don't
one
use it.
plant. That's about the
Right?
strain
No,
that you
well,
use.
no, and that's why it is available and it's freedom of choice. But again, I think there is some sort of like it's not inert, I guess is my best word to say. it.
Inert.
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 Let's all say
I mean,
that word again.
But I also see things that are sold at gas stations that I don't think should be sold at gas stations either. Don't ask me to name one right now, but I've seen them.
I'll name all kinds of them. Things like 5-hour energy and energy drinks.
Yeah.
Look how much they're killing people. But they're legal and not regulated, and you can buy them anywhere.
Not to sound gross here, but I'm having some GI issues. I do have to leave here.
That guy poopy.
Have a nice poop.
Yeah,
With some probiotics in the Lenny.
it's not a nice one. All right, see, I start to be disgusting. Bye.
On that note,
Go on.
Big plan,
He's gone to
grind the
go poop.
band, you win? Yeah. That line had me grinning. Stick a floor, cheap stage. We can rattle every rib cage. Click sticks, count 4, kick the door off the door. Wanna join my grinder band? Hey! Sweat on the walls, got funk on demand. You take the groove, I'll take the stand. Side by side, loud and unplanned. Wanna join my grinder band? Oh! Cheer in the back of a borrowed van. You hit record, I'll raise my hand. Side by side with a grinder band. You want that bass?
Low ground,
I ride the times.
let them howl, you shout the hook.
I shout it back. We trade lines over that crack, snap, smack. Tiny room, big sound.
Neighbors pounding from the next compound.
But when that pocket locks in, we just laugh and start again. You say drums,
I say done,
you say funk,
I say crank it right.
you say do it.
I say I'm in the band already.
Count it off,
Keep it rough,
keep it sweaty.
keep it steady.
Wanna join my grind band? Hey. Sweat on the walls, got funk on demand. You take the groove, I take the stand. Side by side, loud and unplanned. Wanna join my grind band? Oh, here in the back of a borrowed van. You hit record, I'll raise my hand. Side by side with a grinder band.
I like that one.
yeah, sorry. I did that a while ago.
Yep, I like it.
hadn't played it yet. So we're at the end of yet another show.
I'm going to enjoy Killer Bee tomorrow.
Cool.
Tomorrow, coward.
Boy, I'm going to save it for my birthday. Why would I smoke it now?
I'm gonna go eat my supper. Maybe.
You
Oh,
know,
good.
Monday is 420.
Yeah,
Which-
everybody on the East Coast, if you're in Kerr or Cole Harbor, stop in to the Flower Barn.
There you go.
Lots of free giveaways and free food, and DJ IV is playing down in Cole Harbor.
They're doing stuff at My Cannabis here in town as well. Not, I think, just specials and stuff. But so Monday being 420, and using that as our birthday makes when we come back next week, we will be into season 20.
Thank you, buddy.
And it's Darcy's birthday tomorrow.
I only care about Darcy's birthday, not that it's going to be 20 years of 420.
I'm
Well,
gonna be
but it's Darcy's birthday.
43. I can't believe I made it 43 years around that fucking sun.
There's holidays.
Happy holidays.
There's holidays. So what are you gonna do for your birthday, Darcy?
I don't know. I'm just
Killer
gonna-
bee. I'm gonna smoke a killer bee.
well, that's tomorrow night, but I'm just gonna, I don't know. I'm gonna wing
Go
it.
sit right down, please.
I like to go fishing, but I like to just gonna wing it tomorrow. See how things go.
That's supposed to be nice.
It is supposed to be nice, so that's why I was thinking that.
Again. Cool.
So, but yeah,
Yeah,
What are you doing for 420, Al?
but we already had this conversation, Marcel.
You're gonna sit home and smoke weed. No, you're gonna go sit home and not smoke weed.
Probably, yes.
Right. I'm going to work.
Yeah, Marcel. Yeah, I'm gonna
I
work.
might do some mushrooms. So, what is the deal with 419? Supposedly, it's associated with psychedelics, and doing psychedelics, getting on a bike, and going for a bike ride.
Never heard of it.
I'm gonna
Not gonna try it, but never heard of it.
I'm gonna look into that for next year. Next show we do.
Psychedelic, yeah, man. I just did 2 hits of acid, and I'm going for a bike ride. See you tomorrow.
Marcel.
I've been there, done that. I did the bike-thon in Toronto on acid one year.
We may have done that in the past with canoes and rivers at night.
Yes. This is softer landing.
Yeah, way more fun in the dark in a canoe.
Say goodnight, guys.
Good night, guys.
Yeah, all right. Good night, guys. And happy 420 if you celebrate it.
Happy 420 if you celebrate it.
Yeah.
Or not,
Well, I mean, I don't. It's our kid's birthday. Yeah.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own, and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical.
You're watching the 420 Pace Reroll Saturday.
Mic on. Red light. Lean in. Hit live. Pull up a chair to the table. 2 mugs, 2 minds, 1 cable. Little green leaf on the label. Big brave truths on the label.
We got patients on the line from Brazil,
From the Bronx,
from the hills. Stand still, let them talk about pain, about pills, about how this plant help heal what it will.
protest,
And turn that voice loud. Stories in the smoke, information like powder, blowing cross borders every time we speak. From this small room to a global reach. People listening, people watching in their rooms. Big screen glow, little earbuds too. We pass the mic, turn courage into legacy. Patient advocacy, that's the energy. Hey! Glass jar on the desk, just a symbol. Camera on a ring light, simple. Host with the notes in a spiral. Guest with a scar and a trial.
They say I was scared, I was quiet, till one dose cut the storm, stop the riot. Now millions of hearts stay silent, just leaning in closer to the science.
Protest, and turn that voice louder. Stories in the smoke, information like powder, blowing cross borders every time we speak. From this small room to a global reach. People listening, people watching in their rooms. Big screen glow, little earbuds too. We pass the mic, turn courage into legacy. Patient advocacy, that's the energy.
From Cape Town up to Tokyo, late night shift in Ohio. There's a face on every download. There's a life in every episode.
We are not alone in this. Every share is a little risk. Every view is a little fist in the air for the ones we miss. Protest, and turn that voice louder. Stories in the smoke, information like powder, blowing cross borders every time we speak. From this small room to a global reach. People listening, people watching in their rooms. Big screen glow, little earbuds too. We pass the mic, turn courage into legacy. Patient advocacy, that's the energy.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Oh yeah, baby, that's lovely.
Good morning. It's April the 13th, and welcome to Psychedelics and Cannabis Educational News. I'm live here at paceradio.net as well as at 420pace.ca. As you notice today, I am alone. Cindy is away, and she will be for the next 2 weeks. She's headed out west to do some training, so she'll be gone doing that, and I'll still be bringing the news to you. So other than that, I've got 7 stories for you today, including the effects of feeding chicken cannabis seeds. Whoever thought? Feed chicken cannabis seeds. So we're going to learn about that before the end of the show. And other than that, I've also got an update of what's going on in Nova Scotia, where I'm going to get the show started up. Here we go. This is coming to me from CBC.ca. Headline says, Chiefs call for moratorium on Nova Scotia cannabis raids after last week's highway protest. Mi'kmaq chiefs in Nova Scotia are demanding a moratorium on RCMP raids on cannabis stores in their communities. The call comes from the Assembly of Nova Scotia Mi'kmaq chiefs, comes after First Nation communities blocked a number of provincial highways last week in protest of increased police raids in their communities in recent months. Now, First Nation leaders say they have a treaty right to sell cannabis, which the provincial government denies. The Assembly said in a release Thursday that it wants a moratorium on these raids until it has a chance to have a real nation-to-nation talk with the province. It says, despite the claims from Justice Minister Scott Armstrong and Premier Tim Houston, no one from the provincial government has reached out to the group to set up a meeting, and its requests have gone unanswered. They say, we have long offered solutions to the provincial government on how Mi'kmaq could exercise our right to self-govern and still be transparent with them on how we intend to manage the sale of cannabis in our communities. But Nova Scotia has not been open to having any conversations with the leadership. Assembly co-chair and Close Cap First Nation Chief Sidney Peters says in a statement. Now, the Justice Department said in their statement that it had just sent a new letter to the chiefs on Thursday, offering to meet and discuss the shared objective of supporting community, ensuring public safety, and respecting the law. Now, the letter addressed to the Assembly of First Nations of Nova Scotia says any discussions around enforcement should be sent to the local police. So if you guys send that to the local police, it doesn't sound like they even want to even talk to them as they've been requesting, which is not right. No, they should get together, have a talk, and go over things, make things better for everybody involved. You know, they can set things up in order so that the First Nations, they produce their own cannabis, their own products. Testing requirements can still all be met. There's no reason why they can't have their own system as everybody says, treaties. So, all right, from that, we're going to move on to our next story. This one's coming to me from Strat Canada. It's about a story here in Ontario, which I found a little bit interesting. So here we go. As I said, StratCan headline says, Ontario considering allowing cannabis stores to open 2 hours earlier. Yeah. Ontario is currently seeking public feedback on a proposal to allow cannabis stores to open as early as 7 a.m., 2 hours earlier than the current 9 a.m. allowance. I guess you can go in at 7 a.m. and really get your wake and bake, wouldn't you? Now, Ontario's Minister and Attorney General is seeking feedback on the proposal to amend provincial regulations. Now, under the current regulatory framework, the permitted hours of cannabis retail store operations in Ontario are between 9 a.m. and 11 p.m. Now, the formal change requires amendments to those provincial regulations. And the MAG, as the Attorney General, is also proposing regulations to allow cannabis delivery services to pick up products as early as 7 a.m., although the permitted delivery times would remain 9 a.m. to 11 p.m., mirroring delivery rules for alcohol retailers. Now, in a public notice, the Attorney General says the proposal would reduce regulatory burden by giving retailers greater flexibility in setting their operating hours. It would also support increased profitability by enabling stores to open 2 hours earlier each day. The agency says that it hopes such changes will, over time, help legal cannabis retailers to better compete with unlicensed illicit retailers and would create operational efficiencies for inspectors at the AGCO. Now, this consultation period is open to the public, and that comes from just started April the 9th, and you got until April the 24th to get your say in on that. Whether you want to have the stores open at 7 a.m. or if 9 o'clock is hunky dory and fine with everybody. So, alrighty, from that story, we're going to move on to the next one. I just see I closed off a story that I wasn't supposed to, so we're going to miss it, and we're going to go on to the next one. This one is coming to me from there we go. I'll get the screen back again. The headline there: psychedelics like LSD, psilocybin, and DMT may rewire the brain in the same two ways, with implications for mental health. Now, different psychedelic medicines may feel worlds apart, but inside the brain, they appear to follow the same playbook. A study published in Nature Medicine finds that 5 major psychedelics, psilocybin, LSD, mescaline, DMT, and ayahuasca, produce the same 2 core effects. They weaken communication within established brain networks while increasing communication between them. Those changes reshape how information flows through the brain and may help explain why these medicines are showing promise for conditions like depression, anxiety, and addiction, despite their different chemistries. Now, despite acting through different chemical pathways in the brain, all 5 medicines produce the same large-scale pattern of activity. This is a breakthrough in how we think about psychedelic drugs, says senior author Daniel Bazak in a press release. They mentioned that for the first time, we show there's a common denominator among medicines that we currently consider completely separate. Now, under normal conditions, the brain is organized into distinct networks that handle specific functions, from vision and movement to memory and decision making. These networks communicate with one another and remain mostly separate. Now, across all 5 connections within the networks weaken, while communication between different networks increase. In other words, the brain shifts from tightly organized, specialized activity towards a more globally connected state. In particular, the communication between increases between so-called transmodal networks, which handle abstract thinking, and unimodal networks tied to sensory and motor functions. Now, these changes were especially pronounced between systems involved in higher level thinking, such as those linked to self-reflection and decision-making, and those tied to sensory processing, including vision and touch. As those boundaries loosen, signals that are usually kept apart begin to mix. In effect, the usual separation between thinking and sensing starts to blur. That shift may help explain why psychedelic experiences often combine altered perception, emotion, and thought in unusual ways. Now, to identify that shared pattern, researchers combined brain imaging data from 11 independent studies conducted across 5 countries, bringing together more than 500 scans from 267 participants. Now, what stands out is not just the pattern itself, but how consistent it is across the medicines that were treated as functionally different. That consistency gives researchers something the field has largely lacked: a common reference point. Instead of studying each psychedelic in isolation, scientists can now compare results against a shared brain signature, making it easier to interpret findings across the studies. Wow, it just never stops what's going on with the psychedelic end of things. Just constantly, there's something, new things coming up, which is great to see all this information and knowledge that is being shared around. So, all right, got the first half of the show done. Just zip, zip, zip. That's right, getting there done quick. Other than that, you're watching Psychedelics and Cannabis Educational News, and I will be back in about 3 minutes.
We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420. Rerolled Saturdays. Check it out. Nothing but non-stop cannabis and psychedelic programming. Find it at 420pace.ca.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford accessories and more. We've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Are you looking to get your medical cannabis grow license? Limestone City Hydroponics can help patients through the process of obtaining their license to grow medical cannabis. What's that? You don't have a doctor. If you meet the medical criteria, Limestone City Hydroponics has a nurse practitioner who can assess and provide medical cannabis prescriptions. What are you waiting for? Contact Limestone City Hydroponics at limestonecityhydroponics.ca or call them at 613-548-0420.
PACE Radio is the People Advocating Cannabis Education Radio Network.
That way. I'm having an awesome day, and I'm gonna make sure it stays that way.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
And you're watching Psychedelics and Cannabis Educational News. Cindy has today off, not only today off, but she's off for the next 2 weeks, and I'll be going alone. So Here we go. I got 3 more stories to cover, and then we'll be all done. And this next story that comes to us from International Cannabis Business Conference, and headline says analysis finds that cannabis may be effective treatment for prostate cancer. According to the World Cancer Research Fund, prostate cancer is the 4th most common cancer worldwide, and it's the 2nd most common cancer in men. In the most recent year, for which statistics are available, which was 2022, there were nearly 1.5 million new cases of prostate cancer diagnosed globally in that year alone. They say the rate of new cases of prostate cancer was 120 per 100,000 men per year. The death rate was 19 per 100,000 men per year, according to the National Cancer Research Institute. Now, the institute is part of the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, a team of researchers based in South Africa and Canada, and affiliated with various academic research institutions, collaborated on an effort to examine medical cannabis use among prostate cancer patients. These findings were published in the Journal of Medical Cannabis and Cannabinoids. The researchers followed 90 patients diagnosed with prostate cancer, with the participants being placed into 3 groups: patients who relied on chemotherapy treatments, so they had no cannabis; patients who relied on cannabis therapies, they had no chemotherapy; and patients who relied on both chemo and cannabis treatments. They say the PSA PET-CT findings and patient-reported outcomes were assessed at baseline, 3 months and 6 months. Now, the longitudinal changes were analyzed using linear mixed efforts regression within group time interactions, and between group differences were tested with ANOVA, a PET-CT category. Outcomes were evaluated using multinomial logistic regression to determine adjustable odds ratios. The researchers wrote about their methodology. Now, scientific terminal differences in PSA levels were detected amongst groups. Now, both cannabis-containing regimes showed faster PSA decline, but final values were comparable across the treatments. Now, the PET-CT analysis indicated a higher likelihood of remission or tumor reduction in the combined group. Cannabis use alone or combined was associated with greater reductions in pain and improved emotional well-being compared with chemotherapy alone, while improvements in self-care and usual activity scores were also observed. The researchers found that cannabinoid therapy, whether used independently or alongside chemotherapy, was associated with improved pain control and some indicators of tumor response without evidence of harm, the researchers concluded. So we've been talking about cancer and cannabis and for years now, and maybe we've been talking about, but I think it's great to see that the science behind what we've been saying for years is starting to come out and show that basically what we've been saying all along, that cannabis can help people with cancer. And just like any other medicine, it's there's no guarantee. I look at it as no guarantee that it's gonna help everybody, but it's an option that where it can help people, and why not use it? So, as many say, should sometimes be the first line of defense. Or in that example, the use combined. If a patient wants to go that way, then why not? It says that there is improvements on the way things were done that way. So, alrighty, from that we're going to move on to the next story, and this one is coming to me from Marijuana Moment, and the headline on that says Americans support legalizing marijuana home cultivation amid concerns about pesticide-tainted products, the poll shows. Now, 3 out of 5 Americans say it should be illegal for people to grow their own cannabis plants at home, according to a new poll that also shows cannabis consumers are broadly concerned about harmful pesticides in the products they consume. And they should be. Exactly, they should be. They're coming up with this new saying, scrominating. Now, the survey, which was conducted by the Harris Poll on behalf of Royal Queen Seeds, found that 61% of U.S. adults back legalizing cannabis home cultivation, which the company points out is greater than 43% of Americans who say they have consumed cannabis, showing that support for the freedom extends beyond those who want to exercise it for themselves. Now, at the same time, however, 72% of consumers are very concerned about pesticides in the cannabis products, while 65% say that media coverage on tainted cannabis has made them more likely to want to grow their own instead of buying it. The poll also found that 2/3 of cannabis consumers would choose cannabis grown without pesticides, even if it had lower THC than products that did use agrochemicals. Yeah, I'd be on that list. I'd take lower THC over taking high THC with chemicals. I'll spray it all over it. Now, consumers today are more informed and more intentional about what they put into their bodies, says the president of Royal Queen Seeds in a press release. Blindly buying products just because of a high THC percentage is a fading trend. People want cannabis that they can trust, and many are turning to home cultivation to take control over quality and safety. Now, other findings of the poll include more than 3 in 4 cannabis consumers say they prefer the high of cannabis over the buzz of alcohol. 39% of Americans and 68% of cannabis users would be more impressed if someone brought homegrown cannabis to a dinner party than a bottle of expensive wine. Hey, there you go. Now, 80% of cannabis consumers say that their use of cannabis was a broader wellness connection to their habits. So there you go, medicinal purposes, wellness. Good stuff. All righty. And yeah, growing, if you can grow your own cannabis at home, if you've got a spot to do that, do it. I would. Well, I do. So yeah, there's so much better, working with the plants. There's a learning curve. There'll be stressful times as well, but in the end, you can produce here in Canada. We're allowed 4 cannabis plants, and if you can grow somewhere between 4 and 8 pounds with those 4 plants, then you should be able to grow enough cannabis for yourself. But I have seen the other side of it too. I've seen failures. So, as I said, there's those learning curves, right? So, all right, on to my last story of the day. Now, this one may seem a little bit strange. This is what I was talking about earlier about chickens. Okay. It might seem strange to you, but I have seen the proof. Okay, and it's available for everybody to see. Okay, I'll get into that after the story. There we go. Headline on this next story, which is coming to us from the International Cannabis Business Conference, says study finds cannabis seeds has potential as poultry feed. That's right. If the results of a recent study conducted by researchers based in Morocco are any indication, the emerging global cannabis industry could tap into that poultry feed market. The Morocco-based investigators conducting the study are affiliated with several academic institutions, and their findings were recently published in the Canadian Journal of Animal Science. This study evaluated the effects of dietary inclusion of cannabis sativa seeds on growth performance, carcass traits, blood biochemistry, and breast muscle fat acid composition in Cobb 500 broilers from day 21 to day 42, the researchers wrote. They went on to say, breast muscle fatty acid composition was significantly improved That's right, improved. Under the present experimental conditions, cannabis seeds inclusion altered lipid metabolism and improved the fatty acid profile of broiler meat without marked adverse effects on growth performance, confirming its potential as a functional feed ingredient in poultry production, the researchers concluded. Now, the effort in Morocco is not necessarily the first of its kind. Researchers affiliated with various academic institutions in Thailand previously conducted a separate study in which they examined the effects of adding cannabis sativa residues to the feed of broiler chickens. The specific focus of that research was to see if adding cannabis to feed impacted the growth and meat characteristics of broiler chickens. And the researchers in Thailand determined the results showed with that while cannabis residue supplementation did not improve growth performance, it improved meat quality by reducing fat content and enhancing the flavors through evaluated free amino acid levels, thereby increasing the overall nutritional value of the meats. Can I say? Right there. Increases the value of the meat. Meat's better for you. And as I said, there's actually, this has been known for quite a while, but it takes time, right? Get these research done. But take a look on in YouTube and look for a video called Reefer Roasters. Back in the 90s, 90s. Okay, so like 35 years ago, when you get it to where this date, I think it was like 94. A fella got some people together and they fed chickens with hemp seed. And that's what they ate. The chickens, you can see in the video, the chickens go nuts. They just love the seed. Then they took these chickens that they fed the seed to, and they entered them into a contest that was being run by the DEA. That's right. DEA, it was a union association. It's association to the DEA. And it was a barbecue, chicken barbecue. And in the end, this group of guys and people who did this, they won the contest. You can see them being presented an award. They couldn't believe, the judges couldn't believe the quality of the meat that was coming from these chickens. So what this study just does is backs up everything these guys did back in the early 90s. And as I said, check it out. Reefer Roasters, you'll find it on YouTube, as well as the program Time for Hemp. Also did a special on the Reefer Roasters, so you can check it out there as well on the Time for Hemp YouTube channel. So Reefer Roasters, check it out. All righty. Other than that, I am done for the day. That's it. Got through all the stories, other than the one that I shut off by mistake, which had to do with the rescheduling of cannabis in the States, and had to do with Roger Stone. Was he thinks that somebody is delaying the process of rescheduling on purpose. And you can check it out at Marijuana Moments, as well. It's on the Psychedelics and Cannabis Educational News Facebook page. But yeah, he thinks someone's holding it up. So, but I don't know. Who knows? I just try to keep everybody informed of what's going on down there in the U.S. because it is so important, not only to the U.S. but to the world when it comes to it's a global thing when it comes to the cannabis. There's no doubt about that because the U.S. has had the thumb on that for years, and it's time to change that. So, all right, that's it for today. I hope you found it informative and educational. Thanks go out for everybody who's tuned into the broadcast. Really appreciate it. Other than that, thanks to our sponsors, Limestone City Hydroponics.ca, the Camel Food Lifestyle Shop, as well as at ease.ca. And we'll see you Thursday morning. Other than that, don't forget to educate, and do not incarcerate.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420. We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net.
Little bag in the drawer, crinkle light late night plans. You break it up on a diner plate, sticky finger stained hands. Oh, hoodie on, same playlist, ashtray crowded like a rush hour train. You twist the paper, hung on the edge, roll all the bad days in one thin vein. Green in the filter, slow it down, pass that memory round and round. Every hit a leaf falls off my worry, foliage on the kitchen floor, blurry. Green in the filter, hold it tight, tiny ember in a quiet night. Breathing out ghosts I don't believe in, breathing in something that feels like leaving. Oh yeah. You spark it up with a shaky thumb, cheap light a faded flame. Window crack, curtain dancing, neighbors calling my name. Burn lip on the first quick drag, laughing at nothing on the screen. Stuffed out stories in the coffee cup, little roaches lined up like a budget dream. Yeah, green in the filter, slow it down, pass that memory round and round. Every hit a leaf falls off my worry, foliage on the kitchen floor, blurry. Green in the filter, hold it tight, tiny ember in a quiet night. Breathing out ghosts I don't believe in, breathing in something that feels like leaving. Cows sink, hearts sink slower. Ceiling fan tracing lazy halo. I say I'm quitting in the morning. You say you heard that line before. Green in the filter, slow it down, pass that memory round and round. Every hit a leaf falls off my worry, foliage on the kitchen floor, blurry. Green in the filter, hold it tight, tiny ember in a quiet night. Breathing out ghosts I don't believe in, breathing in something that feels like leaving.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Good evening, everyone. I'm really grateful that you're here and grateful to see you this evening. We're going to talk about integration tonight. So my name is Angela Miro. I'm the founder and owner of Altered Healing, and I also am president of the Nova Scotia Psychedelic Society. I'm so grateful to be, part of both of those things. And before we properly dive in, I just want to acknowledge that we are on the traditional, ancestral, and current territory of the Mi'kma'ki people. And I make note of that because when working in a psychedelic space, psychedelics in general, we're going to have to mute the computer as well. Psychedelics in general are often connected to so many ancestral and indigenous lineages. And it's so important that when we're working in these spaces, we have an awareness of the connection that these different plant medicines have to these different environments and these different spaces. And so it's just important for us when we're being in these spaces, when we're working with these medicines, that we are aware of these things. Oh, we get some more folks. Hi there. Come on in. So I'm very grateful that you are all here, and it's lovely to see you. So why are we here, and what do we hope to walk away with? We are going to be talking about psychedelic integration. We are going to be really looking at the process, the timeline, which can vary for numerous different reasons. We're going to be looking at challenges to integration, what can kind of block us from being able to get to that place of embodiment. We're going to look at different ways that we can be supported in the journey. So I'm going to be giving you different tools this evening that you'll be able to use, ideally to help you with landing. And I'm also going to give you a handout at the end of the evening that has a ton of journal prompts and also like creative ways to be able to become more embodied in the integration process. And so hopefully at the end of it, you will have these tools that you'll be able to just very, very simple, like daily practices to be able to work with, and we'll be able to use them together. Integration is incredibly important. And so that's kind of one of the things I'm hoping you'll leave with. If you're here, you probably already know that, and maybe you just don't really know exactly how to get to the point of feeling integrated. And so why it is important is because if we are just taking psychedelic medicines and we are not actually integrating the experiences, we're just not really getting the full benefit of being in the actual medicine space. And so what happens is we have an experience, and then if we don't integrate from it, we're not getting the full impact. So it can be far more beneficial, and we can have a much better experience after if we learn different tools that can help us integrate. And so it's really about not overlooking this as such an important thing. So what is integration? It literally is derived from a Latin word, which actually means to make whole or complete. And so what we are hoping is that we have an experience, and then we can get to a place of feeling whole or complete after the medicine session. We're going to go through the timeline. It can be very varied. And although I'm going to be talking specifically about psychedelic medicine integration, when we're talking about integration, I'd love for you also to consider all the ways we need to integrate experiences from our lives and what that can look like, what it can, kind of feel like. Integration is something that takes time with everything. So for example, you have a big loss in your life. Maybe you're grieving. Maybe you get diagnosed with a chronic illness. Maybe you've moved. Maybe you're, the amount of life changes that can come towards us are very vast. And unfortunately, we live in a capitalist hellscape a little bit. And the whole thing is what that timeline is based on what gets us back to work, not what is natural and what we actually need. So for example, if you were to have a major loss, like how long do you think it takes to like grieve a major loss? Like someone dies in your life, how long do like the experts say it should take to like properly grieve? What's the guess? Months, okay? They say it take 2 years of like properly, whatever that looks like, but like grieving a loss. So that means being with the experience, noticing what comes up, feeling it, moving through it. I don't know anyone who's been able to have the luxury of taking 2 years to grieve a loss. And so often what happens, for example, when we take the death of someone, within 3 days, we have to bury them. And then within like a week, if we're lucky, that's like as much time as you might get off, and then you're back to work. That is just not a natural timeline. That is just again, a capitalist timeline of what works for them. So when we're thinking about integration, when we're looking at timelines, we are also thinking about, okay, what makes sense for us as an individual, not what makes sense to like the world around us. And so sometimes it's important to really notice like what we're thinking. And the goal of integration is that we are landing in a new version of ourselves. We are trying to make whole or complete this new version. How long is that going to take? It's not going to take months. It could take years. And so it's about recognizing that it's the same if we experience a very big anything in our lives. Thinking that we can just land back within days or weeks is kind of unrealistic. And so it's more about figuring out like what's a natural timeline for us that doesn't really have to do with like what the outside world is telling us. And so it's about noticing this for ourselves. So although I have this for the integration journey, it's not linear. I know it's a line. It's actually not a linear experience, although I'm demonstrating it in this way. It is something that is going to be ongoing. And this whole thing from experience to embodiment can take years. And if you notice, we have experience, we have insight, and I'm going to go into all of these. But at no point on this does it say take more medicine. So when we're trying to integrate, we are trying to do that with numerous different tools, numerous different things that can help us to land. And then ideally, the last thing we would do is go back to the medicine space. Sometimes we'll move through these things and we'll get a really good insight. We'll sit with it, we'll reflect, we'll take action, we will embody that piece. And then all of a sudden, like, oh, I have new insights, I have new reflections, I have to take actions, I've embodied that piece. There might be times where you feel like I really have to return to that space to get more understanding. But when we're trying to integrate really big things, we don't need to just hop on and do more psychedelics, because what happens is we might think like, okay, this will help give the clarity. This is going to help me to land. However, the downside is that what might happen is you get into that space and then you get in touch with something else that's really big. And now you have two really big things you need to integrate, and you don't know how to do that. And so with this, we're going to be talking about different things that help you to land. And then it's later figuring out if you feel like you want to return to the medicine space, that's great. But this is really about how can we do this with the tools that I'm going to kind of talk to you about, and then later you can return to that medicine space if you feel like that you need it. All of this is really about our own personal growth, and we have to do that by landing in this realm, which is difficult. And so that's why that can take time. And so I'm going to go into the timelines for each of these. When we talk about experience, we're talking about the actual medicine experience. The insights are the things that just kind of come to us immediately. The reflection are things that we actually sit with after the action or the changes we want to make. And then the embodiment is when we've actually landed with kind of all of it, and we've been able to do that intentionally. So as I said, the experience can be very varied, and it depends on so many different things. The actual medicine experience can be minutes, it can be days. Say you take some DMT, all of a sudden you meet the aliens and then you're back here within minutes. Maybe you take iboga and you're just gone for days at a time. Both of those very big changes, big experiences will take a long time to come back to, even if you're actually only in the space for a short amount of time. So depending on what type of medicine you took will impact the experience that you have. What were your intentions going in? So if you have intentions of like, for example, you go in being like, these medicines can't teach me anything at all, I know everything. It's like, that's going to be a doozy. You're going to go to a terrible place probably. It's going to be very intense. And that's going to be harder to integrate from because of what came up. What support did you have? What support did you have in the lead up? What support did you have during the medicine session? And now what support do you have after? So often things that are traumatic and difficult, it's because we experienced something that was difficult, but then where was everyone? we're alone in it after. And so it's like something happens and we don't feel like we can go to people for support. That often is the impact. That can be very traumatic. And then you go into a medicine space and you're unsupported, that trauma comes back up. And so instead of having a witness or someone that you can share it with, you're actually more overwhelmed because you haven't had anyone to help you in it. And so then also, what trauma are you holding? So the experience can be very vast and the integration from it can be difficult or overwhelming later. But it's also looking at like, what are you holding in your body? Sometimes we don't know until we enter the space. I've worked with people where it's like they've got in touch with trauma that they just weren't even aware was in their body. And so then integrating from that can take longer because now their view of what they thought their life experience was has changed. And so the experience, the actual medicine experience, again, so vast and so wide ranging. And these things also impact it. There's numerous different aspects that can really impact the medicine experience. But when it comes to integration, these are things that can make the integration also a little bit bumpy. And so it's also recommended that when we're kind of in this experiential space, we're trying just to be in it. Ideally, we're trying to kind of notice what comes up, be with the experience, and not try to figure it out. Often when we're in the experience, it's like, oh my God, this is such a great thing. Okay, I'm gonna have to do this, I'm gonna have to do this. It's like, no, right now you just have to be in it. And then we'll try to make sense of it later. There can be some integration during the actual session when you're like, ooh, this is great, I want to follow it. But we also don't have to do anything right that moment. And that's why this kind of timeline of why it's like the third, fourth thing we do is actually action. Because at first we need to just make sense of all the things that have come up and try to land with them. Yeah, so the timing of these could be different.
Sorry, I can't turn that on.
That's okay. And also when it comes to the experience, I don't necessarily believe, hi there, come on in. No problem. So when it comes to an experience, some people might feel like they've had like a bad trip. Those are 100% real. People can have very difficult experiences, and having a difficult experience can also take longer to integrate, but it's more about noticing later. It's like, what made it bad? Sometimes it's like, I just remember when I was younger, people would just take a bunch of mushrooms and then like go to parties and not realizing the setting and all, like we just weren't intentional with the experience. You'd be with people, all of a sudden you're sensitive, you realize someone's got a bad vibe, and then that comes into the experience and that kind of can taint things. But when we're having a difficult experience, it then makes it more difficult to integrate because we just think, oh God, I've seen the bowels of hell. I've seen all things that are terrible. Why would I want to come back to this space? Like, people are awful. And so it's about noticing, like, how can we recognize this can be true and we can still make sense of it and move forward in that space. So insight. Having this insight space can be during the journey and the days that follow. This is kind of those aha moments, that like clarity that happens within the psychedelic space. I remember once in a journey, I saw like, it was like I've described before, like the Windows 95 like background that had like the green grass and the blue sky, and it was like clear and beautiful. And all that was in there was like this one small little filing cabinet. And I was like, all of the information of the universe was in this very tiny like little filing cabinet. And I felt like if anyone asked me anything, I could just go, here it is. I don't know what the answers were, but they felt like they were just there and I could grasp them. And that's the only time that's ever happened. But it's like, then we come back here and the insights we had, it's like, okay, they were so clear and it made so much sense. And then it can be difficult to like land now. And so sometimes it is just about noticing, like that insight phase is usually in the journey or in like those immediate time that follows. And sometimes they can be a little delayed, or they can be hidden. You might have a dream and all of a sudden they pop up, or you might notice like, oh, that clarity that I connected to, it's like all of a sudden it hits you. It's like, okay, I can see that again. But it's usually especially in the actual medicine journey. And it's that space where we really want to be sitting with, like, what is it that's coming up? What feels alive? What are these insights? And we use that as information, not to necessarily make any changes right away, but to notice like, okay, that clarity I felt, what was it? And it's like, it's really interesting because the medicine space is not of this like physical realm. It's a very feeling, imaginative space. And so that's why we have this clarity, and then we come back here and it feels foggy. And so ideally this process will help make these things feel a little bit less foggy and we're able to land in them. So after we have the insights, the next is kind of reflection. So this can be days, months, years. It might continue to come up for us. After we have those initial insights, we really sit with things in a very conscientious way. It's these shifts that can happen. It can be ongoing. It can be something that we're really sitting with. So we get the insight. For example, it's like something comes to us and it's like, oh my God, that was so clear. But then we actually sit with it. So sometimes what happens, and again, why people feel like they just need to return to the medicine space, is they get these really beautiful insights and then they come back and the insights disappear. It's like everything that felt so clear and made so much sense, it's not clear anymore. So they're like, I need to go back to that space to connect to the insights. But then we're not landing with them. We're not actually sitting with them. We're not noticing, like, what was it that made it so powerful? What was it that really made it feel like, that it was so important? And how do we then land with it? And so that's what this reflection stage is. It's really about noticing, how can we sit back and observe these changes, observe these insights, and then start to notice the changes within ourselves. So after a big medicine experience, we'll be able to just kind of reflect and notice, like, oh, things are shifting. I'm feeling differently. But if we don't have the reflection time to really note and be conscientious of the changes either we're making or we'd like to make, we just feel like we've lost all the insights, which isn't true. They're just feeling differently, because when we're in this, like, almost like a dream space, then we come back to this physical realm. It can be very difficult to kind of grasp onto. You may notice that, like, in this time you have more self-awareness, because we're able, like, to make the insights become a little bit more real. We want to observe these changes. Again, we're becoming more reflective. We're really trying to just notice the insights, sit with the medicine experience, and just be with whatever it is that has come up. And so it's during this time, it can be really beneficial to just notice what it is that has arisen. So after all these changes, after all these experiences, insights, and reflections, we might want to take action. We might feel like we really want to make some big changes. This can be immediately after a session. This can be days, weeks, months. It is not recommended that we make big changes right away. In the same way, when you experience a large loss, they recommend, like, just don't go changing everything right away. That can be really tricky, because sometimes we can have something happen, but, like, say you're in Peru and you have a great ayahuasca experience, you're like, I'm going to move to Peru. It's like, don't move to Peru right now. It's like, we need to actually sit with these things. It's like, no, the medicine told me I should move to Peru. It's like, yes, but is that feasible right now? Does that make sense? Why does it have to happen right this minute? And it's about noticing that sometimes we feel like we just have to take action, because we want to connect so deeply to the feeling that we had in the medicine space, and we feel like just taking action is going to bring us right back to that feeling. But wherever you go, there you are. It's not going to be that easy. We can have these huge, big shifts that are beautiful and wonderful, and we can feel incredibly different, but we also don't need to, like, blow up our lives right away. Different from, say, example, one of your intentions was, like, you knew, a part of you knew, like, I think I'm meant to make a move to this particular place, and I'm going to journey, I'm going to have an intention with it. You already have a plan, and this kind of, like, sets things in motion. It's different than all of a sudden something kind of hits you like a light bulb and you blow up your life. Not that there's anything wrong with that, but it's like, sometimes we just want to take a little bit of time. And so it's about noticing, like, how can we sit with these things? How can we just really notice? And if everything aligns, great. But we don't have to go into action right away. And so sometimes it's about noticing, like, after, it's like, I am going to change boundaries with people. Often the best side effect of doing medicine work is this, like, deep sense of self-compassion and empathy. And so often what happens, some of these actions just happen. They are very natural. They don't take a lot of work. It's just something that shifts within us. So for example, you notice in the session, it's like, oh, I actually don't speak very nice to myself. I have this inner voice that's like an inner critic. And so then you start to recognize that that voice just seems to be shifting. It's becoming kinder. You're becoming less judgmental of yourself. And then the ripples of that is you're also becoming less judgmental of other people. And so then those are, like, actions that have kind of just quietly happened that you haven't had to do anything about. But then you can go back and reflect. You can notice, what has shifted? Why am I feeling there? What has changed? And then you can continue to, like, land in that. Sometimes it's about really allowing ourselves to be with the experience. Sometimes it's about, like, emotional releases and connecting to that and being more emotional, changing relationships or changing the way relationships look. And so that can be connected to boundary settings, or it might just be in general. It's like, I don't really feel like I want to keep connecting with this person in this way, so I'm going to step back. And so it's just about recognizing there can be so many other actions or changes that we want to take, but it's after we're doing this. So we have the medicine experience, we have these huge, big insights. We've then reflected on them, and now we've decided, okay, there are some changes I need to make. There's some changes that are naturally happening, but there's more that I need to really sit with. And how do I make sure that they, stay very alive and very, content, like very grounded for us. And so then after we've done all this, we get to embodiment. It can take years to get here. It's like, and the whole thing is so we can have a medicine experience, we have some insights, we reflect on them, we take action, and then like I said, we've got to embodiment with one particular thing. And then we get, something happens. For example, the holidays are coming up, and is that Ram Dass quote? It's like, you think you're enlightened, then go spend a week with your family. So it's like we can feel very embodied, and then we're in a different situation or a different place. Like, oh, I'm not as embodied as I thought. Okay, here's some work I can do. Here's something else I can look at. I definitely used to think like I'd meet people like, man, they're fully healed. It's like, oh, no one's fully healed. This is an ongoing journey. It's an ongoing process. That's wonderful, but sometimes it can feel frustrating. It's like, how long is this journey going to go? Forever. It goes forever. We're always on the train. However, when we can get to a place of feeling embodied, that's really the goal. So what does it mean to be embodied? It really means we're feeling very authentic. Our behavior matches our intentions. We're able to do what we say and say what we do. We're allowing our nervous system, it can actually feel quite regulated. It doesn't mean we don't get bumps, but we're able to come back. We can feel very resilient. Things can happen and we seem to be able to like work with it. We don't seem to get bumped in the same way that we used to. It's noticing when a relationship or an interaction is maybe draining you and stepping away. It's again like the actions that we have started to take. We take them when we meet someone that no longer aligns. We can actually decide like when we want to say no, we can say no. And so embodiment is also going to look different for every single person, because feeling embodied is a genuine, authentic experience, but it's more about recognizing like, okay, it's like I am all the things I have wanted to hold, I am holding. All the things I've wanted to be, I am being. And it doesn't mean there's not more work to be done. However, it just means that we're able to be okay with where we're at. Again, two things can be true. We can want to work on ourselves and be happy where we're at. And once we reach this embodiment stage, it's not that we have to get all the way here before we do more medicine work, but it's just about recognizing once we get to this stage, something comes up, we're then feeling like, okay, it's like I'm feeling down or I'm feeling overwhelmed, and we have things that can support us. Often I'll see people where it's like they'll just continue to live in the medicine space, and we're going to talk about why that happens, and there's ways that can also be supported. But when you meet someone who's like fully embodied, it's like they often have so many different resources, so many different things that support them, not just turning to psychedelics. It's like there has to be a whole different net of things, and that's some of the stuff we're going to talk about next. Is like, what are the things we can actually use that can support us to get to this place of embodiment. So this is going to be ongoing. As I said, it can take years, and we're just going to keep moving towards that space ideally. I have no idea what time it is also.
It's 6:55.
Thank you so much. So what are challenges to integration? So there can be resistance, internal, external, recognizing like, oh, it's like I'm ready to make changes. It's like, how many changes though? It's like it can feel a lot when we come back from the medicine space. And again, we had all these insights and it felt so clear. And then we're coming back and it's like, everything's fake. This is not real. And it's like, but what am I supposed to do about it? And so that can be difficult. Resources. And when I talk about resources, there's so many different factors. Internally, what are our internal resources? So it's like, how are you able to bounce back after experiences? Are you able to kind of stay solid? How's your resiliency? Do you have outside support, your outside resources? Do you have friends, family, people you can talk to? If not, that can challenge the integration process. Excuse me. Do you have financial resources? Again, something major happens. You have a big medicine experience, or maybe there's a loss. Are you able to just take time? Do you have to return to the capitalist model? Do you have to just immediately go back to work? that's going to be a delay. That's going to slow down your process because you're not able to be with the things that are coming up. You have to be everywhere else. So then lack of support, that's another one. And often what happens is we feel like we don't have someone to talk to about these experiences. And so again, that's why we just go back to the medicine space. Like no one gets it, but this place makes me feel whole. This place makes me feel complete. So I'm going to go back there. And so again, that can be a challenge for us to actually land back here. Feeling disconnected from the insights. So again, everything felt clear, not feeling so clear. So it's like hard. It's like the waters feel muddy. We don't really know how to wade through to get to the space that we want to, or the fear of change and the feeling like the pressure to do and change everything all at once. So all of a sudden in that space, we saw all the different things that we needed to make different. And now it's like there's too much. So for example, we've got like New Year's coming up and people have to make New Year's resolutions. For the record, the New Year starts in the spring. No one starts, you don't have to start new things in the winter. Everyone's hibernating, wait till the spring and like have some lovely New Year's resolutions. You don't have to start January 1st. But what happens is people are like, okay, I'm going to stop drinking. I'm going to stop eating sugar. I'm going to go to the gym. I'm going to like, they make this long list. And then what happens is one of those things we slip on and then everything else goes out the window. And so that happens in this integration space as well. We're like, okay, so it's like, I need to change my relationship with my parents. I need to talk to my sibling about this. I need to make these boundaries. And it just feels like it's too much. And when it's too much, that pressure, again, dysregulates us and makes it difficult to land. So these things can all make it really just overwhelming to integrate. And so then we end up just either staying where we're at, but like berating ourselves for it, or just finding it much more difficult to like land in the present because we've had this big experience. We feel like a different person and we can't seem to get out of our own way. We can't seem to make these changes. And so it's like when we experience the overwhelm, when we have the lack of resources, when we have the lack of support, all of these things make it difficult. So it's about remembering if you've had challenges with integration, of course you have. It's like we don't live in a space that gives us time or that really allows us to like land very deeply. So it's just important to note these are different things that we can bump up against. And it's also about noticing like, what's your cultural framework? Do you have a really big spiritual experience that literally you feel like, changes the idea of everything you've known, and then you come back here? And we call that a spiritual emergence, when you're trying to like make sense of the material world, when you've been in the spiritual. And again, like a doctor would probably say you're into psychosis. It's like, are you, or did you just, maybe the veil was lifted a little bit? And so, but if you don't understand that frame of reference, it can just be very difficult to come back to now. So we're going to go through numerous different tools to integrate. We are holistic beings. We need holistic ways to integrate. There is not one single way. We're going to look at each and every one of these, and I'm going to give you kind of an example of each of them. Notice where you feel most drawn. Ideally, we'll have a little bit from each. However, if there's like one particular space, you're like, oh, I feel like I really need to integrate things in my body. Then it's like, figure out other somatic ways that can really help you to land. Kind of noticing these different aspects because they can just really help us. And it's also about noticing in the medicine experience, what came to you. We can use that for integration as well. At any point, for example, was there like a waterfall that like washed away all of the pain? So it's like the next time you're in the shower, you're going to close your eyes, you're going to connect to that feeling, you're going to imagine the shower doing the same thing. Did you experience like big tree roots or feel really grounded in the earth? So you're going to take a second, you're going to close your eyes, you're going to imagine roots coming out of your feet, you're going to connect to that feeling. Basically, we can bring the journey with us moving forward, and we can help it to remind us of what it was that we connected to. And so it's like having those aspects of noticing like, oh, in the journey, I felt this. How can I bring it into my everyday life? It can help us with the landing after. So somatic, we're talking about, that's the body. Mindful movement can be very beneficial. So when we say mindful, all that means is observing without judgment. That's it. That's all being mindful means. We're going to observe it without judgment. So we're going to either do yoga, we're going to dance, we're going to walk, we're going to exercise, we're going to move our bodies in a mindful way. So we're present, we're connected to breath, we're moving the body, we're being aware of it, but we're not judging it. You get an ache, you get a pain, you're like, oh, it's my knee again. It's like, no, we're going to be like, oh, that's just information. My knee is sore when I do that. I better do that less. Or maybe I need to stretch it. It's about how do we observe it? How do we not judge it? just being in the body is sometimes a great thing to do to integrate, because what happens is we're often not really in the body. I see it so many times when people come into the medicine space, often they're like, oh, I'd like to be more in my body. I want to be more in my heart. I'm always in my head. So sometimes it's jarring after a medicine session. We come back like, oh my God, I can feel my whole body. I can feel all the emotions, and it can feel like it's a lot. And so just noticing what is it like to be in your body. And sometimes people feel so connected to their body in the medicine space, and it's beautiful and lovely, and they can have all this gratitude. And then again, we return to the world and like we kind of lose that a little bit. And so it's how do we just be in the body? Sometimes we need to shake out the things that are in it. And so we notice, like, say you got in touch with trauma or something difficult and it feels like stuck, like a simple, like a simple shaking or bouncing. It's like you just literally shake it out. You can shake out your legs, move your feet. It's like you're really kind of like you can move things out of the body in a very simple way. And so it's like, it's about how do we land back into this new body? So again, we've had some big experience and the body feels different. We're landing in it in a new way. Or even just a simple body scan. And so with that, we can just do, I'm going to get y'all to just close your eyes for a minute. We're going to do just a couple minute body scan just to demonstrate how simple it is. If it feels comfortable, you can either have a soft gaze, eyes open, close. And we're just going to start with like a nice deep breath in through the nose, out through the mouth. And just bring your awareness to your feet. Just feel them on the earth. Wiggle your toes. And as you feel your feet, feel them just solid on the ground. And envision the earth is just holding your feet. And there's a relaxing energy coming from the earth. That energy just gradually moves from your feet, up your legs. It reaches your strong, supporting leg muscles that carry you through the day. Breathing in just the relaxing energy from the earth as it moves up to your low back. Gently notice your stomach as it rises and falls. Feel your lungs as they expand with air. Gently continuing to bring awareness up your chest. Allow your shoulders just to sink. Notice as the energy moves down your arms, to your hands and fingers. Bringing awareness to your neck. You can move it from side to side. If you notice it's a little tight, just gentle, bringing awareness. Relaxing the jaw, cheeks, muscles around the lips, temples, and eyes. And as the energy has moved all the way to the top of the head, just envision a beam of light connecting to the sky. And just breathing in the energy that can move all the way from your toes to the top of your head. I invite you to take another deep breath in and then sigh it out. And then open your eyes. So just doing a simple exercise like that, when we're just focusing on moving up the body, all of our thoughts are just in the body. And so it's about recognizing, like, how do we make the body feel safe? So many of us don't feel safe in the body. It's not a safe place. And so after a medicine session, we might recognize, like, oh, my body actually feels nice. In order to keep that, to integrate that feeling, we have to be in the body. We have to land in it. We have to like recognize it is a part of us. And so we do that by just simple check-ins, things like that, to be able to just do body scans or shaking and bouncing, whatever it is. If it's mindful, you're just paying attention to it. So if we want to integrate the emotional aspect of self, of the experience, it's great to treat emotions like waves. They come, they peak, they crash, they recede. They're not going to stick around forever. Often what happens after a medicine session, we might be extra emotional. I've worked with so many people who are like, I've never been like this. And like, yeah, you're like allowing that part of yourself to come alive. You're allowing yourself to feel emotions. They're not going to take over. They are going to come, they're going to go. And sometimes immediately after an experience, they feel like they're really big. They're not always going to stay that way. Take time when the emotions come up. You can journal with it. Sometimes it's also about like making a voice note or something. It's like speaking about the experience to others or to yourself if journaling doesn't work. But it's really about how do we be with this emotional piece. Art exercises. Art is such a wonderful way to integrate from psychedelic experiences. But a lot of times as grown-ups, we feel like, like, oh, I felt like a wolf. I'm going to draw a wolf. And you're like, this doesn't look anything like a wolf. It's like, we're not trying to draw the image. We're trying to draw the feeling. So the next time you want to really like express whatever it was, it's like, don't try to draw what the thing looked like. Draw what it felt like. So it's like, oh, the wolf, it was black and powerful and it took over, like took this huge thing. It's like, so that's what you draw, like big black circles or scribbles, or you connect to the emotion and you put it on paper. You ever see a kid draw a picture and you're like, what did you draw? Like, I don't know. It's like, I don't know. They're just doing, they're actually in the act of being mindful, present. They're just doing it. And like, we kind of lose that. This is a great way to reconnect. Or maybe you're really like self-conscious about drawing. Go pick up some magazines, cut them up, tape them to pages. It's like you can make an image that feels alive for you, and it doesn't have to look like, it doesn't have to be a drawing, doesn't have to be a painting, but it can be an image that captures that feeling. Or something else very simple you can do, and we'll just do it right now. You can do this at least once, maybe twice a day, or as much as you want, but you're going to check in with how you're feeling. So it's just going to start, you're just going to take a nice deep breath. You can have your eyes open or closed, whatever feels good. I recommend put your hand on your stomach or your chest. It's how we like really connect with our own body. And just internally, you're going to ask yourself, what am I feeling right now? What am I feeling right now? And just breathe with that. Note it. Breathe into it and then let it go. But that's it. We just have to do these very simple check-in. Like, what is it? How often do you check in and ask yourself how you're feeling? It's like someone be like, how are you feeling? Good. It's like, did you even check? Do you feel good? It's like, that's just what we say. But when we're checking with ourselves, what are you actually feeling? So you could do it when you wake up in the morning, you do it when you go to bed, but it's like just a very simple check-in. So again, the emotions, if you've been someone who hasn't been attached or connected to your emotions, and now all of a sudden you're feeling overwhelmed, they're going to feel like waves that are tsunamis and kind of coming and crashing over you. We can just give them space, and then it can really help us with the landing. How do we integrate the thinking piece? So again, even if we've been living in our mind a lot, it's important to kind of note, how do we make meaning from the experience? So there might be changes in our thinking pattern, and it's about noticing, how am I thinking differently? And what is it that has shifted? It's like, oh, I used to think this, went to this, and now I'm noticing it's different. And it's also about like reinforcing the positive. So again, we observing without judgment. And it's like, after medicine experiences, our brains have this wonderful neuroplasticity. We can make all these really cool changes. And so really we should be treat your brain after these experiences like a really excited toddler who's excited to learn. And what we want to do is we want to reinforce the positive. We don't want to berate it. So if you're someone who's often had a very negative inner voice, and all of a sudden it's like you're noticing like you're slipping, it's like, oh, I was just like judging myself, and stupid, I'm doing it again. It's like, no, we're observing without judgment. It's like, oh, that wasn't a very kind thought I had about myself. I wonder how I could do that differently. Or when we notice like, hey, I just went a different way. I never go that way. I always usually go to this route where I'm like judging people and I didn't do it. And we reinforce that. We're like, good job, brain. Thank you so much. Our brain loves patterns. It's like, you see it all the time. We love patterns. People, you see like the sidewalk that goes this way, and then like the path of like mud that goes this way, because everyone just takes the shortcut. Our brain takes the shortcut too, the path of least resistance. And so after this, we can make that path of least resistance the positive aspects of things instead. We're trying not to judge. Things come up, we're observing it. And so again, the insights that we had in the medicine space, we're like, oh, that made so much sense. That was so clear. And then we come back, we're like, that was stupid. I probably made that up. No, it was very real in that space. We are not going to judge it. We're going to treat it as real. How do we incorporate it maybe a little bit better? It's also about exploring neutral thinking spaces. This is something we can practice. If going to the positive feels like it's too much, then it's like, how do we go to the neutral? So instead of going to the negative, often we have like the judge, where it's like something comes up, we judge it harshly. Instead of going to the judge, let's go to the neutral. So a really great way to practice, like, what is a neutral thinking space? Think of paper towel. Just think of paper towel. Do you have to buy it? Do you have any at home? Do you have anything? Most of us don't have any emotional connection to paper towel. So it's a great way to notice it's like, I don't feel anything about paper towel. I just think of it. I can maybe picture it, and that's it. Ideally, we could live in the neutral more regularly. It would help us, because what often happens is we get a thought like, oh, I was supposed to call so-and-so. I don't know if I think they're mad at me. Are they mad at me? What was the last time with him? What did they say? And then all of a sudden we go from like the thinking to the anxious, and we're having a nervous system reaction. And so if we're trying to integrate a new way of thinking, we have to also recognize, like, we can just have thoughts. We don't have to have the emotional kind of charged aspect to it. And so a great way is like, we're just going to go to a neutral thing of space. And if maybe you have like an emotional connection to paper towel, think about something else. But it's about noticing there's things we can actually have a neutral thought to that doesn't have anything charged to it at all. And it really helps us to like come back to center and then recognize, like, okay, how can I observe things without having this emotional pull to it? And so that can really help us to kind of like land. How do we integrate the spiritual? Sometimes these medicine spaces feel so big and so impactful and so beautiful because all of a sudden we connect to oneness. We connect to like this greater cosmos. We connect to each other. And then we come back here and all we feel is disconnected. And so that can be a very big loss. So it's more about, how do we bring this into our daily life? And sometimes it's about having daily rituals. Like, I have an altar that's permanently set up. I like Palo Santo. I pull cards. It's like, I really just like try to have a little daily ritual with that every day. But also it's like, how do we connect to something greater? Is it God? Is it spirit? Is it consciousness? Is it a simulation? Either way, with all that, we're not alone. Something else is directing this. Something else is making us feel connected. So give yourself space and time to explore that. What does that feel like? What is it like to actually believe there's something bigger? Maybe it's about meditating. Maybe it's about praying and calling in. For example, if in the medicine experience, maybe there were guides, maybe there was ancestors, maybe there were actual people that came and visited you. Connect to them when you're not in that space. Write letters to them. Like, talk to them. Bring them into your everyday life so that that is something that can make you feel more connected to this part. So again, you don't feel like the only way I get this piece is if I go and take more medicine. It's like, well, maybe we got to figure out, how can we bring this into your daily life so that you're just also feeling this like really great connection to everything around us. Another wonderful, simple thing that you can do every single day is a gratitude practice. And it can be very simple. You can just list 3 things that you are grateful for. They found that it can be really beneficial for lowering blood pressure, making us feel happier. And in general, we just can feel a better sense of the world around us and ourselves in general. So we're going to do that right now. You're going to just take a second and you're just going to think about, you're just going to sit here. Again, you can put your hand on your chest, on your belly, and you're just going to think, what are 3 things you are grateful for right now in this moment? They don't have to be big. Just 3 things that you are very grateful for in this moment. That's just a simple practice you can do every single day that can help make you feel connected to something else, can make you feel something connected to something greater. And it can be as simple as like, I am grateful my legs walked me in here. It's like, it can, it doesn't have to be something big. And when we're feeling really down, it can sometimes be difficult to connect to those things. But these are all practices that if we can start doing every day, it's easier on the days when we feel overwhelmed. So how do we integrate the relational piece? So this relational and having connection can help us with integration so much. And I hear time and time again, so many times people feel like they just don't have anyone to talk to about these types of experiences. And so then they're like, well, I'll have to like find someone, or I have to move, or I have whatever it is. It's like, you can also share these experiences with people who maybe don't quite get it. And that's okay too. Sometimes they love to hear it. And I've heard so often where people are like, oh, my parents were so against this, but I keep talking to them about it. And now they're like curious, and now they're asking questions, and now they're wondering things. And it's like, it can be the same with the people in our lives. It's okay to talk about it. A relational piece means that after we have a big medicine journey, we need to talk about it. It's like we need to really get it out of our own body and out of our own mind. And psychedelic journeys are like dreams, like trying to explain a dream to someone. They're like, okay. And it's like, I saw a meme porn is great. It's like, you're in a dream. You're like, this is my dad's Walmart. It's like, it doesn't, like, dreams make no sense. It does, we don't, it does. Why did that make sense at the time? Who knows? Psychedelic medicine journeys are the same. Things in it, they might not make sense to anyone but you, but it's still okay to share that, because then your speaking about it helps kind of tease it out and gives more understanding. Find community. You've done it. You're already here. A+. But it's like meeting people who are interested in this can also help, because then you're able to share these types of experiences with people who get it. And that in itself can be really grounding. So it's like, oh, it's like I had this crazy journey and this happened. Like someone was like, that's crazy. That didn't happen to me, but I've had a very similar journey where this happened with this medicine. And it can help to make us feel much more grounded and connected. It's also deciding, like, how do you want to show up? So you've had these big experiences. What is it you want to do in relationship? And it's like, sometimes it's being able to then talk to people who are close to you, who get it, to be like, this is how I want things to be different since I've had this big experience. And that can be really helpful to have that. Sometimes it's also about just going to therapy. I've talked to so many people who are like, my therapist doesn't really get this, but they're really interested. And it's like, sometimes just talking about it is helpful. Again, we don't have to talk to only people that get it. It's also wonderful for the psychedelic community to talk to people who don't get it. You know, it's like sometimes you need to share this, you know, this like wealth of knowledge and this wisdom with other people, whether they get it or not. And also connecting to community, like the Nova Scotia Psychedelic Society, we're here to try to build community. It's one of our ethos. We really want to make sure that people are not feeling alone in their integration journey, after their medicine journeys. It's really like, how can we expand that? We'll also have, like, we're here this evening, but we also have a social just on Friday night at the Shambhala Center at 7. And so that will be in person and a way for people just to connect and to talk and just to be together in community. I believe it's harm reduction. We're having a talk on harm reduction. So again, it's like, how do we also support people that are in these like weird and wonderful spaces of psychedelics? So we've already kind of covered, just time check. I still don't know what time it is.
It's 7:19.
Okay, perfect. So we've already kind of gone through some tools today to help you integrate. So again, a body scan that helps get you into the body. And so when we're in the body, it's like we're allowing the experience to really settle within us. And so again, the somatic aspect of things, because after a medicine experience, you might just be exhausted. Sometimes what happens is people are now recognizing the weight that their body has been carrying, and they actually weren't aware of it until after this. So sometimes what comes with the compassion piece is the actual, like, just like you've put down this weight you've been carrying for your whole life, and your body just takes a lot of time to integrate it. So it's like maybe emotionally you feel great, but physically you feel awful. That's incredibly normal, but it's like, how do we make the body feel safe? And so it's about, like, again, a body scan or just being in the body. It can just be just little check-ins with how does the body feel, in the same way that we did the micro check-in for the emotions. How am I feeling right now? You could do that for all aspects. You could check in first. You could sit down and be like, okay, breathing in, do a little body scan. How does my body feel right now? Are there places where it's aching? Are there places where it's sore? How do we actually connect to the body? And then even say, it's like, okay, you're safe, you're fine, you're in the present, everything's okay. And that can help with the landing in that space as well. We did the what am I feeling right now? I recommend also doing that if you want to check in. You want to notice maybe what relationships are draining you, what ones are positive for you, which ones are negative for you. If like you're going into some kind of group experience or you're going to meet with a friend, you kind of have a hunch like, I think they drain me. It's like before you go in, you're just going to do a little check, like, how do I feel right now? I feel great. I feel full of energy. I feel like grounded. And then you leave the experience and you check, like, how am I feeling right now? You're like, oh God, I feel exhausted. I feel, you know, and it's recognizing, like, okay, so then what happened in the in-between time? And so it's like doing these little check-ins just gives us information. And so we want to like integrate from these big experiences. So we're just taking in all of this information that we can. So that micro check-in of how am I feeling is beneficial all the time. The mindful neutral awareness. So to really help us land with like our noticing our thinking patterns. So again, just connecting to the thinking mind instead of the emotional, anxious, or all the other things that can come up. We connect to this neutral. It's like, okay, I'm thinking of paper towel roll. I have nothing. There's nothing that's bringing me anywhere else. And then noticing like, okay, when my thoughts get charged, why? Where are they going? What's pulling them in that direction? And that can help us just kind of land back into where our thinking needs to be or where we'd like it to be, and just be able to kind of pay attention to it. Gratitude practice, just 3 things. You can start in the morning, do it anytime during the day, and just noticing these things that are really going to help you to feel happy and grateful for the life that you have. And then connect in community. It's so beneficial for us to do this. And again, because we live in the world we live in, it's hard sometimes to do that, to make time. But we are emotional beings, whether you're an introvert or an extrovert. We do at some point need connection with people. It can just make us feel more alive. And so, especially after having a really big experience, so whether it's psychedelic, whether it's a big loss, a move, a change, a shift, trying to connect to people in general can make us feel very, very grounded and connected to each and every one of us. So what have we learned this evening? Integration can take time. It can take years. It can take years. I'm so sorry. It can take a long time. And again, it's like we can have this moment, we can have this big medicine experience, we get some insights, we reflect on them, we take action, we embody, and then we're like, oh no, I've got another insight, I've got another. And so again, it's like, although it was a line, it's not linear. We'll kind of go back and forth. However, it's like the more time, the gentler, the more compassion we can have for ourselves, the easier it can be. And so again, instead of following like it has to be a certain amount of time, it doesn't. There's no set time. It's all made up, you guys. Everything's made up. Nothing's real. So we can take as much time as we want to be with the things so that we're actually landing with these changes we want to make. There are so many different ways to integrate. And one of the things, I have a handout that I'll give each of you, and for people online, there's be a link after this that they can look up. So it's a handout that has all kinds of journal prompts that can help you to like with asking numerous different questions. It would take a while to go through all of them. So you can just kind of take one a day or a couple, see what kind of jumps out to you. And there's also creative ways of like, one of them is like, how would you move your body if you were connecting to the feeling of the medicine session? Like things that are like, how do I just get into this different space or a different way of thinking that can really help us? And so it's like, again, the ways we can integrate is incredibly vast, and you have to notice what feels right for you. If you're like, I don't want to journal, like, great. Do you want to like talk about it? Could you like send yourself a voice note? What is it that actually feels alive for you as a way to kind of land with it? And then you can do it daily. Every single day you can do these things, but you also don't have to. We don't have to be healing every single day, but it's just there's simple practices that we can do to help us to really land. These are some resources. So MAPS has this great integration station that goes through, it has different videos, it has different resources. There's lots of different ways that you can kind of look at integration as a whole. Fireside Project, they basically have a peer support line that you can chat, you can call. It's all run by volunteers. I know a few people that work there. And basically, if you're ever just like, I need help integrating, or if you're having a difficult psychedelic experience, you can call them and they will help you and they'll kind of move through things. And then the last one is just, that's the integration handout with people in here will be just given, but for folks online, if they want it. Thank you so much. I wonder if anyone has any questions or things that they're wondering about integration or
Angela?
Yes.
That was really great.
Oh,
Well.
You're welcome.
What I'm hoping you can speak to
Yeah.
is the intention setting piece.
Mhm.
How might you suggest a person start that process to land on it? What might it sound like? And then how do you connect it to the integration?
Yeah. So for intention setting, there's a few different ways. So I like to, for example, someone says they're feeling like depressed, anxious. It's like, I don't feel like we need to bring that into the space because it's your lived experience. So it's more so it's like kind of doing the miracle question. Like imagine you woke up tomorrow and you were feeling wonderful. You know, it's like there was no anxiety, there was no depression. What are the words you would use to describe your life? It's like, I feel powerful, I feel grounded, I feel whatever. It's like, so then that's what we make the intentions about. And so it's more, it's like connect to healing, connect to grounding, connect to, it's like, again, we can kind of like bypass the difficult will probably still come up because it'll show us we have to go through it. However, it's more, it's like where we've got this wonderful neuroplasticity. So let's just get you to where you want to go. And then it's also, I think, great to like ask a question. So it's like I usually will use statements and questions. So for example, it's like, it's like, oh, I'm feeling like, why, I don't know, it's like I feel depressed all the time. And it's like, okay, so what's your block to happiness? Or it's like there's just things that you can ask, because what you're doing is you're asking yourself and you're asking the medicine. And I feel like everyone has this internal wisdom. It's like we all have it, but sometimes we just need to get out of the way to get it. And so that's kind of the way I would do it. And so then what happens when we're getting to the integration piece is like, okay, so I connected to, it's like I saw myself fully happy and empowered, but I still feel like shit. It's like, so how do I get there? And it's about like, again, the small changes. And so we come out of it, and sometimes there can be a bit of a deflation of like, oh, I thought, it's like I've actually had people who've been like super disappointed that all they connected to was like peace. So like, oh, I thought it was going to be hard. It's like, it doesn't have to be hard. But then when you come back to this life, like the physical realm, everything still feels hard. And so it's sometimes about like, again, giving yourself those like mindful moments of connecting to what that feeling was. It's like connecting to the experience of like, oh, I felt so embodied. It's like, okay, so what did embodiment feel like? What were your thoughts? What were your emotions? What was your body kind of holding in those moments? And we just bring that into the daily life. Does that feel like that answers?
Yeah, I've heard this expression that, and it was applied to breath work, not
Mhm.
psychedelics, but it was everything from your experience is connected to your intention, and then your
Mhm.
reflection is kind of bringing it all together.
Mhm.
So it sounds really
Yeah, it can. It also sometimes it's like often we'll hit the intentions and then it's almost like, oh, tick next. Like not, it's like, oh, I've kind of like, I understand this piece. And so then you can kind of like almost like wave, you can go through it in a way. And then it's like, okay, so now I want to move to like, it's almost like the intentions help open us up to our own inner wisdom. And once we've connected to it, it's like, well, where else can I go?
Thank you so much.
Yeah, you're welcome. Yeah. Anyone else? Yeah.
I just have more of a comment. I wanted to thank you for bringing neutrality
Mm.
to awareness, because I haven't really heard that so much in like integration talk, and I think it's really helped me personally. And I actually think, that's one of the most difficult parts about integration. I think is like the capitalist hellscape that you're living in, and
Yeah.
and I think like I've had this thought recently that like neutrality is like such a form of resistance against that, because we literally, in like the attention economy that we live in today,
Mhm.
we have trillions of dollars that are trying to dysregulate us
Yeah.
at every single moment. So like, yeah, I just think that's a very powerful piece.
Yeah. And in case they didn't hear online, I'll just say the neutrality, the importance of the neutrality and how it use that as a form of resistance. Yeah, love that for sure. Thank you. Yes, Maya.
Wondering, like, with different medicines, right? There
Mhm.
might be different. I feel like what I do right now is like sometimes I have a big dose, and then
Yep.
sometimes I just have a recreational dose.
Yep.
Because then that helps me integrate
Mhm.
somehow, because it reminds me of the bigger dose, but
Yep.
I'm able to be social with it.
Yeah.
So it's a different situation.
Yeah.
What do you think about?
Yeah, I mean, I
doses
think,
and-
yeah, so like the macro versus the smaller dose. I think I think it's just about being intentional with it.
Yeah.
And it's about noticing. And sometimes, like, for example, like cannabis is an excellent integrator.
That's what I,
So it's like, yeah, so you might have like a big like psilocybin journey and you feel like it's complete, and then you like sit down with some cannabis, you're like, whoa, never mind, we're back in it, but I'm like getting different insights. And so it's like different medicines can also help integrate or help make sense, and it's just using them intentionally. Again, I don't think like you have one journey and then you spend your whole life integrating it. It's just more about that piece of like when you're really in it and you're like, I don't know how to make sense of this, that's not the time to like jump in and then have another big experience, just because if we're not resourced enough, it can like blow out our ego and just it can just become really, really overwhelming. Yeah. Anything else?
So you mentioned Iboga earlier. So have you had experience with this?
I haven't worked with a boga, but I've supported people who have. And I just know like it can be hard to integrate from, because it's such an intense medicine. And so again, you can be in the space for like days. And so it's like, again, the integration sometimes is just difficult for like the actual physical body of like coming back after something like that. And that's not even like the emotional, the insights or things, like all the stuff that can come. I know it's being used for like for like addiction and things like that. And it's been proven to be really, really helpful. It's just with all of these, it's like trying to have a support system. So sometimes I'll work with people like, I'm going to go do this medicine, and then they come back and it's like, okay, so you need help like landing after. And it's just, yeah, it's just about making sure that there can be supports.
Yeah, so we're thinking of doing it. There probably years
Yeah.
getting there.
Yeah.
Because it's a 10-day thing.
Yeah.
I said, okay, so we have to do all this work.
Mhm.
Do this. But then after, what does the work look like?
Yeah.
And that's why we're here today.
Oh, beautiful.
Because we did know
Mhm.
this exists.
Yeah.
And there is support. Because
Mhm.
obviously I can't.
Yeah. Do not do it by yourself. No. Well, and it's like, I think it's a great way to view it is like the work doesn't end when we take the medicine. It's literally just begun. We're going into a new phase. And usually what happens though is we feel far more resourced and more resilient after. But it's still like it still can be like, and I say work, like it's beautiful and wonderful. And we can feel so great and so like wonderful after, but it's just like now it's like all the patterns that we had thought like, oh, okay, and I'll change them after this. It's like, oh no shit, now I got to change them. And it's like, that's the part that there's actually a growing community of like psychedelic practitioners in Nova Scotia as well. So there's definitely support 100%. You're welcome. Okay, thank you all so much for your attention and your questions, and yeah, thanks again.
Thank you.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net.
You're watching the 420 Pace Reroll Saturday.
Wake up, sunlight in my sheet. Neighbors pass, they know that it's me. Curtain breeze, little laugh, repeat. Every room got that same heartbeat. My house always smells like weed. Little bit of love is all I need. Yeah. From the front door down to the back tree, you can feel my freedom in the breeze. My house always smells like weed. Come inside and leave your stress on the street. We just talk, just laugh, just breathe. Blessed in this little cloud with me, with me. Mama say, boy, you too carefree, too carefree. I say, mama, I'm just feeling peace. Bills still come, but my mind feels clean. Yeah. Got a one-room kingdom and a calm routine. My house always smells like weed. Little bit of love is all I need. Oh yeah. From the front door down to the back tree, you can feel my freedom in the breeze. My house always smells like weed. Ooh, come inside and leave your stress on the street. Oh, 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 we just talk, just laugh, just breathe. Hey. Blessed in this little cloud with me, with me. If you're knocking, I don't hear. I'm in the kitchen, vibing here. Hey. If you stay, your worries disappear. We light up joy, we light up cheer. Hey, my house always smells like weed. Little bit of love is all I need. From the front door down to the back tree, you can feel my freedom in the breeze. Oh, my house always smells like weed. Come inside and leave your stress on the street. Oh, 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 we just talk, just laugh, just breathe. Hey. Blessed in this little cloud with me, with me.
I haven't had a cart in a long time because my pen broke.
Oh,
I had a cart in the pen, and it I guess it leaked, and
Yeah.
it stuck, and I tried to pull it apart, and the little tiny piece that takes the power from the pen to the cartridge broke off.
Oh yeah. I've had the piece that's on the battery itself. I've had it actually pull right out.
That's the piece. I pulled it out and I tried to put it back in, and no.
Yeah.
So
yeah, I used to have it here beside me, and I
need a new pen. I want to get. I think the next one that I'm going to try is an all-in-one. I haven't tried an all-in-one. What I'm worried about is in the past I've gotten samples of the all-in-ones, and I think I have 4 or 5 of them that are half full, but the battery died.
Yeah.
You know, when you can't recharge them, right? So
right. Yeah, no, I usually buy the carts. It's because as you know, I don't smoke joints in my house.
It's not that you don't. You're not allowed, Al. Come on.
It's been that way for 20 years. So it
wouldn't have worked out for me.
There's no, mind you, even though I say that, but in our first house, I had a ventilated space where I consumed.
Which you
I
can
just
do
didn't smoke freely around the house. That's all.
Yeah, I smoke freely in the house, even when I have Airbnb guests. I've been caught sitting in the living room smoking a joint. And Buddy comes up and he goes into the fridge and he grabs his bottle of wine that he had in his fridge. His wife was in the room. They were watching the movie. So this is our drug of choice. And he walked into the bedroom. That's all that he ever said. I kept hiding it. I'm like, I should say I used to have right on the advertisement that my house is 420 friendly.
Correct.
Which will go back up when I resume.
Yeah.
During the season.
Good noting, owner consumes cannabis.
No, my home is 420 friendly.
Yeah.
That doesn't mean you have to be.
Correct.
And I have respected guests and gone into my office, or I'm not going to leave the house unless the weather's nice, obviously. But
Yeah, I had this winter. I had
ice hut.
Ice hut.
Yeah.
Up on the back deck, propane tank inside, the heater on it, and
which you didn't actually use much.
I used it. Oh yeah. I even got tested at -20, -30 degrees out there. Now it wasn't a fully insulated tent. They call it weather resistant. So it's thicker than a tent that you go camping in, because there is 2 layers and there is some insulation in between. This is very thin insulation, but there is some insulation in it. And yeah, I could sit or stand in there and be nice and warm, and it did the trick.
You need a table.
Yeah, I didn't have a table. And then there's 2 other problems. High winds, because I could only anchor down certain ways. I was a little concerned about high winds, and heavy snowfall. I walked out one day. It was it had an inverted roof.
Yeah, and the unfortunate thing is also that they only last a season or 2 when they're out on the ice. They don't last long.
I could see that. Yeah.
In retrospect, I think that like the tent I had there at the farm, it lasted a season, and then unfortunately the top flap ripped off while I was home, and opened up, exposed the roof, and so the couch got wet, and
yeah,
all that. But I'd still have it if it wasn't for the fact that David ripped it as he was putting it away.
Oh.
Ripped the whole bottom off as he was trying to fold it.
Yeah. Yeah. No, it worked all right. I ended up putting 4 holes in it though. I went out to clean the snow off of it on a frosty day, and I used the broom. I used the broom to knock the snow off,
and it went through.
I friggin' popped a hole in every window
because they were frozen.
They were frozen, just thin plastic, right? Frozen, and poked a hole in it. So I went out with a paper towel, got the inside warm, got out the packaging tape, stuck it all together. Never had a problem the rest of the winter.
You know what? I did the same thing to the greenhouse last year.
Yeah.
I lost 6 panels last year. Only 3, and one's hanging.
Oh.
Yeah, I've lost 3, but we're coming into really windy season, so we'll see what happens. I'm going to end up replacing them. I mean, they have all fallen out now. And what I did was I went out and I wanted to try that new Gorilla Glue, the clear Gorilla Glue tape.
Mm-hmm.
And you know what? The red, what do you call it? The red stuff that you use for outside for sealing the
red,
the Tyvek stuff.
Oh, the tape.
Yeah, there's a name for it, and I can't remember what it's called.
Neither do I.
But it's a clear and with red lettering on it, and it's very, very sticky. It's one of the stickier.
Right.
It's stickier than packing tape. So I use that, and those are the ones that are still holding.
Oh, good. Yeah, yeah, that stuff's good. It's like when you're insulating your house, you're putting plastic, and you put that tape on it to help seal it.
Yeah, there's a name. There's a name for it.
Yeah, there is a name. I just can't.
I'm back.
That stuff right there. That's what.
I could get up. Yeah, I could get up and get the roll as well.
Yeah, just like, hey, you.
Come here.
Yeah, yeah. Now,
you were going to mention, before we forget, you were going to mention something. You had something to say about carts.
Okay, yes. You know, when I first started buying carts, they seem to have this clogging thing going on. And then occasionally some would leak.
And you
And
have
then I got into a real good streak of where nothing leaked and things weren't clogging. Well, then I went into the store and asked them what they had in a live rosin cart, and there's some there that I'd already tried, blah blah blah. So I thought I'd try something new. I wasn't even a quarter gone. The thing was already plugging up on me.
I've had that happen many times.
And then it wasn't even half gone, and it was leaking all inside my battery.
Also had that happen.
Oh, again, yeah. It's just like, I've had them in the past, and then they stopped, and I thought, okay, good. They've gotten better at them, and then they got another one.
So here's a little tip. With your shatterizer, I keep forgetting the camera's not up there anymore. It's down here. With your shatterizer tool that comes with your shatterizer,
yeah,
you heat up this end, the end without the scoop, and just put it in the hole, and it will clean it out.
In the hole.
Just heat it a little bit with a lighter, and then you have to take your cart off. There's a hole that goes.
Okay. I thought on the shatterizer itself.
You use your tool to clean that out, it won't clog as much. That's where it clogs.
Like I can feel it. I'm spinning it around, taking it out, and you can feel it in the thread. Like hopefully it didn't mess up my battery.
It's easy to clean out.
At least there's no strings attached to this one. Okay, yeah, I see the hole there.
Like I said earlier, I need a new battery. Although, you know what? I've noticed a big difference between using my shatterizer and using a cart pen. A cart pen, you can actually feel the heat at the top of on the roof of your mouth. Where with the shatterizer, it's got a little cap in there that stops the direct heat from coming out the hole, like a little diffuser for your smoke. Yep. Yeah, man.
I'm just seeing if I've got anything left.
Question.
Sure.
How's your squishiness going?
I've got to squish some more. I'm almost out.
Really? How much did you end up getting?
Oh, I don't know. I just squish when I need it and don't even worry about what I got.
You know what? I need to start doing that, and when I have the product to do that, I will start doing it. I like my squishy, as you know.
Yes.
And Matt makes sure that he keeps me in shatterizers. I'm never without one, really.
Well, yeah, I'm gonna put some. Come on, get off of me.
So, I made a song.
Did you?
Called the 420 Pace.
All right.
And
now you made a song, so we should tell everybody what's going on. I guess that you've been playing with Suno.
Yeah.
So have I.
I know.
So we're
We
going
also-
to add music to the broadcast.
I've been doing that for a while.
That's
We
right.
we listen to about 20 songs on 420 base or what show on the other one there that I do.
Yeah,
I don't know how I used to keep track of shows because I used to do 7 shows a week,
Mm-hmm.
all yours. No, actually I had more going, but
Yeah, you had one in there.
yeah,
Yeah.
I don't know how I kept up because I'm having a hard time keeping up now, I tell you.
Yeah, one time we were running. I had 10 broadcasts a week.
I think we had 16 shows, I think, at one
Something
time.
like that. Yeah, at one time.
But now people say one thing and do another, so we just do our own thing.
All right. So you did the song.
Yeah.
You're going to do something with it? Everybody's
Yeah.
going like, where's the song, man?
We there. Same time, same seat. Wait for it and white bike. Roll out the mat, press play. Same little chair, same ashtray. Neighbors know it's that showtime. Laughing at the clock as it slides by.
I got the snacks in a brown bag, notebook full of wild plans, big flags. We tune in, tune out, feel straight. Calendar locked for the same day.
Yeah.
We doing it, doing it, doing it. The 420 pace, daily vibes, weekly waves in the same space. From sunrise talk to the late night glow. It's a ritual, you already know.
We doing it, the 420 pace. Every laugh leave a mark we can't erase. Link up, kick back for the show. Same time next week, say yeah, say yo.
Chat about life, chat about love. Little side eye when you call my bluff.
We disagree, then we crack up.
2 cups, 1 couch, 1 love.
You drop gems in your soft tone. I drop jokes and you grab your phone. Clips and bits for the crew to see. Don't post that, but you still click send on me.
We doing it, the 420 pace. Daily vibes, weekly waves in the same space. From sunrise talk to the late night glow. It's a ritual, you already know.
We doing it, the 420 pace. Every laugh leave a mark we can't erase. Link up, kick back for the show. Same time next week, say yeah, say yo. One spark, one joke. Then another from the weekday stress to the weekend cover. If you miss one, you feel that hole. Like a skip step in a tight road road.
So we line up time like tracks in a crate.
If you come in late,
still we'll wait. Cause every day, every week, same place, we living life on the 420 pace. Doing it, the 420 pace. Daily vibes, weekly waves in the same space. From sunrise talk to the late night glow. It's a ritual, you already know. We doing it, the 420 pace. Every laugh leave a mark we can't erase. Link up, kick back for the show. Same time next week, say yeah,
say yo. Daily show, yeah, we there.
Weekly link,
same corner.
do it slow, do it straight. Keep it right on the 420 equate. Say yeah, oh.
It's a long one.
Yes. How long is it?
Where's
the black strap?
Oh. That's for later. It is not 420 seconds.
No, eh?
It is 2 minutes and 40 seconds. So it's almost 420.
It's a scrambled 420.
Yeah.
That's what I always say. It's a scrambled 420. All right. I've got us a song too. Shall we play back-to-back songs?
If you like, sure. Okay. I'm sharing stuff.
Yeah. What do you want to hear about music-wise? Talking about music-wise, do you find that tend to lean your songs maybe like along the same genres? Do you change your genres?
I like to play around. In fact, I did a choir one the other day, one with a full choir. I've done a full orchestra. I've also made some violin stuff. I love violin. Ever since I saw the red violin, I was hooked. And fiddle stuff.
Correct.
Right? I like to mix it up. Even Marcel thought that it's all reggae, and no, it's not. No.
Well, I hear reggae in that. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I like that you can it's a learning curve, learning how to use this, because it's not a matter of just going to the site, putting in a title, and then it just does it. I mean, it will do that. But I mean, like I sometimes when I need a song, when I want a new song, I just go in and type cannabis and it just does it on its own. But you can break it down and choose the genre. You can choose the instruments. You can choose the type of voice. If you use the same styles, you can save your style so that you can consistently use it. So it uses the same voices, the same genre. So you can create what they call a persona.
Right.
And then kind of use that to keep your genre the same.
So keep all your music sounding similar.
Well, I'm doing two things. I'm giving us music to listen on shows. I'm also using it for segments and stuff like that, to create segments and stuff like that for segments and stuff like that.
The intros going into the segment. Yeah.
And the outros.
Yeah.
Right. And then for our Saturday thing, the one I just played there will be chopped up and used for advertising. This is when it's on, blah 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 blah, or something, right? As I did with our.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own.
Disclaimer.
That was actually our whole intro.
Right.
But I discovered. I know we're talking about music, but I've discovered that Google has a access point. I mean, it seems to me everybody is using ChatGPT to work with their whatever else they're doing. I'll give you an example. Suno uses ChatGPT to generate lyrics or to fluff up a lyric or whatever. If you go to ChatGPT, you can create now pictures. I should bring up an example, but I don't have it.
Well, is all about our screen here. Is this not an example with the?
This is an example of. I went on. I came up with what I wanted in there, and then I took it from ChatGPT and I put it into the Facebook chat thing where you can manipulate stuff, and added things. It's just really easy. Okay. Now, I'm having arguments with a lot of people about AI stuff these days. It's the hot topic. A lot of people hate it. They despise it. But what they don't realize is pretty much everything on TV now, everything during podcasts, and there's some element of AI going on. Now, saying that, I mean, I've been doing this online in graphic arts and photography since I was in my teens. And, so, I mean, up until a year or so ago, I was doing it myself. But people don't seem to understand that it's just another tool for me. When when I was studying photography, okay, and one of the first things they started teaching us was the darkroom stuff, right? How to do your exposures, how to develop everything, blah, 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 blah. But at the same time, in another class, they were teaching us how to use Photoshop. And back then, photographers and people are like, oh, yeah, that's Photoshop. Look at that. She doesn't have tits like that, you know, because the fashion industry was just latched right onto it, and they were using it to manipulate photos for advertising.
Yeah. Now, and musicians got upset with this synthesizer.
And they still are getting very upset. There's actually a lawsuit going on. I've been doing a little research. There's a lawsuit going on between musicians and Suno. Apparently, when they were building the interface, they were sampling thousands and thousands of different artists, their themes, their genres, the way they play, their notes, their voices. So if you want to, you can, like, there's been some similarities. One of the songs that I did, bang on for Lady Gaga.
Oh, really? Eh?
Yeah, I mean, if you, as you know, you've been playing with it. If you are the more specific you are entering in the information, the more information that you give it, the better the song will be. Okay.
Oh yeah, I can see that.
Whether or not you want to add lyrics, or you want to just give it a topic and a genre for its own thing. Correct. So back to what you asked. ChatGTP is what Suno uses to write lyrics. Yeah. Now, it seems to be, my point is a long point, I know. It seems to me that ChatGTP is the go-to as far as text stuff goes, writing and images and stuff like that. It doesn't. I'm sure it does do video, but not on Chat.
Yeah. No, I don't personally. I don't go to Chat GPT or however you call it. I don't go to their website or anything like that.
Yeah.
If it's in Suno, it's in Suno, right? Yeah.
You know what? They have embedded it into Google. They've embedded it. Google recently. I'm sure they've been using it for years, but they've recently outed themselves and said that yes, we are using AI now. That's what YouTube is using. That's why Facebook is so fucked up right now, because they're switching into AI mode and letting AI take care of all of the stuff they don't want to.
Right? Yeah, and banning sites and not.
Well, that used to be all manual. You used to have to do that. You know, when back in the day when I was doing websites in the 90s, we had to perfect ways to ban people from coming on the site, because you know there were so many people, and then somebody would come in and disrupt the chat. You know, back in the day, text chat was the basis of the internet. The IRC, the Internet Relay Chat. That was what started it, because you have the internet, and then people want to talk. You know, let's use it for now. Look where we are. We've gone through Skype. Skype was the shit when it first came out in the 90s. Now
it was the number one thing going.
Now it's gone, completely gone. ICQ was the first messenger service. You know, and then AOL came out with theirs, and MSN came out with theirs. But ICQ was the first person-to-person messaging service.
Now back to music.
Yes.
You mentioned about putting some words in.
Yes.
And expecting a song or whatever. What my first song that I created,
yes,
I put in like 5 words.
Yeah.
and then I hit create.
Yep.
Well, the song is 5 words.
I've
Those
done
5
that.
words get repeated, but
how you
I didn't
learn
delete
how.
the song. Like
That's
the
how you-
instrumental part of it is good. I kept that. I actually got it loaded. I've got it here on the list of videos. But
I've been playing with instrumentals. Yeah.
yeah, I put in. I didn't know that you had to. You could push the button to create lyrics and stuff like that. I
If you
learned
look,
that eventually.
are you doing it on? Are you doing stuff on your phone or are you doing stuff on your
Both.
computer?
I'm doing both,
Okay.
phone and
So,
computer.
You'll get this then. The Suno app is, unfortunately, I'm sorry, Suno, it's very flaky. It crashes a lot. Although it's getting better. The website itself, if you notice, there are different things that you can do on the mobile and then on the website.
Yeah.
It's laid out differently. But if you look at the very top of your screen, you can do simple and just put in one word and it will write a song, lyrics and
Yeah.
everything, music, everything for you. Or you
Simple
can
and custom.
or
Custom.
you can go into
Yeah,
custom.
on our phone. Yeah. I
Right,
found that.
you can use and put in lyrics that you want.
Yeah.
So you can put the lyrics in completely. You can put the music in as well, and then have Suno fill in everything, right? Like it will literally take whatever you put into it and create something. May not always be what you like. I've even had some stuff that I'm listening, jamming out, and it's like, and then it starts. Oh. So yeah, but anyway.
Okay, I'm gonna play a song.
Okay.
Now my songs are done differently. I put as I've been going along, I've been putting more input into changing the lyrics that it creates. Yeah. So it's not just the chat GPT doing it. I'm putting in for words into it. I'm using it for, I'm going to say, historical and history reasons.
So yeah, you're writing about festivals and
yeah, some of the stuff that I've done in the
which
past.
I'm doing the same thing a little bit.
Yeah. So I'm just trying to figure out, and then I've had some that I just made for some fun as well.
Yes.
I'm just trying to decide which one I want to play first. Wow. Okay. What I do is I take the song, the music, and I've put pictures to the music.
Yes. Yes.
Some of the pictures match the music. Some of them don't. Some of the songs are based on the articles I wrote for Treating Yourself.
Yes.
And then, so I've sort of over time, it's evolved in my look that you end up with. But I think right now I'm going to start with, yeah, okay. I'm going to go decisions. I'm going to go with the 710 code.
I just heard that the other day.
Did you?
Yes.
So I'm going to play it, and then I can go through and explain a little bit more. Well, I guess I can talk about a bit going into it. Is with this song, I've taken the pictures, and it sort of shows the layout of how things are done, the process.
The one is this the one that got banned?
It was either this one or the one about the hash. No, it was the hash. It was the hash
right.
when they got banned on YouTube. Then I appealed it, and YouTube put it back up.
Which is usually what happens in most
Yeah.
cases. People don't realize that. They go, "Oh, my thing got banned." Oh well, and they don't follow through with it. Generally, nobody actually sees what's going on unless you say something. It's all AI.
Yeah.
All scripts.
Okay. So here we go. We're gonna do the 710 code. It's all about, as I mentioned, the rosin shows the pressing. Most of the videos so far that I've created with pictures have been all my own pictures. This one here, I actually talked to somebody and got permission. I had some screenshots of them doing some work. And so I reached out to them and asked them, can I use these pictures that I took of your video? And they turned around and sent me the videos and sent me more pictures.
Oh, awesome.
Yeah, so thanks to Andre for that. And here we go. This is the 710 code, and we'll talk about it on the other side.
Got the slab on the table, little brick, all pressed, all gold.
5 tons in the steel frame waiting.
Whole room hush when it flows.
Ross and back,
That custom mold,
fill it up,
tuck tight.
then load and press.
We just trying to keep long steel shining.
Do it calm, do it clean. He makes the track go slow, slow drip, let the pressure go. From the flower to the glow,
Solving free, keep the spirit in me.
high in the mind.
All that for harm reduction,
Yeah,
but the method low key.
he makes the track go flow. Loading on the paper like honey on the snow.
That's a 17 code.
You see it packed in the mold.
Put it into the Rawson bag.
First squish, then the shine pulls through.
Little river on the parchment flowing.
Big flash,
Clear drop,
that you
weigh it out.
take a breath.
Think twice,
Dose right.
keep the bag in view.
We just squish.
We don't strip, we don't rush. Treat the plant like it's part of you.
He makes the track go slow,
Slow drip,
let the pressure go. From the flower to the glow.
solving free, keep the spirit in me.
High in the mind.
All that for harm reduction,
Yeah,
but the method low key.
he makes the track go slow. Rolling on the paper like honey on the snow.
That's a 17 code.
Smooth as silk,
Brittle like glass.
creamy like milk.
Put in your rig
Light the torch,
or push the button.
get you medicated like nothing. He makes the track go slow,
Slow drip,
let the pressure go. From the flower to the glow.
solving free, keep the spirit in me.
High in the mind.
All that for harm reduction,
Yeah,
but the method low key.
he makes the track go slow. Rolling on the paper like honey on the snow.
That's the 710 code. Feel it in your toe, feel it in your head.
The body temperature,
Up it goes.
forehead flex.
Where's the bed?
Things calm down, body sweats disappear. Wow.
Memories of their first dance.
Ooh. He makes the track go slow, slow drip, let the pressure go, let the pressure
From
go.
the flower
To the glow,
solving free, keep the spirit in me.
keep the spirit in me.
All that for harm reduction,
Yeah,
but the method low key.
he makes the track go slow, rolling on the paper like honey on the snow.
That's a 710 code.
There you go. There's 710 code that you saw. It had right from the process of putting the cannabis in the mold, squishing it. The video from Andre, the stuff from Andre was all that rosin that was just flowing down the parchment paper. It was great big thick gobs
I
of
wish I
rosin.
could Gobs.
And then you could see him there. He was taking it, and it was like toffee. You go to the fair and you get the guy who's doing the coffee, and whipping around. That's what Andre's doing with the rosin. And I don't know if you noticed the weigh scale in the video. 198 grams is what that ball weighed.
I watch a lot of candy making videos.
Oh yes,
like it. It's kind of like carpet cleaning videos. You know, just, and I've noticed that there's a similarity between making candy and making resin or hash and all those kinds of things.
Yeah.
And if you knead it after you've got the ball there, and like as they were doing it in the video, it changes color.
Mm.
Right?
Gets
Like,
warm from the heat from moving it around, the friction.
So when they put the candy on a hook, and that's how they mix it on a hook, and it will go from opaque to white because it adds air, right? Every time you squish it and move it and knead it, it adds air, and it makes it more aerated. Air, I guess that makes sense. Eh?
Now there was a second video there where you could see some that was dripping off of the parchment paper, but it was dark. It wasn't light. It was dark.
Yeah.
And what that is bubble hash.
Yeah.
Took some cannabis, made some hash and ice and water.
I've done that.
Yeah, froze it, and then we stuck it in the squish into the press, and just ran out. I missed the originals, the amount when it first came out. It was just like a flood.
That's the thing that's the part that stops me from using what I have available, because I don't want to waste it. And you know, you put 7 grams in, and you might get 1.5 grams. And that's a lot of product to use to make 1.5 grams that's only going to last you, in some cases, a day, you know, depending on how you're using it, right?
No, those 7 grams might only last a day too.
Well, that's my point.
As herb versus
sometimes, you know what? I probably go through a quarter a day.
Yeah.
An ounce will last me 4 or 5 days, maybe a week. But do you remember? Do you remember when a quarter lasted you a month? Or more? Jesus.
Oh, those are the days.
those. Well, you know, it's also the way it was grown and all that. And back in the day, you were usually getting guerrilla grows in Canada outdoor, and outdoor is usually very puffy, which is nice.
I'll take us from that to something that I saw in the news that I thought was really wrong.
Oh, okay, wrong.
This is I was gonna play the video. I should probably just grab the video, but I didn't grab the video.
Put it here. Hold on.
So
No,
I was reading this article this morning, and you won't believe what happened.
Tell me.
Well, I will tell you.
You know, just so you know, that was my first attempt at AI.
Was it?
Yes, it was.
Yeah. The in Arizona.
What? Where?
The state of Arizona.
Yeah.
They've made a new law. And the new law is excessive smoke, excessive cannabis smoke, or odor.
Well, that's not good for renters.
the laws basically it stipulates that what could happen is you could be sitting on your deck in your own property and your neighbor doesn't like the smell of it, and if they complain enough, the police could come to you and they could arrest you and you could get 30 days in jail
For smoking a joint in your own house.
on your own property. Yeah. Yeah. Doesn't matter whether you're on private property or public property. If the smoke is a nuisance to somebody, you're risking 30 days in jail.
Oops.
That is just
It's not, I mean, okay, I get it. Okay. I don't particularly enjoy, although I let people who come over if they want to smoke a cigarette.
Right.
Doobies, I don't care. What's the difference between one smoke and the other? There is a difference. Okay. But I let people smoke in the car because everything's so far. I got 3 hours to go up to Thunder Bay, and I got 3 smokers in the car. Roll your windows down.
Roll your windows down.
You know, I kind of get pissy because I can't smoke a joint while I'm driving down the highway, but you can have a cigarette.
Well, excessive cannabis smoke is listed as being capable of being detected by a person on the private property of another person.
But isn't it in Canada? It's
So like
the odor of in Canada, anyways, the odor of cannabis is not a reason for you to be stopped or investigated. And I'm going somewhere with that, but keep going.
Cannabis smoke or odor. So let's say cannabis odor. It would get you jail time if the odor is capable of being detected by a person on the private property of another person. So basically, yeah. So like if the smoke is on your clothing, the odor is on your clothing.
Yeah. I get it.
Yeah.
I always smell like weed, so that I couldn't live in Arizona.
Yeah, well, yeah, exactly. Like, wow.
You know, on another story, I don't know if you saw this one. A woman was approached while she was sitting in her car at in a parking lot, I believe, and the window was cracked open and smoke was coming out of her window. And a police officer asked what was going on. He found her, or she found her, slumped over, sleeping. And she had obviously just smoked a joint and fell asleep. And she was detained and arrested and charged with a DUI.
Yeah.
I don't know the outcome, but it'll be interesting to see what happens, because in Canada, as I mentioned, the odor of cannabis is not enough to detain you or even
Not for driving, yeah, correct. Yeah.
But yet there are ways around it, obviously. If you're found slumped over in your car with smoke still coming out your window, you know.
Well, I've got a video, a music video that would break the law in Massachusetts. People would be going to jail for this.
Well, if you're in Massachusetts, don't watch it.
Yes, exactly, because it's quite visible. We'll be right back. It's just 4 minutes long.
Posters on the lamppost, chalk signs on the ground. Friend rolling up from every side, filling up downtown. Drummers on the corner, tie-dye flags held high. Mamas with their strollers, sharing light, sharing time. in rhythm, hearts on me. From the vendors to the bands, we raise our leafy hands, we get high on the streets, high on the streets. Hey, at the marijuana march, we all agree we're not hiding anymore. We're the cloud outside door. We're the cloud outside your door. Flash pipes on a blanket, brownies in a pan. Clipboards, pens, petition, change starts hand to hand. Saxophone is wailing, kids dance on the curb. Cops watch from a distance as we chant each burning word. We get high on the streets, high on the streets. Steps in rhythm, hearts on me. From the vendor to the bands, we raise our leafy hands, we get high on the streets, high on the streets. Oh, at the marijuana march, we all agree we're not hiding anymore. We're the cloud outside your door. We're the cloud outside your door. This is more than smoke and joke. This is laws that choke our folks. Grandma's paid herself for that. Tell me how you justify that. Side by side we blaze a path. Turn that stigma into laugh, into living, into rights, into days in open life. We get higher, high on the street. Steps in rhythm, hearts on the vendors to the bed. We raise our leafy hands, we get high on the street, high on the street. So at the marijuana march, we all agree. Call it protest, call it peace. We're a marching, laughing flame, yeah. Till the law remembers our name. Oh, got trinkets and things. Musicians are jamming on electric guitar strings. Friends gather round now with stories to tell, breaking these old laws. Yeah, 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 yeah. We get high on the steps in rhythm, hearts on me, looks on the band. We raise our leafy hands, we get high on the street, high on the street. Hey, at the marijuana march, we all agree. Call it protest, call it peace. We're a marching, laughing flame, yeah. But the law remembers our name. Oh no. Oh no, 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 no.
It's almost time to do it again.
It sure is. Exactly. It is. Yeah. Another, month and a half, I guess, eh?
In
6 or 8 weeks.
Al and I have been broadcasting from that probably 10 years, I think.
Oh yeah.
If not more. And it's something that I enjoy because I can't go out and walk. I've gone and walked the whole thing.
Yeah. And like you can see back then the crowds were just massive.
And now
in the park, and there's pictures there of, if that was held in Arizona, people would be going to jail because the smell of smoke, the clouds were huge.
I remember
outside.
I remember the first event that I went to. It was the last Freedom Festival that they used to have at the Global Marijuana March. We'd go to the march, and then there was a big stage. Lots of big bands used to play, and they did it for many years. The first event that I went to in Toronto was that, and that's where I met Casper. Hung out with Marco. I don't think we knew each other then, but I know you were there.
Yeah.
But we've continued going, and now, there were upwards around 40,000-50,000 people there.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Walking down Yonge Street, they would have to block off Yonge Street. There were so many people. Maybe 100 people last year.
Maybe. Yeah. Maybe.
It was the core cannabis community people that have stuck it out.
The diehards.
And the kids, because they think it's cool.
Okay, yeah. I see we've got a commenter on
I
there.
was just going to bring it up. Yeah.
Yeah. It was a good crowd. It was a very big crowd in those early. That was even in the early days because it's been going on for so long. But yeah, you went to Woodstock '94. Big
I
crowds
was in
there.
Woodstock '94, and that was a fun time. I did opium or peyote or probably both. yeah. It was a good time.
And yeah, it was always a good time at the festivals there at Queen's Park with the bands and
The thing is about when you are a member of the community, I've known a lot of these people. I know a lot of those people in the video for many, many, many years. Some I've not met in person. Some I have.
I bought this bag there.
Yeah. You bought me my Trudeau shirt.
Oh yes.
The zigzag one. It's in a box downstairs.
It sounds like the doctor says it was. He says it was muddy at Woodstock '94. It sounds like the original Woodstock was because it was muddy.
It's muddy as well. Yeah.
It was muddy as well. Yeah.
It was. You know what? It was muddy. Yeah. It was muddy. But it was a festival. '99 was a riot.
Mm-hmm.
Unfortunately, it turned into a riot. Lenny from my show, our pharmacist guy, he was all. I know a lot of people at Woodstock that went to Woodstock '94, which I in my heart, best concert for me that I've ever been to. My sister will say the same thing. She still has her shirt that she wears. Yeah.
I see our doctor in the house here. He says he's got a whole box of flyers from back in '94, the brand new. I know what you mean, buddy. I know what you mean because I've got stuff from the treating yourself days, and which hasn't been published in 13 years. And I've still got brand new magazine too.
I thought that
posters. I gave away some posters the other day. Some why not posters from Ivan Art. Check out the stuff, Ivan Art.
I should have grabbed some posters when I was there. I thought that that's what it was in that bathroom. The picture that you were showing yesterday. Boxes of files. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, no, yeah, I know which picture you're talking about now. Yeah.
Anyways, Al, keep going.
Okay, so yeah, the marches were always good, and it'd be nice to get back to that time. And just because we have cannabis legal here in Canada doesn't mean that there aren't people elsewhere. Because don't forget, it is a global march, so you're doing it on a global basis.
The first one that I went to, I felt. I mean, I've been walking around with a bag of weed and a joint in my hand in Toronto since I was a teenager, but I felt weird walking down the street going to Queen's Park with a joint in my hand, and other people were doing it too. And you walk past a cop and go, "How's it going?" And it wasn't legal then. Okay, it wasn't legal then.
No.
They were there beside us, walking down the street, controlling traffic. Then they stopped doing that for us. Last year, they did it again.
Yeah, I see. Acid, $100 for a sheet. Must have been blotters.
Yep.
Yeah, $5 a piece, gone in half an hour.
What was Sunshine was one of them.
Sunshine, purple microdot.
I was just gonna say Purple Mike.
Yeah.
Somebody just posted a picture on my Facebook in the old Toronto group of Scary Larry's. Anybody from Toronto or Ontario knows what Scary Larry's was. Yeah. You remember Scary Larry's? Larry's Hideaway, which was a hotel in Toronto that was a very scary place at one point. Great bar for to see bands though. It was one of the Toronto hot spots for seeing bands back then, like the Alamo and Horseshoe.
You know, maybe back those days you could probably ask for $5 a tab, and stuff like that. But these days, now I haven't got a clue what it costs or any of that. But now the information that we got from that, as far as medically, on
There's
the
a lot of
LSD,
tests going on.
there is, yeah. And you know, like when people started talking to me about microdosing, and going,
1 minute. Hey, you, lady.
It was
always lay down or leave.
He's giving his cat shit.
No, the dog.
The dog for eating the cat shit.
No, not for keeping her out of there. I put the fence up. I have a fence that I have for the room because the cat does his business in here, and his food is in here because otherwise she'd have kitty treats all the time.
Yeah.
So I've got the fence up against. I don't know if you can see it there. I actually have it up against the cat litter. The cat can get around it, but
no, I can't see the fence. Yeah.
But it's
with these round circles, we see less.
Yes, but that's okay. This is a radio show.
We have the cameras in the radio studio.
She was wandering around looking for food because it's food time. It's 11 o'clock.
Right.
You know, it's not.
Right.
You know where your children are.
Yeah.
You remember that?
Do
you know where your children are?
Yeah.
Do you
One
know
thing that
where
we haven't
yours are?
talked about. One thing that we haven't talked about yet, and it's been in the news quite a bit, and that's the raids on the stores in Nova Scotia, on the Indigenous stores.
Yeah, it's getting ridiculous. I just saw another article about exactly that yesterday.
Yeah, well, I know they raided some stores in Toronto recently, but now they've gone after some. They went after the Indigenous stores there.
They've raided Indigenous stores in Toronto.
They raided 5 unlicensed stores in Toronto, but I don't think they were Indigenous stores. The ones I'm talking about is being
they kind of
both times it was 5 stores, and it almost looked like the same story.
Yes, that's what I thought. It wasn't.
Yeah. So I looked into it a little deeper and went, hang on here. These are 2 different stories. So how the RCMP went into the cannabis stores on the reserves in Nova Scotia, and this is after they had passed a new law to give them more authority to arrest people.
Yeah, I saw an article about that as well, and that was not the chiefs.
Yeah,
did not agree with that, and they said no.
No, yeah, exactly. They and the Chiefs want to get together with them and do something, but let's not just have it. This is our way or no way.
Well, being the RCMP is federal, they think that it's going to be that way. But
that's what I wondered.
What these articles very rarely say is it is an inherited right, inherited right for Indigenous Canadians to use cannabis as they wish. It's part of their whole heritage, right? The whole herd thing and naturalness and all that thing.
Now, there's been other charges in the past, but a lot of charges are end up being on the provincial end of things. So
that's why I said that the RCMP is federal. We deal with OPP here.
Correct. So that's why I wondered, could this actually make them if they fight, by the sounds of it, they're going to really fight this as far as the reserves in Nova Scotia. So,
You know,
is this something that they, being they got federally charged by the RCMP, could they actually get this to the point in a high court like the Supreme Court of Canada, where their treaties, or where the government is told that the treaty rights are valid? And
you know, that would be a question for Jack or Paul.
Yeah.
Right. I mean, they're the ones that are in the know about that legal stuff.
Yeah, because there are, some of them raided in the past, but this is several locations, several reserves, and you find, we ran a video of one of the chiefs.
I remember when I mean, the police just aren't nice about it, and unfortunately, and I remember I just recently saw the video of when the police came into COM, which was a dispensary operating downtown Toronto for a long time. And as they were coming in, this was a task force, and as they were coming in, they knocked a person out of their wheelchair who was trying to come out.
Yeah.
And they just have no care in the world. The only thing they want out of it is more kudos for them. Look what we did. Here's the stash. So they get
we arrested 6 people.
It's ridiculous. I saw. I don't know if you've been involved in a raid, Al.
What's that?
Have you been involved or been during a raid?
No.
I was not at Gunjanistas when they came in, but the front of the lounge was on glass windows, right on a main street in Hamilton,
King Street,
and they came in, and there was a staff member there rolling pre-rolls for our HOPE program, which was opiate replacement program that we were doing in the park across the street, and a person in a wheelchair having medicine. When they came in, several police officers from the Hamilton Police Department came in, and they brought in a door thing as well for a glass door. It was ridiculous.
The inside.
It just affected so many people in the community, because that's where they were getting their medicine. And Paula was very careful about it, because it was only medical. She verified, she saw doctor's information when you signed up. It wasn't, you just couldn't walk in. She only dealt with medical patients. I'm sure.
Yeah, and that's how others were as well. I know I was a member of the Toronto.
That's why I brought it up. Because COM was,
yeah.
And
You either produced your, you either got a doctor to sign paperwork approving it, or you produced your Health Canada card showing that you're a licensed patient.
Yeah, I went out to see Rob in Apsley.
No, did you?
And when we got there back then, I mean, this would have been late 2000s, I guess.
Yeah,
2006, somewhere around there, maybe, when the MMR and when Rob was really big. Anyways, Dr. Rob Kammerman, very, very big name and person in the community, was a doctor from New Mexico that moved here to Canada. But he was a heart specialist, and he was a cancer specialist, and he knew what he was talking about, and he was signing people's authorization to get licensed in Canada. And unfortunately, it was at a time, like Ira Price went through it as well, where Health Canada was like, no, we don't want you doing
Yeah, and it was his numbers. He was signing so many patients.
Well, he was also
Numbers
going
were
out of
huge.
his issue was the fact that he went out of province. That's where the issue started.
Well, yeah, he traveled across the country. And
Specifically,
as
Nova
he,
Scotia was the issue, I think. He
Yeah,
wasn't
he-
licensed to practice in anywhere but Ontario, I believe is what the issue was.
he, as he said, he wouldn't have to sign that paperwork if other doctors would have signed it.
Ira was the first doctor in Ontario to bill OHIP. OHIP is our provincial insurance for everybody. Okay, our health care. And Ira was signing licenses and charging OHIP. And he almost lost his license over it, and he still fights for it.
Yeah.
Dr. Ira Price is a pain specialist in Hamilton who has a clinic where you can go, and he will, he agrees with cannabis.
Well, I see our commenter is a hemp farmer.
Oh, cool.
With a New York license.
New York, New York is still fucked up.
I see you've got a couple things lined up there.
Yeah, I was waiting for this song. I gave you a recipe the other day too. I posted a recipe. What I have is our list. You want to play the list thing before I bring this up, Al?
The list thing.
Yeah, our list thing. Here, I'll do it. God, you haven't done it in so long. Where is it? I don't even know where it is now. I can't even see the damn thing.
Good morning there, Buddy Weeds. How you doing, buddy?
There's Buddy. I was just saying I haven't seen Buddy in a while.
Oh yeah, I saw him yesterday during the news. He commented at the end. Yep.
Our list, our high five list. There it is. We'll be right back.
Certainly high on the list.
Oh, the list, that thing.
So I found a video that I found interesting. I don't care if anybody else did. That's not true. And it is 4 mental health disorders and their common traits. I have ADHD and a mood disorder. And
see Buddy's comment? You missed me?
So I'm going to bring this up. We're going to watch this, and then we'll come back with some other shit.
Okay.
Or crap. Oh, look at that. It fits. Yeah, if our computers don't crash.
Yeah.
4 mental health disorders and their common traits. Here's what each one actually looks like. This could change everything. 1. BPD, borderline personality disorder. Intense emotions that shift rapidly, deep fear of abandonment, relationships swing between extremes, impulsive behaviors you regret, chronic emptiness inside that nothing fills. 2. OCD, obsessive compulsive disorder. Repetitive, intrusive thoughts you can't control. Compulsions to reduce the anxiety. Need for perfect order or control. Overwhelming guilt if rituals aren't done. You know it's irrational but cannot stop. 3. ADHD, attention deficit hyperactivity disorder. Trouble focusing or finishing anything, but hyper-focus intensely on things you love. Impulsivity without thinking. Constant restlessness or fidgeting. Emotions that feel too big to regulate. 4. PTSD, post-traumatic stress disorder. Intrusive memories or vivid flashbacks. Avoiding anything that reminds you of trauma. Heightened startle response to normal sounds. Nightmares or serious sleep problems. Emotional numbness or complete detachment. Which one do you relate to most? Comment below. Save this and follow for mental health education that matters.
I'm here. Rosa was whining. My life is ruled by my dog and cat.
Yeah.
She's upset with me because I've been doing laundry and I don't like her to sleep in my bed when I've got clean sheets. I'd like at least one night, you know. So she's upset with me because I've closed the door.
Let's see. Yeah, Buddy missed us. Yeah, we had been on for a while, like as a live end of things.
Well, for
being busy and sick and things like that.
Yeah.
What else you got there?
What else do I got here?
I see. Looks like you got another song.
I do, but I'm looking for the recipe.
Oh.
I've discovered this gal who is amusing, and she does recipes. And although showing people how to make RSO with alcohol is a little risky because for several reasons. In Canada, it'll get you arrested.
It will, yes, correct.
Yeah. But I she amuses me the way she does it. And
now they get arrested. It's because it's an explosive.
It's anything. You aren't allowed to use anything that creates flame.
Yeah.
Or is that what it is? Anything that is flammable.
Flammable. Anything that could explode. Anything along that line.
Yeah.
Yeah. So basically, rosin pressing. It's just heat. It's not a flame.
There are several methods that are commonly used, and unless you have a proper legal LP license to produce, like you can, if you have that license, you can. Here it is. Here I found it. If you have a license to use alcohol, you can use it. But I know a lot of people use other carriers, right?
Yeah. The CO2 extractor, correct. It's that itself, is that not something that is costly? That would be something that not just a regular homeowner could just go and buy? As far as the CO2
alcohol?
extractor. No, CO2 extractors.
Oh,
I think
yeah,
they
CO2
only have a legal way. Yeah.
They are very expensive and would take up a whole small room.
Yeah. I remember at the expo, a guy come up to me and he was looking for Marco because he wanted to talk to Marco about getting involved in some CO2 extraction method for
with a little water in our pan.
Sorry, hold on one sec.
Because that water helps keep your gummy base gummy. So in other words,
All right, I've got it loaded. But anyways, keep going, Marco.
Yeah, a guy was there. He wanted to see if Marco was interested, in getting in an investment end of things. But he wanted to talk to him, and he did eventually get to talk to him. But I don't think anything came of it. And that was really all I had ever heard about the CO2 up until basically legalization. So
yeah,
and it's not something as a commenter says, $5,000 used.
I had the privilege, and I say privilege because he did not let many people into his work area. I had the privilege to go and visit with Sam Malasey several times at his facility in Toronto, where he had extractors, packaging, all of the equipment that you're talking about, sitting there and using it in a tiny little rental unit with no sign, and that's how they used to do it. but it was all about oil for him, as you know.
Yeah. Yeah.
So should we watch that?
Just so you know, I see we got a request to put up the link, and I'll show
The
you.
link?
Yeah, it's in the comments. It says it's not expensive to run a CO2 machine, and he says put up the link, and I'll show you. I don't know what the link is though.
Oh, if you want to give us a link, we can look it up or something.
Yeah. So what's this video you got?
This video is how to make Fico gummy bears. Gummy sharks.
Gummy sharks.
Yeah. Okay, you ready?
Yeah.
I'll try and start it.
Good morning. Good morning. Happy Monday, y'all. Let's start with a little water in our pan because that water helps keep your gummy base gummy. So in other words, the reason I add water is not because it needs it, but I'm using it to heat up the gummy mixture. Now, it will not stay in there. It cooks out as it's here, right? Because the heat is still on here. So a lot of people were trying to give me advice on how to get the water to set. It's set. It's not a problem. By the time you warm this up for a few minutes, you're already warming out that water that has already been cooking in. So I don't worry about the water content, but you may. So do according to you and what works best for you. But I'm dropping in a 5 milligram syringe here. That was a full 10 milligrams. We had 5 milligrams left in it for this infusion. And so this is a 5 milligram batch. But I will say it is a big gummy batch compared to what I would usually do. Usually I'm doing half batch. We did a full batch on this one because, bitch, I want some of these damn gummies. Okay? Okay, and we got a California trip coming up. So you best believe these are going with. Oh, yes, they are. Anyway, we're going to mix this in. No lecithin needed. You see my pan has been off of the stove, the induction cooker, almost the entire time. So you're good to go. You don't need the lecithin. You don't need anything of that extra crap. It will set really well. Look at it. It's so good. I'm going to show you guys later on today unmolding them. I just haven't videoed it and edited it yet. So we will be doing that. But pour them into your gummies of mold of choice. I use the one with the leaf. I need people to know what they're eating ahead of time. I don't want to fuck up nobody's life. You know what I'm saying? Anyway, I dust these with sugar because, I thought, why the fuck not? It doesn't need to be, but I did. Anyway, love you. Have a good day. Good morning. Good morning. Happy Monday, y'all. Let's start with a little water in our pan because that water.
I don't know what's happened now.
Oh, I know what's happening.
Go back here.
There we go.
Yeah. So
yeah, the first thing I was going to say, oh no, she's using water because that's one of the things I was told. I've never made gummies, but it was one of the things I was told was the water was a problem for mold down the road.
But it cooks out, right?
Yeah,
it cooks out.
Okay,
so everyone has their own way of doing things.
Okay.
I
figured it out. Oh, Buddy Weed asked if that was Vanessa.
I don't think Vanessa was her name. No.
Yeah.
Next time I see one of her videos, I'll be sure and look though.
Right. I see that. Did you want to check out the CO2?
Yes, please.
Yeah. All right. So, I'm just looking here.
I believe that links will just show up. So if you can get a link in the chat.
No, he wants us to send. They want us to send them a link so they can come on the show and show us their machine.
Oh, we can set that up. Sure.
Yeah. Well, they're asking that I just post the link in the comments.
Yeah, no, because then we'll just get flooded with people who want to come in. Which is fine if that's what we're doing. But if you want to come on and do that, we'll definitely make arrangements to do that. You can email one of us, message one of us. If you message me on YouTube where you are on our channel, one of us will get it.
Yeah, I'm going to say they are watching us on the Pace Radio Network YouTube page.
Is it? Okay, so you can
Yeah.
email Al then. Whichever Al you want.
There's 3 of us here. The third one you just can't see.
It's always watching.
Yeah. They're always watching. That's right.
You know, I absolutely I said this before, Al, and then I'm going to play the video. I love the water here. The water here in town, like I'm like right on the edge of Lake Superior. It's always cold, like ice cold coming out of the tap all the time.
Mm-hmm.
And they very, very rarely bleach it, although they do. You can smell it when they do it. But for the most part, all natural. Yummy.
Yeah.
Right out of Lake Superior. Dead fish and all. Okay, do you want to watch this video?
Sure.
Okay, it is called Porridge for Dinner.
Porridge for dinner.
Got home late, cupboard's bare, just a dusty bag. Staring from the shelf there. Boil that kettle, spin that spoon, steam on my glasses like a foggy cartoon. Porridge for dinner, guess we're doing this now. Sprinkled sugar like a sinner in a midnight bowl somehow. Who said mornings on this winter? I'm breaking all the rules in town. Porridge for dinner, yeah, I'm doubling down, oh yeah. Phone keeps buzzing, friends go out, I got oats and a hoodie, I'm staying in the house, throwing berries, stirring jam, call it chef special, though it's all that I have. Porridge for dinner, guess we're doing this now. Sprinkled sugar like a sinner in a midnight bowl somehow. Who said mornings on this winter, breaking all the rules in town. Porridge for dinner, yeah, I'm doubling down. Cold takeout menus on the fridge, I choose the part. Cross that bridge, gold in a bowl, thrift store crown. One little secret when the sun goes down. Porridge for dinner, guess we're doing this now. Sprinkled sugar like a sinner in a midnight bowl somehow. Who said mornings on this winter, breaking all the rules in town. Porridge for dinner, yeah, I'm wearing that crown.
That was porridge for dinner. Do you like porridge, Phil? Can you
Porridge, yeah. I've ate porridge.
I like putting sugar in it, or brown sugar, some honey sometimes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, porridge is good stuff.
I like
Nothing wrong with
porridge. I don't mind oatmeal as well. I
Uh,
guess it's the same,
yeah.
but you can get your cream. What is it? Cream of wheat, and then you got your oatmeal. Right? Those are the breakfast porridges. Are there others?
Yeah, you can. Yeah, I used to just cover it, and when I was a kid, I just cover it in brown sugar, man.
Yeah, me as well. You know, I just have to say, Al, dear Facebook, stop fucking around with shit. Nothing's working. You can tell when Facebook is doing stuff. Thanks, buddy.
Yeah.
Because things stop working. I'm trying to load the our chat there so that I can tell Buddy who it was, the name of the gal, but it's not letting me do that right at the moment because they like to play with things. when they're
Right.
not
Must be a pain in the ass.
Sometimes it's just spinning. Spinny, 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 spinny.
Yeah, it happens.
Sometimes.
It happens.
Sometimes. Yes, it does. So, what else we got, Al?
I've got one song that I want to play. And it's a bit of a memorial song to me. In a way, it's not written like a memorial song, but the photos that I use in the song are a bit of a memorial. And Facebook sucks, yeah. is that out of this, because the pictures, there's got to be the first 13 pictures, there are at least 9 or 10 of them, at least, maybe more, that feature people who are no longer with us, people who have passed on, people within the cannabis community that fought to make a difference, and they are within this, remembering them as seeing them in what they were doing, and that's advocacy work. And so what I did is I created a song about Treating Yourself Expo, because to me it was huge. It was the first medical cannabis expo that was here in Canada. It was well before cannabis legalization was even discussed. Marco had a dream. He wanted to be able to, he told me he wanted to get Treating Yourself into shows, trade shows and stuff in downtown Toronto at big halls.
Which he did.
Which he did, instead of being in smaller places.
And you know,
away from downtown.
They've just Doug Ford has just announced that he's going to rip down that building where it was, the Metro Toronto Convention Center, and put in a new. They're putting in a whole new building there at the site, but bigger.
Yeah.
You know that building where they had Treating Yourself is rated the 24th worst convention hall in the world.
The convention center, really, eh?
Just because the layout.
No.
Old. I've been going there for years and years and years. Anyway.
Okay, to answer Buddy's question, the Treating Yourself website is no more. That was removed shortly after Marco passed away, within days.
But Al does still have access and control of the Facebook group.
I am looking after the Facebook group, correct? Yeah. I'm posting. If I see medical research articles and stuff like that, I'm posting them there for people to look at, as well as our shows go there. Trying to keep it going. I had a lot of talks with his parents. At the time when Marco was passing and after he passed. And, they like to see why I keep going. But the unfortunate thing is that the website went down, and I went looking. I went out looking for the person who looked after the website. I sent them several messages. I never got a response again.
Probably not.
Yeah, as far as treating yourself expo, no, that'll never happen again. I can't see that right now. Basically, treating yourself in a way could be what it started out as. It's gone full circle.
For now,
TY was a web forum where people discussed and talked things. That's basically what can happen now, but on the Treating Yourself Facebook page, where people can go there and people send stuff to the page, medical information that could be similar to what Treating Yourself was as a magazine. Then I'll go ahead and approve it and get it posted, because people do look at them. People are still looking for the information, and people are still going to the page because there's 10,000.
I would have liked to have done another reincarnation of it. I mean, it's still possible, yes, but print media just isn't what it was.
Correct. Print media, it's not the same. There's no doubt about that. So, okay, I'm going to start this up, and then we'll talk afterwards. Have to remove ourselves.
Lanyard swinging, badge on my chest, anticipation growing, got a pocket full of samples and a bag of my best.
Vending booths, sitting side by side. Everybody has a dream.
We're talking higher business,
higher education.
Shake that deal, smoking sticky bud.
Turn that spark into a brain.
Higher business on education.
All weekend long
at Canada's first Medical Cannabis Expo.
Medical Cannabis Expo.
International vendors, comedians and artists. Global marijuana, music awards.
Growers with dirty nails,
lawyers in suits,
reading through the guide.
Lawyers in suits,
reading through the guide.
Medical Cannabis Expo. We're talking higher business,
higher education.
Smoking sticky buds.
Turn that spark into a brain.
Higher business and education.
Shake that deal, sparking sticky buds.
Turn that spark into a brand.
Higher business and education.
All weekend long.
Canada's first
Medical Cannabis Expo.
International vendors, comedians and artists. Global marijuana, music awards.
Growers with dirty nails,
lawyers in suits,
reading through the guide and smoking joints. We're talking higher business,
higher education.
Shake that deal, smoking sticky buds.
Turn that spark into a brand.
Higher business and education.
All weekend long at Canada's first
Medical Cannabis Expo. Created by patients Treating Yourself Expo.
The competition was hot at the glass blowing contest with teams from Japan, USA, Europe, and Canada. On stage were Dr. Bob and researchers talking medical cannabis with their slideshows and educational information. Patient organizations and advocates in their booths talking with show attendees, sharing medical cannabis stories and experiences.
We're talking higher business,
Higher education.
shake that deal, smoking sticky bud.
Hey, let's talking to brand.
Higher business and education.
Oh, we can own at Canada's first
Medical Cannabis Expo. Created by patients. We came to educate at the Treating Yourself Expo.
World Cannabis Community under one roof, talking cannabis legalization. Long before the politicians started, real plants of all sizes, showing crystal covered buds, curious people and patients, testing buds for the TY cut, which bud smells, looks, tastes best. People gathered on the back balcony.
People gathered on the streets,
People gathered in the world's largest vapor lounge,
sharing their joints.
hits from the bong or a bag of vapor.
Everyone had a story.
Everyone talking about
Ending cannabis prohibition.
and improving medical access.
We're talking higher business,
Higher education.
shake that deal,
Smoking sticky buds.
hey, turn that spark into a band.
Higher business and education.
All weekend long, your Canada's first.
Medical Cannabis Expo.
Created by patients.
All patients. For patients.
All patients. We came to educate at the Treating Yourself Expo.
As people departed, the Treating Yourself Expo of 2010, they were saying,
Wow, this is awesome.
this is incredible.
How'd you guys pull this off?
This is so professional looking.
The best expo I've ever attended.
We're talking higher business, higher education.
2010, they were saying, wow, this is awesome.
This is incredible.
How'd you guys pull this off?
This is so professional looking.
The best expo
I've ever attended.
I miss those days. Come on, stop it, stop it.
Yes, exactly. Yeah. Thanks a lot, Buddy Weeds, for your comments. And yeah, it is good memories. And where those were a lot of the pictures that I took and pictures that I took for the articles for the magazine. I went into my article from the very first expo of 2010, and I took out a lot of the quotes about the expo and what people felt about it, and put them right into the song. So
That I just want to post out that the Treating Yourself Expo was the first event of its kind that was held on government land.
Yeah,
that
it was in government building.
Ministry of Toronto owns Toronto owns that building. Still, I believe.
And so many people from around the world. There was a global community. They all came there. People from South Africa, from Europe. You don't see that now, and the way that the laws are and regulations, the new expos wouldn't have anything. You can't have plants at the new place.
Yeah, you can't have actual product.
Yeah, and
now you can because they've started doing sampling, but that's only for bud tenders.
Correct. Yeah. So, but it was a great time. It was a 4-year run, and
I went to 3 of them.
Did you?
Yeah, I didn't go to the first one, but we went. Marco was very insistent that we come.
Yeah. There was people I got to meet that I only got to talk to online and stuff, and others, or the musicians. As I said, the Marijuana Music Awards were held there.
My first experience was walking into the first one that we went to, and like almost instantly sitting down with Dr. Bob.
Yeah, and there was Dr. Bob sitting there getting his character drawing done by Ivan Art.
If you don't know who Dr. Bob is, we're talking about Dr. Robert Malamede, who was instrumental in helping Rick get his word out, and also helping so many people through Phoenix Tears, the actual Phoenix Tears. He was very beloved in the community. Unfortunately, he passed away.
I've seen Buddy Weeds mentioning rest in peace, Marco, rest in peace, Franco.
Yeah.
And I talked about the pictures at the beginning, and then you notice the pictures were the same at the end of the song. Out of those people, there were Sam, Gary, Marie, Franco, Dr. Hornby, Tracy Curl, Keith Fagan, Jason, Gail. What else I got on there? Dr. Bob, Marie as well, our friend Marie. And there was Len Richmond. He was in the panel there with 4 people. He did the movie What If Cannabis Cured Cancer, as well as Michelle Rainey. All 4 of them. Dr. Bob, Len, Michelle, and Marco were all sitting there in the chairs, and they did so much for the cannabis movement. And now they're all gone. So
it's not what it used to be.
No. Yeah. Their memories, and I was thankful to be able to capture those memories on photo and be part of the expo. So, all righty, I see it's the top of the hour.
We went long out.
We did. We haven't done a live show in a while, and we got music. We got music now. Yes, rest in peace, legends. That's right. Exactly, buddy.
There's still a lot of them that are, there's still a lot of them that are still around, but they're not really part of the community. Matt Murdoch, for one, who was instrumental in Toronto with events and stuff like that, and Amy Anonymous, or Amy Brown. She's very much around, but you really only see her at events now. You don't see her posting. Well, I don't, anyways.
Yeah. Well, yeah, things have changed. I'm gonna say, the 4 years of COVID, things changed over those 4 years. The way things were done.
Also, the thinking of people, the way things are.
You're welcome, Buddy Weeds. I'm glad you caught the show as well. And don't forget, if you don't catch us live, you can always catch us afterwards as a podcast. But we like the interaction and talking with our viewers, as you well know, buddy.
Yeah, and also, if you want to watch shows, we've got a lot of them on the 420 Pace website and on our YouTube channel. The reason I'm bringing that up is because Facebook is now deleting things, videos.
Oh yeah, yeah.
stuff,
It has been for a while now.
30 days. Yeah, no, I for the last year. And so if you want to watch old stuff, you can catch us on the 420 Radio website or on the 420 Pace website, and Al has a bunch on Pace, I'm sure, as well.
Yeah, it's just what I have found now when I go back onto some web pages where I posted shows, all I see now is content not available. Content not available.
Yeah.
So they only stay there for a month and then they're gone.
Which is why I'm posting when I share stuff. I'm usually sharing it from our YouTube because they don't go nowhere unless I delete it.
Right. Yeah. Because it's not
Stored on Facebook.
Yeah.
Like it used to be.
Yeah, exactly. All right. Anything else?
No, it's time to go and make lunch.
Time to go make lunch. Exactly. It's that time here. Other than that, I think that's it. Sounds good.
Okay,
I
bye-bye.
think we've got can you share the website link? Buddy is asking website link of the video. I can get that for you, buddy. Just a second now.
420pace.ca, 420radio.ca, paceradio.net.
He might be. I'm thinking he's looking for the link to the video.
That would be on Al's YouTube page.
Yeah. What do you mean something went wrong? That's what my page tells me. Oops, something went wrong. Oh. Okay. I'm on my way. No, still says something went wrong. What the fuck?
Al?
Oh, yeah.
Did you break things?
I'm clicking on your videos, which would be my videos. So I click on that and it says, oops, something went wrong.
Well, this is what I'm saying. You know, the internet needs to fuck off sometimes.
Yeah. I've shut down the browsers. I'm reloading. Let's see what's going on here. No, it won't let me.
Is it on your thing? I'm gonna crash if I try anything.
Oh, yeah. It's in my the website. Oh, the website link. He says it's not working. So he must be talking about what you're offering. Our website. Is our website down?
No.
No.
No, it is not.
Oh. Well, I do know.
I am looking.
Oh, look at that. It came back.
420 Radio is there. 420 Pace is there. Oh, okay. Because we've moved our provider, it's saying that the connection's not private and it's not going to load on somebody's computer who has that stuff blocked. But it is there. It is safe.
Is it?
Yeah, it's up. I'm looking at it. Subscribe to our channel. It's free.
Oh yeah. Yeah, 420pace.ca. Yeah, I see what you means.
It's just because we moved things and because somebody was being nasty at the place that was hosting us.
So what does somebody have to turn off in order to be able to access it?
You just have to say go anyways.
Oh, go.
Go down to advanced and you'll see proceed anyways.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, other than that, we should say goodbye.
Goodbye.
Goodbye. Yeah, we did run a little long, didn't we? A little more than 2 hours. Okay, we'll see you all next week. Other than that, we will see you during our regular programming. Bye-bye.
Bye.
You're watching the 420 Pace, found at 420pace.ca. Rerolled Saturdays. Check it out. Nothing but non-stop cannabis and psychedelic programming. Find it at 420pace.ca. You're watching the 420 Pace, found at 420pace.ca.
Empty page in motel morning. Coffee cold, ashtray full. Mumbled lines on crumpled napkins. Trying to catch a restless pool. Got a riff that keeps on circling. Same 3 chords feel like 10. Chasing down that wandering feeling till it finally lets me in. I just ramble on till the words feel like they knew me all along. Chasing where the melody has gone. I get lost, and that's where I belong. So I ramble on. Names and faces in the hallway. Ghosts that never learned my name. Every town a faded postcard. Every bar a borrowed flame. Humming verses in the van ride. Drumming patterns on my knee. Every mile another memory. Begging to be set free. I just ramble on till the words feel like they knew me all along. Chasing where the melody has gone. I get lost, and that's where I belong. So I ramble on. Maybe it's the road that rides me. Maybe I just hold the pen. Oh yeah. Every heartbreak, every highway finds its way back here again. So I ramble on till the words feel like they knew me all along. Chasing where the melody has gone. I get lost, and that's where I belong. Yeah, I ramble on. If it feels like you have heard it all along. It's the sound of every place I've been and gone. I get lost, and that's where I belong. So I ramble on, ramble on.
Tours from the business of cannabis. It says that Germany now represents 62% of Canadian cannabis flower exports as Portugal's share collapses. That's right. Canadian cannabis exports totaled $51.6 million in February 2026 across the three main cannabis codes tracked in export data. That's up 8.7% on the same month a year earlier. Beyond this headline, export growth sits a more nuanced picture of supply chains, trade routes, and emerging markets from the world's largest exporter of cannabis products. The data, drawn from Statistics Canada's Canadian International Merchandise Trade web application and covering these certain codes, which include dried flower, extracts, and medicaments, which containing cannabis. Now, this provides the most granular public view available of where and how Canadian cannabis is moving globally. The most significant structural shift visible in the February data is that the near complete collapse of Portuguese flower imports from Canada. Portugal received $1.6 million of dried cannabis flower in February 2026. That's down 86% from its peak of $12.4 million in April of 2025, and a fraction of the $11.1 million recorded just 12 months earlier in February 2025. Australia is Canada's second largest flower export destination by cumulative value, having received $230 million between January 2024 and February 2026, ahead of Portugal in total cumulative terms, and the larger market in every month outside Portugal's peak period in early to mid 2025. Through 2024 and early 25, Australia consistently paid $2.37 to $2.72 per gram for Canadian dried flower. And by February 2026, that had fallen to $1.06 per gram. That's a 60% decline per gram pricing over 2 years, and the lowest recorded for any significant destination in the data set. Now, Germany flower imports in February 2026 were $30.4 million, representing 62% of Canadian flower export value.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Look at all that money, yeah, the money that they've spent. Take another look and take some time for hemp. Don't cut trees for paper, cause it hurts the environment. Stop deforestation, yeah, it's time for hemp. Well, an acre of hemp makes 20 barrels of oil. No need for pesticides to poison all our soil. People got no food, they got no clothes, they got no rent. Well, it's time for hemp.
Yes, it is. It is time for hemp. And I tell you, I love that groovy music that we listen to from the illusions of music. And I can certainly tell you that the visuals that you see, I'm from Indiana, so we say visuals wrong. are beautifully done by my joint host, Al Graham, up in Canada. Hey, Al.
Hey, Casper. Thanks
Thank
for
you
the
for
kind
taking
words.
time for him.
Yes, I'm taking time
You
for
are
him.
welcome.
That's right.
And I do want to remind the audience that anytime you hear the word joint, make it a point to hit your bongs, your pipes, your vaporizers, and take time for hemp. And Al Graham, you are doing a lot of noise up there in Canada, aren't you?
I sure am. Find me at paceradio.net. It's where you'll find people advocating cannabis education, and we touch on psychedelics as well.
And we've also got a groovy joint host who's a great author. If you get a moment, I would encourage you to get his book. His name is Al Byrne. Hey, Al.
Good afternoon, gentlemen. Yes, thank you for holding up the book, as always, Casper. He does that so well. And I wrote it, and it's 360 pages long, and it's a 40-year history, essentially, of how medical cannabis came to be in the United States, in fact, the world. Who did it, how they did it, sacrifices made, the opposition, which was government. And there's a lot of good guys mentioned. I wanted to mention the good guys because what is it? The evil that men do lives after them. The good is often interred with their bones. And so I wanted to make sure that the good in the medical cannabis community was not interred with their bones. So anyway, that's why I wrote the book. And along the way, I became a big-time advocate for veterans. Just so everybody understands, there's two veterans on this show right now. I'm a Navy vet, and Casper's an Army vet, and even so, we still talk to each other. But we're very interested in veterans. We do quite a bit of veteran shows about them or with them or something, and that's what today is. Today is a fella from the central part of Florida. I'm in the Panhandle, what they call Panhandle. I'm 4 or 5 hours west of this guy, but he's in the Orlando area, and what he does is veteran orientated to the max. It's a great organization that he's put together. It's all about his effort, really. I know he's going to mention some other people, and you should, but this is Rob Harmon. Let's bring him in here. Rob, there he is.
Hello.
And you can see behind him is a significant amount of green. And this is what Rob Harmon does. He brings cannabis to veterans in Florida, and he's going to tell us, I hope, maybe that's going to expand some. But welcome, Rob.
Thank you, Casper. Al, appreciate you being here today.
Well,
give me a little bit of time.
We've had an interview with Rob before, maybe now a year ago or something. I can't remember, and it was very well done. What we're doing here is we wanted to bring Rob back because now we're on Citizen Green TV, which is veteran orientated and cannabis orientated, herbal orientated. And again, that's what Rob Harmon is into. And so we wanted to give that lesson that he has, this operation that he has, a much more broader audience with the TV show. So that's why we're here, Rob, to understand how you got going. I know from past talk that your family was heavily into the military, and so why don't you start with that? How's the military background of your family?
So my dad's military. Both my grandfather's a military. My brother's military. I am not military.
That mean Army, Navy, Marines?
One of each, actually.
Wow. Okay.
Yes. I went to college and smoked weed, and I did not sign up and go into the services. So thankful to them. So I didn't have to do that stuff. So I have a medical marijuana doctor's office. We've been in business for over 7 years. We have 8,000 patients. And the first couple of years of just talking to so many veterans that wanted an opportunity to better quality of life through cannabis or without the VA drugs or any type of natural thing they wanted, they just simply couldn't afford it. Every person, time after time after time, low, I want to try it. I just simply can't afford it. Average cost in Florida is about $200 to see the doctor, another $77 to pay to the state. Well, they simply can't afford that. So I decided let's start a nonprofit and let's pay for it. We'll get some sponsors. We'll be huge. We'll get this thing going. great grandiose ideas. The sponsors didn't quite come like I wanted them to, but we still did it. We're on our 47th month of doing it. We do 21 veterans every month. And the reason 21 is picked, it just gives them ample time to speak with the doctors, speak with us about dosages, about ratio products, about starting slow, about tracking, about trying to dial in your actual dosage instead of just trying anything and see what works best for you. So we try to
you just covered a handful of topics there that give me a handful of questions, like who makes the medications, who comes up with the dosage, how is that determined by each patient? I mean, you would buy quite a plethora of knowledge without sharing how it's all done.
Well, okay. Well, in general, I mean, it's really such an individual patient thing. We give them a standard amount of every route: edibles, topicals, sublinguals, flour. They get a little bit of everything. And we do teach them about terpenes. We teach them to pull COAs from the dispensaries and see which terpenes are the most dominant. If you've smoked something or had it in another way that you really liked it, go and look at those COAs, see those dominant terpenes, and target other products that have those same terpenes. And that will help you dial in your dosage and your medication. So we teach them that part of it. And a lot of them never even heard of terpenes before. And it's super interesting. And a lot of people really get into it to try to get the perfect dosage or the perfect mix of whatever format you wanted, whether it's edibles or flour or the most.
Well, and then the other question too is, if you're dealing with a variety of terpenes and flavors and buds, who is growing that variety? I mean, you must have more than just like one strand that you're working with. Do you have one grower? Is it just you? You got a variety of growers?
Well,
How do you pick it out?
currently we just use the dispensary stuff. I mean, I don't have a license here in Florida. This mainly is just for looks you see in the background. But that is our plans for the future of Veterans Cannabis Care, to grow our own, to formulate our own topicals and tinctures, and maybe get some high CBG type flower and really do some R&D with that. I'm working with a company called Eden now that you will see the Veterans Cannabis Care products in the Florida dispensary stores. We'll have our own line of flowers and topicals and vapes. That's coming soon. I think that's really going to help spread the word, as well as hopefully we can do some more veterans too by the little bit of profits that come in.
I guess we should mention here, folks, Florida is obviously cannabis legal medically. So everything we're talking about here is everything's up and up. What Rob is referring to is the dispensary system in Florida. I think it's rather large. I know I'm about an hour from Tallahassee, Rob, and I go up there and damn, it seems like there's 18 or 20 different dispensaries. Is that kind of numbers we'll see where you are?
Well, there was originally 22 licenses given out. There's been a couple random ones given out recently, some Pigford licenses given out. So, and it's from seed to sale here. So there's only basically 25 companies covering the entire state. We're the third most populous state, the second most populous veteran state. So it's kind of some little monopolies they've created, for lack of a better way to explain it. So there's 20 companies, there's probably 800 stores currently in the state of Florida.
Oh, that's what I was going to ask. Yeah, 800 in the state. Okay, so that's a reasonable number, but it should be bigger than that. Obviously, this is a big place geographically.
Right. Some of the vendors, one of the vendors had 50% of the market, so some of them were a lot smaller, but they're expanding. A couple new licenses are coming on track. They gave out 22 licenses back almost 2 Aprils ago, and they awarded the licenses, but they haven't allowed the people to move forward with them. So that's kind of at a standstill here now too. And hopefully when the more competition comes, it'll open up and we'll get a little better products and a little cheaper prices too.
Well, yeah, there was a bad history here in Florida, folks. When this situation began, we're going to have dispensaries. The legislature here passed a law that was unbelievably unconstitutional, biased, prejudiced. It basically said something like, unless you had were actually operating a nursery, grow bushes, you could not get a dispensary license in Florida. And so it's been bigger, but it's not big enough. But Rob, give the folks an idea of a veteran needs cannabis, the process. What are they required to do? How much is it going to cost for the cannabis, et cetera, et cetera?
Okay, so typically the state doesn't give any discounts for veterans, whether it's through the card renewal or through the doctor's offices for renewals. Typical cost for them is $200 in Florida, then $77 to see the state. If they come through Veterans Cannabis Care, we pay for everything. We cover the doctor's cost, which stays them $200, and then the $77.75 to the state. We cover that also.
That's every year, though, right?
We only do the initial. Our plan is to continue to cover the renewals, but based on money, we haven't been able to do that so far.
Okay, but the state is 1 year for that.
Yeah, the state is every year, and then the 7-month recommendation is every 7 months. So you do have to come back and see the doctor just by telemed every 7 months to get re-upped.
And what's it cost for bud? If I go in there and get an ounce, what am I going to do here?
It's a range. I mean, you can get, say, eighths for as little as $12, but as much as $65.
Wow.
So there's a pretty wide range out there based on quality, based on taste, flavors, all that. But there's a little bit out there for everybody. But the prices are way high and way low. So
being that you work through the stores, do you work through with certain stores, or are you just basically connecting the patients to the product via the retail businesses, being that you're not growing?
Well, I do. When we do the event, I typically have a sponsorship by one of the dispensaries, and they'll come in and kind of pitch their products to them there, give them some specials to go to their place first and some other stuff. So we do that through the dispensaries. I don't always get a dispensary to sponsor. Ever since Amendment 3 didn't go through, some of them are a little bit cheap. So if I don't get a sponsor, I just cover it. It's just part of my monthly budget because we can't stop doing it. You just got to keep doing it. And I am working with one specific company called Eden. They're new. They've got one store open. They've got 3 more coming, and that's one that we've done a partnership with, where I'm going to be doing a line of products through them too.
Good.
Okay, 21 guys, girls a month is your goal.
That's what we do the last Tuesday of every month.
Okay, so you've been meeting that goal. And do you have a growth goal?
I can grow immediately. I have a list of at least 200 vets in the state of Florida that are on my waiting list. Again, I can only do it once a month. A lot of them are incapacitated, can't drive, don't have a car. There's many reasons. A lot of them can't come to the initial appointment because it has to be done in person. So I've got this list of all these people, and now moving forward, when I talk about the network, hopefully we're going to be able to service those people, but they do have to come in, which really limits the amount of people that I can do. But my waiting list is long. I usually book about 3 weeks before the event, and within 4 days, it's completely full.
Wow.
Now, when you say we, who is we? Who's overseeing the organization that you've put together, and who helps fund it and bring it out? I mean, it's got to be a big project, so I'm sure you got to tip your hat to a few people helping you.
Well, you'd be surprised. It's not as big as it sounds. I have the doctor that works for me. Her name is Dr. Wilson King. She's been with us a couple of years. She is absolutely amazing. She is what I would say a doctor is if I could design one. She cares about patients. She listens to them. She lets them be heard. She's pro-cannabis. She's really amazing. She's the doctor. And then we only have one doctor. And then I have Elizabeth Hall, who's my executive director. This woman is an absolute superstar. She is the front of the house. I'm just kind of the thought guy and the implementation, but she actually implements it herself and takes pride in it, really cares about it, and is really devoted to the cause. So hey, I want to give out some serious love to both of those special human beings that really help us.
Super.
Yeah. Well, it sounds like that doctor, sounds like somebody we'd like to interview, actually.
Sounds like I had the same thought, Al.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, we like to hear doctors who have practical clinical experience, especially with veterans.
So, Rob, look, Rob, I got a question too. It's like you're like 100, like the rest of us. You could be sitting in the back patio, watching the clouds go by, smoking your pipe, doing nothing. What has motivated you to get up and spend your life and time doing this?
That's an awesome question. A lot of my life, I've been really successful, and I've always kind of had this void, and I'm not sure what that void was. And when I started helping veterans for the first time, that void was gone, and I've just been on a mission ever since. It's not work for me. It's fun. It's help. It's ever life changing for so many people. We could save lives every single month when we do events. We may have saved a life, and that alone is worth everything I put into it.
And then the other question, Al Byrne likes to ask this question, so I'm going to ask it. What got you into the cannabis movement? How did you discover cannabis in the first place?
I smoked cannabis for the first time on Halloween of, wow, I don't know what year it was. It was the early 80s, maybe 81 or 82. We smoked out of a makeshift pipe made out of apple.
I remember those.
And that was one of the first times my brain stopped, which is a good thing.
Oh, okay.
It just really calmed it down, allowed me to. So ever since then, I've been literally obsessed with it. I saw it growing for the first time in college, and that just really made the obsession get even more. I have experience growing through the years, so it's just really cathartic for me. I actually volunteer at one of the dispensaries here in town once a week, just because I love the plant so much, and I want to help the.
Do you consider yourself a patient?
I am a patient. And I'm also a practicing patient and a practicing medical marijuana enthusiast.
I've got a question for you. I know that you brought something to show everything, to show everybody today. Would you like to do that now?
Sure, let's do that now.
Okay, I'll bring that up. Here we go. Go back to the beginning.
All right, let's see.
Roadmap.
There you go.
There we go.
There we go. All right, so we've been doing this in Florida for 4 years now, and I'm just assuming, and I know that the demand in the rest of the United States is the same as it here in Florida. We do have the second most populous state of veterans here in Florida, but veterans are all in need. So our mission is free access for veterans all across the United States, whether it's us paying for them, whether it's us getting doctors to see them for free, or us getting the states to change these laws that at least not charge them the cost of a fee of an annual card of $77 or what it is in every other state. They just don't have the money. Okay, so let me zoom in a little bit here. If you see the ones in green are the medical only states. We decided to target those first. Going to a recreational state, we're about access, and in general, they do have access to it there. Now there's some advantages to being medical in those states, but this is our path we thought would be the best to start with, least resistance wise. So you see all the green is where we're going.
Good.
Now here's kind of our roadmap to access for veterans. So Florida is where our stronghold is. We've done lots of veterans here. So Florida will continue to be here. We'll just expand. They also have the second largest veteran population and have a lot of sponsors here also. And then I sorted them by telemed. It's so much easier getting a patient to pick up a phone than getting a car and drive, and especially if they don't have a car, they can't drive. So we sorted them then by telemed, first time visits only. Georgia and West Virginia were picked as first and second because I have some partners there. They're going to help with spreading our program and spreading their vision. And then from there, I continued to sort them through telemed. So Texas was the next in line just because it has the most veteran population. And you'll see I've kind of gone down through there. And then the states that we'll target after that, Alabama, Kentucky, Arkansas, they don't have telemed first time visits. So this is going to be a little bit more of a challenge, but we'll go there at some point.
I see several there with no state vet program either.
Most of them have no state program. If it does have a state program, it's a Medicaid or SNAP but you see there's a lot of big ends there, and we're not real happy with that. And Florida looks like to be one of the most expensive states too for the annual renewal costs.
Yeah.
So this is just a map of the state of Florida. You'll see these are the veterans that we've helped so far in the state of Florida. Every dot is a different city that they've traveled from to come to us. As you can see, Al, there's one over there in Panama City by you. Came all the way this far just to get a free card.
Yeah, that's a long ride though.
And then you'll see this is each city in the little spreadsheet here that we've actually serviced a veteran from and how many we've serviced from that city alone. So you see it's pretty broad in the state of Florida. The demand is quite great. And they will drive from a long distance away to save $300 and get a little bit of love and some support.
Yeah.
Well, I think that love and support part is bigger than most people understand.
Oh, for sure. They come here and it's a great experience for them because it's the first time they can come and they can be honest about their cannabis use if they are currently using. They're not going to be judged, maybe called a drug addict or whatever they may have experienced in normal life or VA or whatever. They come here, they're not judged, they feel safe, they feel heard, and they feel cared for. So it's a great experience for them. And that's typically why we do it in a veteran type setting every month. So more veterans will be here and other people will feel a little bit more comfortable. But here's just some of the ones we've done. You see some of the MSOs that we've worked with. And then here is, we just won this recently. This is a contest. It's a really big contest here in Central Florida. You have to be nominated first and then if you get a certain amount of nominations, and then it goes to a public vote. They picked the top 10, and then they did down to the top 3, and we ended up in 3rd place. The one good thing, I'm not really a 3rd place guy, I'd rather have 1st, but the one positive thing out of it was that we were the only cannabis-related nominee that won a space in a non-cannabis category. So I
There
thought
you
that
go.
was,
There you go.
that was
Congratulations.
That's number 1 in my book, baby.
Right, no, exactly.
that's enough of the slide. So.
And having those 2 words together, veterans
Yeah.
cannabis, excellent. Congratulations. Wonderful.
Yes.
Let me go a question. You said something. I want to hear it right. You said we bring the veterans in once a month to I think something like a veteran orientated venue.
Well, we do the event the last Tuesday of every month, and we do it just that day, just for vets.
Yeah.
So as other vets are coming in, they're seeing vets there. They're talking to them. They're feeling a little more comfortable because a lot of them have never used cannabis before. They're scared about their federal benefits, about testing positive. Those kind of things make them feel comfortable that, hey, it's okay. There's other veterans here.
Right.
So I think having other veterans there really, really helps instead of me just having them in randomly once in a while.
I just gotta ask, do you ask them for the DD-214?
Yes, we do.
Do,
one person tried to come in and didn't have one, believe it or not.
And for civilian people, that the DD-214 is the legal document that verifies your rank when you separated from the military and that you were in the military. And it's a piece of paper that if you lose it, you never get a copy of it. And if you've been in the military, you make sure you never lose it.
Yeah, well, you can get a copy. Are there people, vets that come to you and still think that they use cannabis, they may lose their vet benefits?
Absolutely.
Yep, really?
Absolutely.
Wow. Well, we got to work on that.
There's so many bad rumors out there, and a lot of people, especially if you're a lifetime military, you want to take the chance of losing those benefits you've worked so hard for. So you believe the hype that's out there instead of the actual source that it comes from.
Well, let me just say right now to the audience, if I'm a veteran, if I use cannabis and go to the VA, they say hi. All right, you do not lose anything using cannabis in the VA. The VA 15 years ago told their folks, everybody, that if a patient came in, a veteran came in and using cannabis, that they were to treat that cannabis like they would any other medical product. That was 15 years ago. No one has lost benefits, guys. No one. And you will not be in that category. You can use cannabis at Rob's Harmon's operation or anywhere else, and you'll be all right. But I didn't mean to interrupt, but we want to make sure you understand that.
Well, we've made some progress here. We have Lake Nona and Baldwin Park VAs that actually have our flyer that give to veterans and say, hey, you might want to go check this program out. They do it the last Tuesday of every month. I'm not sure how they got there. Another veteran brought them there, but every month of the 21, 3 or 4 come from the VA directly. Now, they're not supposed to talk to them in a state that's not recreational, but they're starting to have a little bit of empathy. Stigma's not as bad as it used to be. So we are getting a lot of them directly from the VA, which is awesome.
Well, that's great. That's super. Yeah.
Now, what I would like you to do now, we're getting down towards the end of the half hour, and what you do is amazing, and the work you do is very significant and important. But it's also a task that requires a lot of people involved. So this is your opportunity to look dead into the camera, to the audience and the world, and let them know who you're looking for and how they can help and what type of people you need to make this succeed.
Thank you. Well, we're currently looking for anybody that believes in our vision, that believes that veterans need free access, that cannabis will make veterans' lives a lot better and may even save some lives. So anybody that has any type of feeling for veterans, we're open to any type of partnerships or donations. We just want to help as many veterans as we possibly can, period.
And how do they reach you to make that happen?
They can contact me by email at rob@veteranscannabiscare.org, or they can give me a call at 407-325-9138.
And look into the camera again at the people out there who need medical cannabis and need your help, and let them know what you can do for them.
Well, if you're struggling with VA drugs or you just want an alternative to VA drugs or big pharma drugs, we're here for you. Hopefully we're going to be in your area so you don't have to drive. If you can't drive, we're slowly extending throughout Florida. So I will help you at some point. Be patient with us, but we will be here for you.
And we really admire the work that you're doing. We want to keep a spotlight on you and your organization. So I'd like to have you back off and on throughout the next year as a guest on the show.
Awesome. Thank you guys.
And
so
you
much.
might
I
even bring
appreciate
with you a doctor or one of your patients that you're assisting, so we can find out about some of the things that are happening in that area as well.
And we'll have a little more details on the network and how we're progressing. And I know the doctor would love to be here.
That would rock.
That sounds great, Rob. Thanks so much for coming by, man.
Thank you, guys.
And Albert, I want to thank you for bringing such an amazing guest to the show. Let them know quickly about your book.
Well, the book is full of amazing people like Rob Harmon. Again, people that have done well for patients in various capacities, whose name you don't know, I do, and I just had to write it down so that and again, we'll say this out loud: that book and everything we do here, including this interview, is being made of a part of the Colorado State University's Special Collections Archive for their library system, which means that all of that information in that book and in the stuff that Rob has just been talking about will be there literally forever for historians, researchers, archive students to find out just what went down and who did it and how they did it. That's it.
And Al Graham, I tell you, it's an honor to stand in the foxhole with you shoulder to shoulder and fight this war on cannabis prohibition. And your work up in Canada is needed and amazing.
Thank you, Casper, for the very kind words. We work hard at it. We, just don't like what the government's been saying about cannabis. We made sure that people found out the truth. So,
and how do they find you again?
You can find the PACE network at paceradio.net, and there the subject is people advocating cannabis education and psychedelics.
And I do want to remind people, if you go to timeforhemp.news, there's all kinds of groovy free stuff you can download. We got free music about how wonderful cannabis is from the illusions of music. We got podcasts you can download, videos you can watch. We even got newsletters and blog posts all about how important it is to take time for hemp.
Look at all that money, the money that they've spent. Take another look and take some time for hemp. Don't cut trees for paper, cause it hurts the environment. Stop deforestation, it's time for hemp. Well, an acre of hemp makes 20 barrels of oil. No need for pesticides to poison all our soil. People got no food, they got no clothes, they got no rent. Well, it's time for hemp. Throughout Earth's history, hemp has been used, no mystery. Hemp was legal to pay your taxes for more than a century. Check your faxes, founding fathers make sense to me. It's time to grow hemp legally. Think of all its uses, it's money that's well spent. Right now, no excuses, it's time for hemp. Sustainable green industry, that's our intent. A better place this world will be. It's time for hemp. Fuel and food and clothes and soap, housing, cars. Yeah, cars, no joke. Henry Ford built a car of hemp. It's time for us to do it again. People be employed with balanced farming as it's meant. Right now it's time for hemp. Hemp is a true necessity for the wealth and protection of this country. Thomas Jefferson spoke those words. He knew the value of these herds. It's time to lift the hemp ban. It's time to make a strong stand. Yes, we can. I know we can. I know we can. We can make a difference, yes we can, just like birds of a feather. We can work together and lift the hemp band. Look at all that money, yeah, the money that they've spent. Take another look and make some time for hemp. Don't cut trees for pay because it hurts the environment. Stop deforestation, yeah, it's time for hemp.
Time for Hemp is a Pace Radio Network content provider.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net.
Tune in Fridays at 7 p.m. Eastern Time on 420radio.ca.
Stay tuned. We'll be right back after this toke.
You wake up wired, worn and tired, scrolling through the same old feed. Quick fix, same script, nothing that you really need. Heard a friend say go inside, there's a system running quiet, balancing the highs and lows. Always working, steady pilot. Cannabinoid, keep me steady, bring me back when I slip too far. From my heartbeat to my breathing, you're the quiet stars. Cannabinoid, keep me level, finding calm in the middle of the storm. Tuning all these tiny signals till my body feels like home. 3 letters here, 3 there, tiny keys to bigger doors. Little shifts in how I sleep, how I eat, how I restore. Not a magic, just a language that my deeper self can read. Talking softly to the parts that decide what I really need. Cannabinoid, keep me steady, bring me back when I slip too far. From my heartbeat to my breathing, you're the quiet stars. Cannabinoid, keep me level, finding calm in the middle of the storm. Tune in all these tiny signals till my body feels like home. All these hidden circuits humming, from my thoughts down to my bones. Every rise and every falling, you're rewriting what I've known. Not about chasing a feeling, more about a deeper sign that my life can find its balance, one small message at a time. Yeah, cannabinoids, keep me steady, bring me back when I slip too far. From my heartbeat to my breathing, you're the quiet stars. Cannabinoids, keep me level, finding calm in the middle of the storm. Tune in all these tiny signals till my body feels like home.
Here we go. This is coming to me from CBC.ca. Headline says Chiefs call for moratorium on Nova Scotia cannabis raids after last week's highway protest. Mi'kmaq chiefs in Nova Scotia are demanding a moratorium on RCMP raids on cannabis stores in their communities. The call comes from the Assembly of Nova Scotia Mi'kmaq chiefs, comes after First Nation communities blocked a number of provincial highways last week in protest of increased police raids in their communities in recent months. Now, First Nation leaders say they have a treaty right to sell cannabis, which the provincial government denies. The Assembly said in a release Thursday that it wants a moratorium on these raids until it has a chance to have a real nation-to-nation talk with the province. It says, despite the claims from Justice Minister Scott Armstrong and Premier Tim Houston, no one from the provincial government has reached out to the group to set up a meeting, and its requests have gone unanswered. They say, we have long offered solutions to the provincial government on how Mi'kmaq could exercise our right to self-govern and still be transparent with them on how we intend to manage the sale of cannabis in our communities. But Nova Scotia has not been open to having any conversations with the leadership. Assembly co-chair and Glossop First Nation Chief Sidney Peters says in a statement. Now, the Justice Department said in their statement that it had just sent a new letter to the chiefs on Thursday offering to meet and discuss the shared objective of supporting community, ensuring public safety, and respecting the law. Now, the letter addressed to the Assembly of First Nations of Nova Scotia says any discussions around enforcement should be sent to the local police.
Rerolled Saturdays. Check it out. Nothing but non-stop cannabis and psychedelic programming. Find it at 420pace.ca. You're watching the 420 Pace, found at 420pace.ca. You've been watching Rerolled Saturdays. Thank you to our guests, our hosts, and our viewers. Up next, Rerolled Saturday Nighttime Edition. It gets started at 4 p.m. See you then.